And hello, everybody. Welcome to the Cake Online Regionals stream, hosted by Serene Balance Productions. My name is Herman. I'm joined to us by a very, very special guest over here. We have L- Gauntlet invited, amazing Luxem player Sebastian here. Please say hi.
Hello, and don't glaze me too hard. I got sixth place. I got like the lowest gauntlet slot you possibly could have gotten. So I'm
No,
not that good at the game.
I watched you play the game. You were doing pretty well. So you know what? It's at the end of the day, six to first through six matchup. Sometimes you
Hey,
gotta
you're
you
pretty
didn't
good
get a
head
good
judge
one.
yourself too.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Yeah, so we're here checking out. We're back from our trip from Europe last week, doing European nationals to come now to look at the European regionals. I'm excited. Have you been keeping up ever since that your event last week? You looking at new stuff in the meta?
I have not actually, but I'm excited to see what people are playing, especially Clarence. A pretty good card. It's very out there. It's definitely a different direction in design that they've been taking cards that they've been releasing pretty recently. So I'm excited to see what people do with it.
Mhm.
I wonder how many people are going to use the card and experiment with it compared to like
Mhm.
just playing basic stuff randomly that they've been just bread and butter.
Do you think this is going to be a good environment for them to be testing it? This is originals, but I mean, it's a good place to bring out any secret sauce if they've made it already.
I think it's the perfect environment for people to be testing stuff because it's just the right time for it, especially because it's national seasons right now. So people are prepping for that and just experiment with random stuff that you can get away with and see what's viable, what's not.
Mhm.
And it's online, so it's a little lower stakes too, but you're still fighting for the mandate of honor, and that mandated honor is very nice to look at.
It is very, even if you don't end up playing it, it's just so nice to just have on your shelf. Like I'm just looking at it right now. It's beautiful.
You have one? You're already better at the game than me.
What? Oh, well, just play a lot. You just go play a couple regionals here and there. You'll get one eventually. A
Hmm.
gauntlet invitee, you'll be able to get it.
I'm too busy. Too busy. Not enough time to win regionals like you.
Chill. But well, Mr. Luxamain, I hope you're happy that we've gotten something that you're a little more familiar with for our feature match. We're going to get Byfall on a Serene Fire Luxem versus Alec on a Serene Astra Aerosana. Serene Astra Wind Aerosana, if I remember correctly. Yes.
Hmm. Excited to see where this goes.
Yeah.
We got
Do you
two
have any?
people,
Mhm.
lineage breaking and healing, infinite health. So this is probably set up to be a pretty decently long game.
Mhm.
Uh,
Do you,
Luxem's damage output's pretty high though, so I could see it ending randomly, but d-
do you
depend looking
favor
at
Luxem over here?
uh it's hard to tell. I think this one's a very skill-based matchup. It just depends how each player plays. Also, how well this Ariasana player is going to see their glimpses and just
Mhm.
how well they'll see the cards off the top of their first six. Because for Ariasana, it matters a little bit more. Xander's game plan pretty straightforward. You just glimpse and just level to 3, and then you work from there. If you see your Luxem cards, you do. Arisana, you're trying to find the turbo pieces. You're trying to like DG pretty fast. You're trying to. Oh, looks like they've started already, actually.
Yeah, we're just taking a moment to set up,
Okay.
but we should be able to switch to gameplay soon.
Ooh. All right.
Oh, and there's never
Uh,
mind. I see
yeah,
gameplay. Yes, they're going fast. That's a really good open from the Arisana. That's exactly what you need to see. And what you said, this is going to be a very long matchup. We're getting a fertile grounds on the board already.
yeah. It seems like that Byfall has ended his turn. He looks like he's went first and passed, and then
Mhm. Just
has he gone first and passed? Actually,
yeah, and then
he
yeah, just
went
the
first.
classic go fire, go first, pass, creative shock end phase for the float and level up.
Yep, and I believe. Dang, the Arisana players are very fast here. Already level 1 with Fertile Grounds and Polaris already out. And you get to stack all those herbs and counters on Polaris very fast. So it looks like a really smooth game plan for them right now. Just get as many counters on the Polaris as possible and just sack it and gain infinite amount of Cosmic Bolts.
Yeah, well, it's
Uh,
not necessarily infinite, but like you said, right, with the extra healing, you definitely need the bolts, as many bolts as you can afford to handle. Plus, against fire, Xander. Typically, there's no removal for this Polaris. You just keep it there. There's no removal for Polaris, no removal for Fertile Grounds until maybe Excalibur. So you're super safe doing this just to get like 8-ish bolts and then kill.
Yeah, looks like Bifal's passed over. He's played the Juggle Knife, so he
Ooh.
sets up his level 2 Xander to add that back to the hand. That leaves the Ariasana player. He has materialized the GCR actually, so just setting up the game plan. Fire Xander is a little straightforward, so you know relatively. Oh,
Ooh.
geez, there's the dungeon guide. That's really good.
This is really, I was about
Oh
to
man,
say, it's really interesting because very rarely take that GCR out when you're going Arizona. It's typically a 1-2-3 game plan. So to take out that GCR means, in my opinion, he's trying to protect something they had to put down last turn. And then, oh, that's
what
three visits
the
and vanish too.
world? It's 2-3 visits
Yeah.
vanished. That's extremely good for the Ariasana player. That's 2 free glimpses, basically for free, because you've lost. Normally you lose the 2 cards when you're banishing off the DG, but you've pseudo gained half a card each, just glimpsing 2 off the top. With that, it seems like the Ariasana player is going to set up for level 3 next turn. The damage output is really high, and the Cosmic Bolt potential is really high too with this Fertile Grounds. I'm kind of scared for Bifall. I think this match might already be over for him just because of how
Yeah.
fast Persona play is going.
He got like the perfect a perfect setup for Arizona for this kind of matchup. Trying to go for maximum influence. Went straight DG to 2. Has the 2 matching herbs to be able to draw from the inherited effect. He did forget to swing though. He was going so fast and so excited about his play. But whether the 1 damage will matter.
Bifall is not doing too bad for himself though.
Yeah.
This is his second creative shock and discarding a second floating. That's also really good and extremely optimal for him. Looks like he is going up to level 2 right now, trying to match the pace of Alec. And he should just be adding back the Juggle Knives. And I guess we'll wait and see if he has the Dungeon Guide to match the level 3 pace. If he does, though, that'd be really good. It lets him set up his Luxem plays very fast as well. Now it's just a matter of time and see as he recollects and draws right now. Should be no responses from Alex's end.
Yeah.
Bifal is going.
It's very likely there's another dungeon guide in my opinion on Alex's side because he has to set up a level 3 here, right? He doesn't have 3 in memory. And
Yeah, playing the dungeon guide right now probably indicates he has another one, because usually if you only have one, you want to set up for your level 3 turn. So he probably would have leveled to 2 last turn and dungeon guided up to 3. But since he DG'd to 2, he most likely has a second one in his hand. And looks like Bifall does have the dungeon guide to go to level 3 here. So he's going to be setting up pretty fast right now. His turns next, materialize next turn is probably going to be a backup charger. Put some more Luxem down, make Alec put some more cards down to limit his interaction, because Alec is also most likely going to level 3 next turn as well too. He
What
is
very
going to.
important about Alex's list though is unlike typical, he actually main decks the nullifying mirror for this matchup. So it is very helpful for Erison to actually keep those cards in hand. And it's going fast enough that it actually has the extra turn that he can take off to pull out the mirror if needed.
Yeah, definitely does limit some of Alex's options though. Oh, we're going for the illuminating right now. Oh geez, I really wonder what he has down here. This is a really aggressive striking illuminance right now. He has a light reavers and a gleaming cut. That's pretty good. So gleaming cut is going to let him banish itself and draw 2 more cards, letting him cycle through that deck faster and search for more Luxem cards, while on top of being a reveal for Luxem. So he's going to be swinging in for 6 damage
Mhm.
on Alec on his first level 3 turn, which is a lot of damage really fast. I did mention before they both have Serene Spirit though, so this game is going to be lasting a little longer because of
Alec
that.
also showed the 2-3 visits there means he has 4 health to heal practically anytime he needs to.
Let's
So
see
he
here.
will probably be healing up most of the striking illuminance soon.
Looks like the Light Assault is just going straight to face, so that leaves
Yeah.
Alex at 13 damage. So let's
Yeah.
see, that would leave him at 12 plus
Well,
6, so 18 health left to do.
Yeah, but looking here, it's just like it's what I said. He has the off turn. He has the extra dungeon guide, very likely, so he's able to pull out the mirror, make sure that he can't doesn't have to put down cards next turn, keep himself alive.
Yep, Alex is going to go for the mirror to prevent himself from putting cards down next turn on the Blinding Steel reveal trigger. And I'm assuming this next card right now is going to be the dungeon guide that we expected. Yep,
Yep.
this
Yeah,
dungeon
fire can't
guide,
really do anything about it.
yeah, it has very limited options compared to it. Let's see here.
You
Banish
think he has a
2.
third? Oh, I thought it was like maybe it was a third three visits. But that's just a beseech.
The third 3 visits would be insane. So the 2 Banish 3 visits is actually going to let Alex start immediately glimpsing right now if he wants to use it, or he can save a bit, just start stacking those herbs on the fertile grounds. He does sack 2 herbs right now and gain 2 cards on Florist for Arisana level 2 trigger to help him gain some more cards back. Because if I remember correctly, if I see correctly, actually, Alec only has 4 cards in his influence, right?
For influence, he has three in hand, so he is able to, especially because it's a level herb that he has there still. Um, you can't slice and dice through this unless you have a incapacitate, because that does threaten a four damage nascent barrier.
And it looks like Bifal is actually going for the Excalibur on, I believe this is on the Nullifying Mirror, or is it on the Polaris?
I respect that. There are main deck Zephyrs, so it's either trying to force the Zephyr out or checking if there's an actual Zephyr. But we see Alec, cycling, hopefully to see a card that he wants, maybe a
Alec
way to
did
protect it.
banish a Zephyr from Dungeon Guide, so it's either one of two possibilities. He has a second one in his hand, or he just put it down and he just doesn't have it, and it's pretty safe to Excalibur either the Polaris or the Mirror. I didn't quite catch the target though. I believe the way that Alex is sacking. Oh, never
Yeah,
mind. It was the
break
Mirror
the
target.
yeah. It is
So
more important because at six bolts, up to seven, if you use the last herb before you have to break the Polaris, that's enough to kill Xander. Good rule of thumb for that one is that you do want at least 6 to 8 for um, matchups that heal a lot. So six would have been good anyway. It wasn't going to do anything if you had to force the Polaris now instead of later.
Barfall is going to be opting for a Quicksilver Grail materialize this turn. Because the mirror was popped with the Excalibur, he is going to reveal at the beginning of this recollection and make Alec put some cards down. It's pretty likely he has 3 down there, so Alex is most likely going to be losing his hand for this turn. Alec does respond with popping this to Polaris to shuffle some more Cosmic Bolts into his deck. I'm assuming his next play right now is to just use those cards in hand because he's not going to be able to this coming turn. He does have those 3 visits in his banish to keep as a surprise in case Barfall has forgotten them, but I don't believe that he would. It's always a good idea to just keep them in the back of your mind, something Alec can do.
Is this a barrier? It might be a you use the Polaris just to. Oh no, Wisdom Surprise.
Wisdom's Surprise, so he's going to be looking for those Cosmic Bolts immediately. He
Oh, that's a
does
+1.
Star Call and Astrocyte, lets him glimpse one and draw one, after drawing one off the Wisdom Surprise.
Yeah.
Opts to bot deck it, and then draw another. Let's see if he has another one. He does! Another
Oh,
Wisdom Surprise. More glimpses, more free Cosmic Bolt Star Calls. And he finds
it's
one
one.
too! As granted at this point, he did shuffle a lot of them in. I believe 6, right?
He shuffled 6. Yeah.
6, that's increased chances. Let me
Yeah.
see
So that's
Alex's
1 out of
deck.
10 of his Cosmic Bolts there.
Yes, he does play 4 main decks, so 1 out of 10.
Mhm.
Uh, Byfall is going to reveal. He has
Incap
2
Luxem
Luxem.
Sight. Yeah.
That incap is going to be extremely valuable for Bioflora actually in
Did he just heal
the coming
6
few
off of that?
turns.
No, 3, right? Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Luxem Side is going to ping 2 and heal 3 for Bifall. That incap's going to be very useful in later turns. It's going to let him stay alive for at least one more turn to incap a Cosmic Bolt that would lethal him.
Yeah.
He is pretty safe though, because he's on 3 health. Bifall's going to opt for a Scry the Skies right now, looking for some more Luxem cards, I'm assuming, to put down into his memory for next turn.
What do you think he's
Bot
trying to
deck
glimpse
all.
for here?
Most likely just more Luxem cards in general, just
Yeah.
to threaten his interaction and make Alec just put more cards down and limit what he can do. It would be optimal to see a Gleaming Cut or Library's Assault, but in this case, I think you just take anything.
Any Luxem
I'm
you got,
more,
right?
yep, I'm more curious to wonder what he has under that Quicksilver Grill, because that
Mhm.
Quicksilver Grill lets him banish and play any regalia from uh, his material deck and just hide something in surprise.
Yeah. Any prediction on that one?
Most likely, it could just be a Safeguard Amulet, just
Mhm.
improve his survivability chances, especially because, let me see if Alec is running any destruction against it, but it's always good over to play around it.
You don't typically main any destruction on that for Arsana.
Yeah.
Oh, is he doing it?
Oh, he cracked it already. So
So
it was
a
Safeguard.
very very scary part about Arisana like this is without cracking it, it is actually very very easy for Arisana to just go 0-31 you as in this matchup, especially if Xander chooses to put a lot of their cards down or does not want to use them right now. Like you can by doing this, you kind of save your incapacitate for later. But if Alec, for example, had a cosmic bolt in hand to be able to just hard play here, so if that bolt came in for the full 6, another bolt comes in for 8 from hand. You're doing what 14, and then a star call on your opponent's turn to do another 10 just kind of ends the game.
Interesting. So Alec opts to pass after playing that Cosmic Bolt off for free
Mm.
off of the 3 Visits Glimpse. Let's see here. He is, and
Oh,
then by
interesting.
fall.
So Byfall, I think, did that mostly so that he could keep those 3 cards in hand to be able to backup charge on this turn. Shows how good of a player he is because he kind of like he set up this next turn knowing exactly what he wanted to do with it. That is that is exactly why. Yep,
That
that is
is a lot of Luxems.
that's
Alec
5
is going
Luxem.
to put up most of his hand. He believe he has 8 in hand now, so it should go to just 3 cards in hand. Limits him to 1, maybe 2 points of interaction, depending what he sees and what he puts down.
It's really huge though to see that Byfall found another Excalibur because a really big part of Arizona and why you do play Zephyr in these kind of lists is that you do want that Astroscope every single turn to try to get your star call value. But when you see an Excalibur like this, when you let go your mirror of your mirror like that, and you show that you probably don't have any protection for your regalia, it's going to be really hard to play this game.
Yeah.
And if
Uh,
fact, it looks like Arizona only has 2 cards in hand, which means their interaction is more than just limit. I believe it's just 2 cards that they can even play right now. If Luxem wanted to do anything, which is the Astra Seal. If it matches a card in if it matches a card in either banishment, you can use Astra Seal for free. What we just lost an Astra Seal to the Astroscope.
yeah,
Apart from that, it's just this third Wisdom Prize.
Alec is going deeper and deeper with these glimpses. He just brought out the Astroscope, lets him glimpse 3. Wisdom Prize lets him glimpse 3 more. He is really digging for these cosmic bolts. Byfall does have at least 1 incapacitate in his hand as far as we know, and he is going to fire it off right now for try to prevent Alec from firing any more cosmic bolts later these turns. He does have a few cards at hand. I'm inclined to believe that he drew the incapacitate from the backup charger and kept one in his hand. He
Mhm.
could have also just put it down just to reveal it and not try to reveal any more information.
It's the same idea though as last turn because again, like a 3 or 4 bolt chain actually just pops off and kills you here. So you do have to make sure. Ooh,
That
that's
is
great. Yeah, that's the Excalibur I was saying. You have like once you show the Astroscope like that, it forces it right away. Oh,
he, oh, it looks like Byfall targeted the safeguard
Byfall just wants
amulet.
to go lethal.
Oh, because Alex passed. Let's see here. Byfall has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards in his influencer now. The signature play for Luxem is gather 10 and double light weavers for with 10 influence, so 4
Yep.
for each light
But
weaver's
he already
assault.
showed 5 Luxem cards, so he can actually do a striking a luminance line too with only 8s instead of 10.
Yes, he does, and looks like Alec is aware of that. He's gonna play the Nascent Barrier right now to try to prevent any more damage. I believe, if I remember correctly, Byfall does have 2 light weavers assaults
Yep.
from, so I think those are going to burn
Oh,
straight
sorry.
through the
No, it's
Nascent Barrier.
one. It was one assault that he showed and 2 Luxem sights.
Oh, jeez. All right. Alec found another Cosmic Bolt off of this Nascent Barrier, which is pretty good too.
Yeah, but he hit the Cosmic Bolt before the Luxem reveal because he wanted to use his hand up before Blinding Seal puts it down. Unfortunately, that means that Blinding Seal is just going to heal 6 of it.
Oh jeez. And he's gonna fire another 3 visits, try to find some more. Alex does have this Astroscope up. So
Did,
I'm
did
assuming
Alex
these
just
glimpses.
did he just use that from hand and not the second
He
one
did
in
use that
Banish?
from end. So he does have that one in Banish still ready. And there are 2 Light Reverse Assaults in Bifald's memory. So that's gonna burn straight through that Nascent Barrier, and Alec is dangerously close to being lethal, but so is Bifall as well too. I don't think I want to be in Bifall's shoes in this case because these Cosmic Bolts are dangerously close to just one-shotting you, especially
Yeah,
because Alec has gone through a solid amount of his deck. He just keeps glimpsing, glimpsing. He put everything bottom off of the Nascent Bear and the 3 visits and this Cosmic Bolt Astroscope right now. So
Bifall just hit pass. Yeah,
he
Bifall
did.
just hit pass.
I am very scared to see what is in these top few cards for Alex deck.
Ooh, yeah, there's the Necklace of Foresight. So at this rate, even though Bifall's at 2, this is what we're trying to do from earlier, which is try to one cycle him. We're trying to get 3, like if you're Arizona, you're trying to get 3 bolts, or that works too, ish. It's not quite enough. You wanted it to be 3 bolts, but you do all damage matters here.
Danger Strike
Just
is going to come in for 4.
yeah.
Let's see here. He should have a solid amount of
Next
Cosmic Bolts.
next
Maybe.
Cosmic Bolt should come in for 10, and then the one comes after for 12. So 10 puts him
And
at 16, 12 would put him to 28. So Serene Release can keep you alive for there. So you are trying to do a 3 bolt line.
Alec, I'm sure doesn't want to go for it yet because Bifall does have a decent amount of cards in hand. Worst case scenario, he just fires off one of the Light Wave Assaults and just heals with the Luxem Sights.
Mhm.
So I'm assuming both players are very aware of what the ranges are and how much damage they need for lethal.
But it
Bifall
looks like
is going to go for the Tengu and put some more cards down. Try to make Alec put some more cards down. 3
also helps him
Luxems
get
down for
to 9 influence this next turn. So it's almost ready for the double Lightweaver's Assault play you were mentioning.
Alec tapping the Astroscope and finding another Cosmic Bolt. He is going to opt to pay for this one for free. So what's interesting is that you can either choose to play for free or pay 2
No,
from hand.
he pays for
He
this
is going
because
to pay 2 from, yeah.
he's gonna pay for the he's gonna play for blinding steel anyway. So if he's expecting his cards to go down, he has the extra necklace of foresight to be able to maybe end phase, um, hit another cosmic bolt.
He's going to pop it right now. Let's see what is at the top of this deck. And it's another Cosmic Bolt.
Oh yeah,
Bifall
and
has Serene Release still, so that was that in response to
uh,
the that
yeah,
was in
yeah.
response to it. So that's gonna Alec is attempting to just pick himself out of it to kill Bifall right now actually. Is this enough? I believe if
This one would put him to 22. So if this astrocyte hits off that single glimpse, he's like so. Alec paid for both of these start calls, so pretty much he needs this glimpse one to hit so he can use the level 3 champion.
that's insane. He
Okay.
did hit it. And
Yeah, he should still have an incap in
Bifall
hand unless
have
he used the
incap.
incap. Oh, he used that. That was a singular incap that he
That
had.
was
He
the
used
incap
it
that
on
he
that
used earlier
the
in the
Wisdom
game.
Surprise.
Oh geez. Okay. Very
Was that
opportune.
was that set up? I
Very
don't think it was set up because if I remember correctly, that was a Cosmic Astroscope 3 to the bottom from the previous one, and then it was just actually just a raw hope that it's on top because he already scar called other cards away.
I'm very willing to take these chances if I was in Alex's shoes. Bifall did put 3 down, putting himself at 4 cards in hand. So the line for playing Light Resist Assault and healing off of those Luxem sites is actually thrown out the window.
That's
So
just
because of that,
kind of wild.
I probably would have taken the same line Alec did and just played as many cards, try to find the Cosmic Bolt and burst him down at that second because it limits a lot of his
I
chances.
just thought a safer play was to unless you actually feel like Bifall threatened lethal there, which I don't think he did with the Serene Astra release still there and a 3 visits still available to you to keep healing. You could have just waited a little longer and just get back to your turn and do it on your turn. because it's the
We're
same thing.
going
As long as you hit 3 bolts in a row, even if Luxem's at 0, you can't win there. You just get overkilled.
see. We're going into game two. Let's see what would
Yep.
possibly be sided in for these two. Barfall's side, he does have Blanches in his side deck, and Crystallized Destiny. Crystallized Destiny is definitely interesting. I would love to see if he puts it in and see where he goes with that.
The Blanche also actually causes so many problems for Arisana because it's very hard for a post Polaris level 3 Arisana to kill it efficiently. You do have to force an entire Cosmic Bolt into it or hope that you hit a Comet Fall or anything up from the top.
On the side of Alec, let's see here. Ash Steel's definitely a pretty good card. I wonder if he's going to take some cards out and put that in. Spell Shield Astra would not be a bad choice either. It's definitely because of how big these Light Weaver's assaults are going to be hitting you for. You do get to glimpse an absurd amount of cards, especially off the top of your deck.
It's it's an interesting one too because for once he's actually playing it's a level 3 deck. Like a lot of people like to talk about how this meta has sped up. Everyone's playing level 1 decks or anything, but we do have the one sideboard Heavenly Guide that will do work in this matchup because Xander wants to Dungeon Guide to 3.
Both of those actually, both of them are using Dungeon Guides. Heavenly Guide would put in an absolute amount of work if Bifall does find a Dungeon Guide in his next game.
Question for you though. Looking at Bifall, he does have Gawain's in his sideboard. Is that something you would actually play in this matchup, or is that something you would be leaving for something somewhere else?
I don't think Gawain would be the right choice in this matchup. In the early games, you're mostly, as an Arisana player, early game, you're mostly looking for turbo cards. You're most likely granted to have more than one of them at least, which is what Gawain is trying to hit, just the one of that the opponent usually needs to have. In the early game, it's usually not worth just playing it and hitting it, especially if they have more than one of those cards that they need. Level 3, Arisana doesn't really need it either, because half their cards they're playing off the top of their deck off of glimpses. So
Mhm,
I wouldn't personally put it in, but I'd love to see where he takes it if he does put it in.
mhm.
Looks like we are starting out this game. Byfall is going up first. He's putting 2 to the bottom and keeping 4 in his hand with his Serene Spirit Glimpse. Would love to see what those cards are. Double Creative Shock into double floating would be insane again.
Yeah. I mean, classic, but yeah, classic fire turn just says pass. It might not be a creative, it might just be a floating, but still, you sit there, you're trying to go card neutral, everything you play.
Alec is going to be going second. Serene also glimpsing 6. He does get an additional card though, so a little more to work with. And he's putting 5 to the bottom. I
In
would
this
love
situation, what are you searching for as Alec that you're putting 5 to the bottom? It typically signals that you're looking for one card in particular, just praying.
genuinely generally just turbo cards, because at this point it doesn't matter what you put on. Even if you put Astro cards at the bottom, you're shuffling your deck
Looks like
with
a
that
fertile
Polaris
grounds. It should be a fertile grounds here. No, well, beseech. That's also a very good turn one. Gets you fast too.
Besiege. Very optimal for going to turn 1 with. You just banish 1. He's going to banish a 3
A
visits.
three
That is
visits.
really good too. I'm getting a sense of deja vu.
8s. Yeah, through there. 5 and 3. So it's very interesting looking at how they're approaching this way because they're going. It's once again, it's trying to go fast and fast with these two really slow decks. We saw this last game too, where they were trying to not necessarily rush, but force some faster lethals on each other and really respecting that it could come out at any time. Do you think this is going to be a game where, like, Byfall not hitting the creative shock this time, do you think it's going to slow him down, make him play a very slow game, more control-y game than last time?
That definitely is going to slow down his game plan. Both these players are playing relatively fast, though. If you count the amount of turns that each player took, it was a decently long game. So I think it might be roughly the same thing this time around too. It's just Bifal has a little less cards to work with due to not seeing that creative shock.
Mhm.
He is going to use that fast cure in hand and just banishing it straight up without healing. So he does just lose a card compared to discarding it off a creative shock, where he would have in one more card in this situation. I'm interested to see what else he saw off his glimpse because he did keep 4 of those cards this time. And he did put the Gawain down. So I would love to see what Alec puts down, especially because I do not believe Alec saw this coming.
To explain for this, like why I called it, because As the other on the other side of this coin, right? As an Arizona player, especially in the very beginning, there are very few cards that you can protect as you level up. You just have to go up the whole time. So you're gonna put, especially if you see stuff like the Siege, if you see Fertile Grounds, or like here like a Mnemonic Charm and Dolan, like some sort of combo like that, you put your entire hand down. You just say, I'm just gonna go for it. And at this very beginning, every single influence matters because you are typically hard leveling all the way up to three. You'll end up with like one or two influence if you're going to like as fast as possible. So hitting one influence out of six is no big deal. But when you hit one influence out of like three, you're hitting like 33% of their entire influence. It's a really big deal for Gawain.
I was just about to say the Gawain also did double time by discarding a card from memory. I did not see that line. You discard a card from memory, but you prevent the Arisana from leveling straight to two. But that didn't matter in this case because Alex saw the DG again to go to level 2. So that's going to allow him to accelerate his materialize one more turn and gather two more. So he has, and he did bring out the ingredient pouch too. Sorry. So he has 5 herbs total, and then he's going to sack 2 for the draw card and recover his
You can only. Oh yeah, he already did. Yeah, he had two matching. That's
by
yeah,
fall.
that's pretty nutty. But do you think he has a second dungeon guide this time? It looks like he only has what, three total influence this time?
I
Or am
would
I
not
just
be
crazy?
surprised if
Yeah.
he did, especially if he's going for DG to 2 again, for the same reasoning as last game. If
Mhm.
he did DG to 2, it is most likely that he has a second one to go for 3.
Yeah.
Firefall, interestingly, does go for a backup shard this time
Still not
and
going to level
doesn't
two.
go straight to level 2. I think this would be this is fine. This is most likely fine. Alec is going to kill you probably not in his first level 3 turn, so you have
Mhm.
at least one turn to work with and help you just search and figure out what you want to banish, especially because Bifall kept 4 of those cards from his glimpse. So
Yeah.
I'm very interested to see what Bifall kept in his glimpse and how good these cards are, because they've got to be really good if he wants to keep them this badly.
Mhm. So he goes for the GCR here. Probably has to be a DG, just because with three influence drawing to four on this turn, if he had a DG, he would literally go to level three with zero cards left in hand, one influence, which is why the Gawain actually does a solid amount of work here. If he does DG, he's going to have one card left in hand, so pretty much practically no interaction for Bifall's next turn if he does go for it. But it does get him to level three with the healthy. Oh, oh okay. Thought he
I
flipped
almost
it
thought
by
we were going to
accident, but
see a third
yeah.
DG.
No,
All right,
it felt like Alec had to go for the DG to two, not because he had it this time, like he had two DGs, but because he felt forced to with the Gawain forcing down like his memory so that he couldn't level up easily. Like just to keep tempo to stay ahead of the Xander. But Bifall once again still looks like he has no good cards because he had to go Tengu.
I feel like this is engaging your opponent type of angle instead this time. He
Mhm.
sees Alec hasn't hit 3. He hasn't DG to 3 either, so you feel a little more safer. You can just gather more cards in your memory and just play a little slower game plan because your opponent is slowing down their game plan as well too. Alec is going to opt for the 3 in this case after playing the Mnemonic Chime. He has 3 in memory because Mnemonic Chime threw 1 into his memory. Going to gather 1 off the ingredient pouch as well too, bringing him up to
Ooh.
5, 6 total
So
orbs.
this is really interesting because Alec actually hit all different herbs. So the two main deck prima materia that for this matchup you definitely keep can be brewed, and it's a very big card when it's brewed. Even when you hard play it, it's already a big deal. But when you brew it, oh man, every single Astra source getting a +3 to it just ends locks them out of nowhere.
Let's see what Alex is going for here.
Oh,
He did use the 3 visits from Banish and glimpse the top 2. Put them to the bottom, I believe, if I remember correctly.
yes, yes.
Alright, let's see what is next as well too. Bifall is going to play this fast here with no heal this time, so I'm assuming this is going to telegraph a level 2 level up right now. And it looks like he is going to. He definitely found all the cards he needs to at this point. So going to 2 would make sense here.
Probably going to respond to his level two on enter trigger with like a juggle knives or something so that he can use it to rips a dungeon guide, so he definitely has another one too.
I'm interested to see if Alec has enough damage output. Does he have any cards in hand? He does not have any cards in hand.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, he would not be able to burst down at the level 1. If Alec did have some more cards in hand, it would have opened up a line to just
Ooh.
burst down completely. Oh,
Is he just
that is
going
a
for
planet.
the yeah? Now he
That's a
gets the
planet.
2, pick it up, plant it. He could prep to plant it again if he wanted to. Is he trying to go for a lethal line?
I
Unlikely. You don't
believe
want to go -2 here, but
next play,
yeah,
next play
you
would
you
just
do this just so that the plant explosive could be in your so can be in your bin, so that when you go into the deft executor, you can pick it back up anyway. It's like it's free damage effectively.
yeah, and it does get him a free card as well too. Just lets you cycle one back, especially if you just play it. Worst case, you just play a card for free, which is what happened in this case.
Was that a
If
striking illuminance he just gave up?
I believe it was, I'm assuming Bifal has a decent amount of Luxon cards in his hand right now, though.
Yeah. So, but it is very important in this matchup to know which Luxem cards you've let go because of the threat of Astra Seal. Astra Seal being free specifically on cards that have appear in either player's management means that from the rest of this game, if you try to play a striking illumin, oh, okay, that works.
Excalibur on, I believe the most optimal target would be
Yeah.
Polaris, or
No, it's the ingredient pouch because you don't want
oh,
him
it is.
to. Yeah, the ingredient pouch gives, especially with 5 different herbs, gives him a very good chance to be rolling a second every single turn to be able to draw another card with a level 2 Aerosana effect. And again, Polaris has gotten to the point where even if you banish it for 7, it's no big deal. It's exactly like it's how many you need anyway.
Does make sense.
But
Alec
yeah,
does banish a Hordy counter
yeah.
here. Hordy counter, I love Hordy counter. It just lets you place. It makes you negate for an infinite amount of Frostbind permissions.
Yeah, but with such a small influence, it's just a gamble from. Oh, he kept one on top though. It's just a kind of a gamble of what you're going to banish here because you kind of have to put everything down in memory every single turn. But interesting enough, it's Bifal playing this slow game, but once again, not Excaliburing the Astroscope. So we saw last game that he went to Excalibur the Safeguard Amulet, which for me, I thought that meant that was a signal that he wants to go. He wants to kill him right now. Did not go for the kill turn and then left the Astroscope standing, which ended up killing him after. Do you think it's going to happen again? So it's going to see these same things again. It's going
It might
to leave an
happen
Astroscope.
again.
Yeah.
It might happen again this time. I believe Bifal did see the threat of the ingredient pouch and all the extra cosmic bolts that it did hit him with last time
Mhm.
from the Polaris. I would be inclined to believe Bifal does some more follow up as well too. Maybe a second Excalibur just to hedge his bets and just see which one would be better to hit first.
I remember seeing, or like I was gonna say, like with how slow Bifal chose to start this, do you expect to see incaps in his hand? For me, it looked like that by being able to comfortably be put multiple down and sit at level 1 and not be afraid of a lethal, it signals to me as an opponent that he definitely has answers there. He should be holding incapacitates to make sure that he doesn't just die randomly when he loses the race to level 3.
He did keep 4 cards in his initial glimpse. If one of them was an incap, that would be extremely optimal. It definitely keeps him protected and feel a lot more safer. It would explain why he went for backup charger and Tengu in the first few turns as well too. Just get more cards, gather as many as possible, and especially because his level 2-3 wasn't as optimal as it could have been.
Yeah, we're seeing the shuffle of the Polaris. I just want to say for players who are watching this, this is a very good habit to do. Do it on your opponent's turn so that ideally they can be thinking of their lines, they can be doing things while you shuffle.
Alec is going to play a regenerate. I would love to know your opinions on this card because this card it heals
Yeah,
for 4 if I remember correctly,
heals for
and
2.
that puts you heals 2. That's still just enough. 2 is the right amount of number. It lets you eke out of just a certain amount of ranges, especially because that's equivalent to 1 Light Weaver's Assault reveal.
Yep.
Bifall is going to reveal off his initial recollection
Ooh,
reveal, and
double
there's
clean cut.
2 Gleaming Cuts.
And that was another Excalibur in memory, if it serves the guy.
Both these players are playing very fast. I am having a bit of a hard time catching up.
No, that's fair. Yeah, but if the showing us the extra Excalibur, so that there we go. That's where we see um, no more threat of Astroscope probably. But first with the turbocharge, draw 2. Always feels good. put extra Luxem cards down.
This
Hopefully,
turbocharge
yeah, the ones that
really
he
good. It
drew
lets him
from
draw
the Gleaming Cut there.
is very good. It lets him draw two more as well as putting three cards down for his Luxem reveal next turn as well too.
Does he does he just go hands down so he can Excalibur the Astroscope? I personally would. Oh, Demon
But
Cut.
he's
Okay, that's pretty good too. It gets him a one additional draw, goes back to 3, so he could still Excalibur if he wanted to. I just
and it
would,
looks
yeah, I
like
would
he
definitely
is
do it
going
now.
for it.
Yeah, before you can wake up the Astroscope, before Alec can pick up any cards, losing the Astroscope in this matchup is massive.
If I remember
Oh, he
correctly,
showed a Nascent Barrier.
Alec does have a three visits in his banish still,
Mhm.
so that gives him some more glimpses, at least a little bit more to work with. Alec is going to play the Lunar Conduit though. That improves his damage output a little bit more, especially since he lost the Cosmic Ashes
Yeah.
Scope.
Yes. Lunarcon is very good for effectively being a cosmic bolt from material deck, if you will, because you can kind of control how much you put onto it. We've seen 2 Excaliburs go already, so it's very unlikely. Huh? He plays another 3. Like, there's another 3 visits in his Spanish for sure, and just like last game, he's still playing from hand, which is very interesting to me. He just doesn't, unless we missed that he used the one in banishment and he's put it down already.
Interesting. This The Astrocyte immediately does stack and give some
Mhm.
more counters on this Lunar Conduit. So the longer that Bifal lets this game go on, and the longer that that Lunar Conduit gets his counters, his damage output is going to be increasing a lot more and more. Alec is going to opt to just tap out his hand at this point because Bifal does have at least two cards in his Luxem cards in his memory, so Alec is going to be forced to put them down. He does find a Astrocyte off that Wisdom of Price Glimpse though, so it gives another stack on that Lunar Conduit and gives him another card in his hand.
Yeah, bottom deck hit's not what he's looking for. And then tries to do it again. Yeah, tries to use up his entire hand in response to the Blinding Steel activation so he can use every resource he has. Oh, it's response to Quicksilver Grill, sorry. Yeah. But it's like before he has to put them down anyway. He wants to do as much as he can. And hopefully hit before we put a Safeguard Amulet is what he's probably assuming, going under the Grail.
I am also, yeah, assuming Safeguard is probably the best option for Bifal. It keeps him a little safer for at least one more turn. Bifal is going to reveal off of his Xander Blinding Steel, and he
Ooh.
is revealing three.
So there's an Incapacitate. There's, yeah, 2 fire, whatever. So it's a Crystallized Destiny. But those are some pretty good Luxem cards to hit. Luxem Sight, Striking Illuminance, and a Lightweaver's Assault. Practically everything you need. And now that the Luxeria's map has woken up, you also grab one more Luxem card that you need, which is, in your opinion,
I believe Lightweaver's Assault would be
yeah.
pretty good here. I would not be opposed to a Luxem Sight as well too, just to keep yourself healing and make Alec one-shot you compared to just stacking damage, especially now that he has Lunar Conduit on the board. You could
Uh,
also greed and put down a Gleaming Cut, which would not be the worst option either. Gets you more cards, doesn't hurt.
but it looks like Bifal actually has enough influence to do the Striking Illuminance Lightweaver's Assault combo next turn, if he wanted to. So that is what he's trying to threaten. If you get another Lightweavers under there, that's what I, without just doing the quick math, I think that's what 11, 12 something damage through the through the Striking Illuminance alone, and then whatever reveal effects plus the other Lightweavers that you've played does a lot of damage in that combo.
It does, but interesting thing to point out is though, Bifal does not have the prep counters to prepare that Striking Luminance, so
Oh,
he
true.
cannot reveal. Striking Luminance only lets you reveal on its an on-attack trigger if it was prepared, so he is forced to just play a Lightweaver's Assault to reveal during his attack while Striking Luminance is in the intent.
Well,
I'm
here's the thing where he showed a lot of cards, right? He could do a creative shock to put cards down, but what if a super next level he makes Alec think that it's safeguard underneath the Quicksilver Grail, and it's actually Cortasi of the insignia of the Cortasi. So end phase he'll use it, put 3 down, get a prep counter. He'll go to his turn, he'll use it again, get another prep counter, and I've overcooked. But that would be cool.
That's no, it's still possible. He has three cards. He has more than three cards in hand. It's very
Well, he
possible.
would need 6 for this line, right? Because he would need to be able to do Korhazi twice, or in Insignia of
Oh,
the Korhazi
yeah,
twice.
yeah.
Yeah.
Another option would be if Bifal found
Oh,
a Uncover the Plot.
He
Ooh, he's
actually
going
he's
for
probably going for it.
Blinding Orb. I think he's just trying to convert that floating that he discarded off the Creative Shock,
Mhm.
which is really good here. It lets his Creative Shock turn into a +2. No, still +1. Yeah, still +1. But it lets him have an actual card in hand compared to just a floating. Alec is going to respond in the Blinding Orb materialization with more glimpses, and he does find a Comet Fall. Comet Fall? Comet Fall, not Cosmic
Common
Fall.
fall,
Cosmic
yes.
Fall's the good one.
Oh, he's going to use up the mnemonic charms probably for a nascent barrier right now because it does scale by your level. By empowering this, you do get a very big nascent barrier +4 to that. So you're effectively treating it as a level 7. But this, if he's going for lethal right now, yeah, that's where the incap comes in.
This Incap is very opportune for Bifall. It lets Alec stay in his damage ranges, especially
2,
if
3, 4, 6. See 6 there, 2 in hand. He'll draw one more, so go to 9, and then Blinding Orb will draw him one more card, go to 10. So we can double Light Weavers here, which
is
only
double
does
light weavers enough?
6. No,
16?
16, right? That's not quite enough.
No, that would not be enough.
But he
This
did just
blinding
reveal that he probably doesn't have another Incapacitate.
Juggle Knife is going to do one more damage, 18. Every damage counts.
Yeah.
I would love to see if Bifall has a kill line in this turn because I can't see it myself personally.
Like, if the Striking Illuminance was preparable, I could definitely see the kill line here. But, well, using the Blinding Orb now for just for the draw value means that he should be doing something, right?
He didn't need one more card to play this Juggle Knives, so going through the
Yeah.
deck anymore does not hurt.
Does he have
He is.
enough to do double Light Weavers into Planted Explosive?
How many does he have in hand? He is
That'd be 4, 5. So that'd be 6 more. So that'd be 22 on the double Light Weavers and Planted Explosive if he had enough cards to do that. Hard to count right now because he did get to draw a lot just now. Ooh, he looks like he's trying to go for it.
Bifall is opting for a double Light Weavers.
And
So
then, yeah, Serene puts him down to 3. But then this double Light Weavers just do 16.
16. I would love to see Bifall have two Light Weavers down here. Both of those Light Weavers would trigger
Or like
twice and deal
even Light
extra
Weavers, yeah.
damage.
Even, yeah, you need both because at 16 after the Serene release, it will only put him to 23. But there are
Bifall
no more.
does
There's a
not. He
punch.
does have double Luxem Sights though, so that does heal him fully out of range. Would heal
Uh,
for a total of 12, right? How much damage was Bifall at before? Bifall was
went from 8-14 to 8, 8 to 2, yeah.
2? Yeah, that takes
Mhm.
him pretty healthy and pretty safe. That does
It,
leave him one card in hand left though, so
yeah. So
this
the
if
important thing about this is that Lunar Condo is on field. It has 4 counters. So a lot of people think of it as like, oh, that's only 4 damage. That's no big deal. But the fact that you can use Lunar Conduit on your opponent's turn and then on your turn right after means that this Lunar Conduit, so how it works is after you use it for whatever X amount, it loses 1 charge. So it goes down by 1. But at 4 charges, that means it'll do 4 damage the first time and 3 damage the second. So it is threatening 7 on board at all times. One less glimpse you need to do. So it's actually significantly easier to kill matchups like this for Xander because you can get any one cosmic bolt practically on command until he destroys that conduit.
very heads up play by Alec, just passing turn. He does know how many cards, Lexum cards, Bifall has in his memory since he saw off the double Light Weaver's Assault reveal. So he
Mhm.
does just pass and leave his full memory in hand. It leaves him a few more cards in his hand to play. I'm assuming another Wisdom Reprise would be pretty good here. It lets him flip.
Ooh, this is a really good combo though. Being able to blinding steel put something down and then use Gawain to hit something. Even though those are not good targets to hit, at least it's still a -1 from to your opponent. Or you're kind of trading -1s, but at this point, it looks like Bifall's kind of trying to stall out to hopefully find more Lightweaver's assaults or just more
Bifall,
Luxem cards in general, so that striking Illuminance can get through.
Bifall does opt to discard the 3 visits, prevent some more recovers from Alec. Um,
Important is that he can't play 3 visits anymore anyway
oh,
because
he
he's
has
Serene
3 releases.
released.
Right, you are right actually. So all 3 of those cards were straight useless for
Yep.
Alec.
He is setting up the prep counters now, so he will be able to have a striking illuminance line later.
By default has hard materialized the safeguard amulet. Now I'm actually extremely interested to see what's under that quick.
Probably Chalice of Blood then.
Chalice? Yeah, that would make a lot of sense actually.
Yeah, because I was going to say earlier, there's actually no need to grail your safeguard amulet in this kind of matchup because there's not much that the Arizona can really do to interact with this safeguard amulet. Like if you see a grail or you see an amulet on board, kind of respect it as an amulet either way.
Like by default is going to play this planet explosives.
And he used up the preparation he just got from the Korhazi, the insignia of the Korhazi too, which is interesting because that means he's not trying to build up for the striking illuminance, which I guess makes sense because, as pointed out earlier, he did banish one for level, so an Astra Seal for 0 costs would just completely counter that play because you kind of lose a negate war when it costs 0 to Astra Seal something because you're gonna
Alec is dangerously close to just a lethal line here, so that 4 damage would have helped. Bifall does have 2 Luxums that we know of, and it looks like that Alec is just going to scoop and go into game 3.
Alec doesn't know that it's not prepared and he can't reveal.
I'm assuming that this 4 damage mattered enough. Alec's hand was probably pretty dead at this point
Yeah,
too, so 4 damage would have left him
for the
at
was it
literally 1
24?
HP.
Sorry,
Yeah,
yeah,
literally
literally,
1 HP.
yeah. But just like
So
how in game one we saw Alec be like, "Oh, I have to have it. Like, just do every little tiny bit that matters." Um, to try to get up there. It looks like to me it felt like Alec, if he had it now, he would have at least tried it, right? He had all those glimpses on board. He didn't even try to go for like the necklace and just keep going. He just said, "Oh, you have it. I don't have anything." So
yeah,
interesting. I think he genuinely didn't know that he couldn't prep this for the reveal. Like it would not have done 5 damage.
I've been interesting to see Alec does side some cards out. I wonder what you think he would take out for game 3. I believe he is going to go first this time. It would be optimal.
Mhm.
So what do you think he's taking out to go first instead?
There are like there are even though I like regenerate as a card, there are times where you kind of don't want to play it. It really depends on what cards you want to play. But he does have 2 stifles that I think he does realize there's no reason to have these anymore. Just play whatever else. Especially if he didn't put in his either meteor strikes or spell shield astras, you do want space to put those in. Either way, this is one of those matchups where you can side in non-astra or sorry, you can side out non-Astra and put Astra in because it should take time and you should have time to unbrick even if you draw only Astra. Um, I believe it was 2, right? He pulled out 2 cards.
Did look like 2 cards, yeah.
Yeah, it looked like 2 cards, and he showed in that game he still had his stifling traps. I would have taken them out already in game one because the only target for in Bifal's deck that you really want to stifle is the dungeon guide, but you don't really need to stifle it. Like it's not much of a tempo loss. Luxem Xander would prefer if you stifled it, lost a card in hand, and just said, "Okay, I'll level to 3 next turn anyway."
Alex does opt to go first here. He keeps 2 out of the 6 cards that he saw. And I wonder if he found the Fertile Grounds or Besiege. He did not, unfortunately. So he's just going to pass straight up.
Ooh, that is rough.
It is really rough for Alec, but I guess it does even the playing field a little bit, especially considering we've seen both of these guys turbo so fast.
An important thing to know about Arizona lists is that a lot of newer players to Arizona don't realize this, but a lot of people cut the draw into memory that works. It's just card neutral, so you can level up. But a lot of people cut the backup charger because there's just the Arizona material deck is so tight that you can't really have space for everything anyway. So if he does have a really bad hand, it's going to be really hard, harder than typical decks to be able to fix it here. But he still just has to find ways to go to level 1 and just keep going on and hopefully not lose too much influence now that Bifall has also shown that he has the Gawains for this kind of matchup too.
I wonder if Barfall found the Creative Shock floating combo this game. It would be extremely optimal, especially considering he didn't see it last turn, last game. Alec is just going to play the Mnemonic Charm, more card neutral cards, letting him level pretty efficiently. Well,
Just a
at least
reprogram.
as efficiently as he could have. By
So
default, he's going to
no
play.
creative shock this time. Yeah, just hard play the floating.
It's fine. It lets him control what at least he's banishing. He does opt to put both of the cards down from his Xander level 1 glimpse. I wonder, he does play a Juggle Knife as well too, so it lets him add an additional card from his level 2 turn next materialize, I'm assuming.
I'm hoping he has a Gawain. This is another really good Gawain turn after a mnemonic charm because you're putting cards down. You're putting two cards down that are kind of trashy for the mnemonic charm, but there is that blind draw, and it does matter to get rid of a card here. Just keep his influence low, but this is also very good. Just keep drawing cards, do damage.
Rifle does opt for the Thieving Cut. That 3 additional damage does add up, especially in this early game. I wonder if Alec has found a 3 visit to out heal this though.
Or is he going to use it to level up like the other times? Yep, he uses it to level up like the other times.
Does banish it, but that is 2 additional health that he does get.
It's good that he rolls a double here too. So at the end of this turn, he'll be able to banish both of the sacrifice both of those tokens to be able to draw one more card. Keep his influence from not feeling miserable. He has no fertile grounds. He has no ingredient pouch this time, so that's very different from, for example, game one where he hit everything and he felt so safe. This guy's got full influence.
Byfall does level straight to 2. He gets to add back his choice of the Juggle Knives or the Thieving Cut.
What would you do in this situation? Think of
Either is pretty good. The Juggle Knives does let him play immediately, but Thieving Cut does put in that additional 3 damage that you would want. Either way, you do not lose a card, depending which one you do.
Do you think
So,
this signals anything whenever you choose? Like, for example, if I saw you pick up juggle knives, it tells me that you probably want to keep that prep counter. But if you pick up that thieving cut, then I was like, you definitely don't have a striking illuminance in your hand.
I would go further. I would say picking up the Thieving Cut means you don't have a Dungeon Guide in your hand. It means
I
that
agree.
if you did pick up the Juggle Knives, you would have played it immediately, and then
Hmm.
immediately went for a Dungeon Guide next turn.
Hmm.
But the Thieving Cut just means that Byfall does want this additional damage as well too, opting to use a prep counters here instead of at a striking illuminance. Could have means that he doesn't find it, or he does have an uncover the plot to gain those prep counters later too.
He does need to find a way to put a third card into memory if he wants to level up, though. So very likely he'll play. I believe he showed a planted explosive like to the camera a little earlier, so maybe he might do that. But Alec does get an optimal line again with the dungeon guide, saving him one more card again because his influence is really low. Ooh,
He found the Prima. This is
found the
gonna be a
prima
fun game.
and brewed the prima, so it has the extra effect of ever first Astra element source that does damage every turn will do +3. But most importantly, that prima is there for these slower matchups, effectively as another draw one. It draws into memory, but right after, like you just do it before you have to recollect, right? So you get an extra draw every single turn. This is a very huge target that you have to Excalibur. Just just like how the destroying the Astroscope last turn really ruined Alex's game, slowed him down a ton. You have to Excalibur this prima materia.
Byfall needs to have a DG right here and Excalibur, otherwise I think this game might be a little over for him.
You can have the Prima Materia sit for 1 or 2 turns. Like the first turn that you put the Prima Materia down, even if you have an Excalibur, it'll still draw you back to 1, so it'll go neutral. If you have to wait 1 turn, it'll just go +1. But it's okay. It's just after that it starts to go out of control. Especially because Astra Erasan has so many targets that you really want to um, Excalibur. Like there's this pouch that you have to get rid of, there's this scope that you have to get rid of, and this Prima Materia that you definitely have to get rid of. Activates it here. Let's see if he does scope into. Yeah, no need, I guess, for now, because the 3 doesn't matter as much until you've seen how many Luxem sites Byfall possibly has.
Alec does banish a Cosmic Bolt off of bringing out the Cosmic Astroscope though, so that does accelerate his damage a little bit by 1 turn.
From the early plays, that you can kind of feel that Alec is kind of stuffed up in his hand with too much Astra. So it makes sense, I guess, to put cards like that. Is he
Alec
using?
is,
Yeah,
I believe he's going to tap the Polaris for 6.
yes. Tap Polaris
It's
for
not
6. He's on the same turn that he activated the Premium Materia on, so you ideally for maximum damage, you do want to Star Call on this turn and hit the Cosmic Bolt for +3.
Finding
Which in this
Cosmic
would be
Bolt.
4+2+3, so 9 damage on this Cosmic Bolt.
That's a huge Cosmic Bolt, especially considering Firefall's only at level 2 still too.
Mhm.
Firefall does have a big hand though. I'm assuming he's pretty safe because there's most likely an incap in there.
Mhm. It would be 9 from this Cosmic Bolt if he hits it, and then on Bifall's turn, if he hits another Cosmic Bolt, it would only do 8 though, so 17 puts him to 19 if he hits these.
See what he finds off at his 3 visits. Asking if Bifall has a response to this, I believe.
Mhm. Especially if Bifall wants to level, he has to respond in some way. He's going to have to put 3 cards down somehow.
What do you think Bifall's most optimal way to level here is? He definitely has to level next
Creative
turn, I
Shock.
think, is a given.
Like,
Creative Shock would be very nice.
yeah. But if he had a Creative Shock, I'm sure he would have used it in these past 2 turns. It's just awkward because it feels like he's going to have to put 2 cards down that don't give him back anything. Alternatively, a reprogram or a fast cure wouldn't be bad either because you put 2 cards down into your memory, you get that floating memory, so that's exactly 3 to level up as well. So it'd be really like a huge surprise if he weren't able to find a card like that. He just needs any 2 cost floating or a Creative Shock to level up.
Alec is going to just be opting for playing a Mnemonic Charm. Did not find anything to Star Call,
Oh, there's
unfortunately, off these glimpses. So he does just pass.
do get the Creative Shock. So it's scary when you're playing Arizona and you're like, oh, I glimpsed like 5 or something, I miss. Oh, he drops a Blanche actually.
Drops a Blanche. He's got to have another one. That means he's
Yeah,
really safe, though.
yeah.
Especially because the Polaris is gone, too. You cannot respond with Polaris. Just wipe the board and kill the Blanche.
Mhm. It's going to definitely eat. Ideally, it eats the Cosmic Bolt that is empowered by the or like strengthened by the Premium Materia Brew,
Barfall is going
and
to opt for a Tengu instead here as well, too. He...
it's
No,
not
I wouldn't
pulling.
say this is a greed play. I feel like
No,
he's
if he has a
safe.
dungeon guide, it's fine, right?
Even if he doesn't have the dungeon guide, he is. I'm assuming he has a second Blanche in his hand, so he should feel relatively safe as well too.
The Blanche still requires you to put cards down into your memory is the only scary part. So even if he had the second Blanche, he would have to waste cards from his hand just to lower the damage taken through Blanche. So this is definitely the safer play.
There is a DG, and he loses a Gawain in reprogram.
So
That's not bad. I would have
now
loved to see what that Gawain would
show
have
us an
de-repped again.
Excalibur. You really want to show us an
Excalibur the
Excalibur
Primo.
right now. 2
At this
down, so
point,
it's
would you Excalibur the Primo or the Ashes
Prima.
Scope?
Prima.
Primo?
Yeah. They're both massive targets, but if the Prima scales, in my opinion, like the curve is more exponential. It's crazy if you leave a Prima on board like that.
Barfall does have an
Oh,
uncovered. He reveals 3 gleaming sights, gleaming cuts. Sorry,
yeah, no
this
wonder
is
he couldn't play the game earlier.
that's insane. Firefall is just gonna get all his cards back, draw 6, instant +3. He gets 2 prep counters as well too. A striking Illuminous would go big here, wouldn't it?
Yeah, Alex only got what 2 cards in hand, 8 damage already. So, ooh, that's
He
really
found
good. Yeah,
another Excalibur too,
yeah, draw 6, or maybe he had it in hand. He just needed to draw the cards to be able to play it, and he's going to keep going.
and he's going for the prep
Yo,
striking. Does he have it? Is this enough to kill? He has 2 light
I
readers, sure. 1,
I
2,
don't
3,
think it
4,
is through the
5,
Serene.
6.
It's enough without Serene, so it's very possible that it just forces the release, and then you can't revisit anymore, which is a very that's
He
3
found
light
a
weavers.
3rd light weavers. That's insane. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
8 plus 6 would be 14 damage. So that would have put him to 22
This is a
if it
lot of
specs.
damage.
Yeah, not quite lethal, but that's a very big hit that you do want to get through while Alec has all his cards down. Because with
The
the double
the
mnemonic charm, you expect him to be setting up for a nascent barrier. So you just want to say, "Hey, I'm just gonna get this damage through now."
The tides just turned on this game so fast. Alec lost both his Ash Scope and his Prima Materia. Does he have a 3 visits left in his grave or banished?
I believe he does. He used it last turn, put it into banish. You
Even
definitely want to
then,
use it ASAP so that you can use it before you Serene release.
even then, I'm not sure if Alec has enough gas to lethal Bifall anymore, especially after he lost both of those crucial cards.
Yeah. It's like once again in this matchup, you're gonna be playing for like a triple or even a quadruple bolts line, which requires you to star call one on your turn, play one in your hand, and then star call one on your opponent's turn before he reveals and shows Luxem sights and heals off all that damage. But you definitely need more cards than this.
How, if you were Alec, how would you be feeling right now? Because frankly, this is quite insane.
This is not this is rough because it felt like a reversal. Like if I went into this and it was like, oh, okay, Luxem Xander had all these things, it is what it is, right? But the fact that Alec so clearly looked like he was absolutely in control of this game until that one explosive turn, you're like, oh no, it's way more demoralizing this way.
Alec, is he dead off this? Let's see. Serene's gonna heal 6, so this next reveal off the Xander recollection reveal is going to just wipe out his Serene because he has 3 Light Reavers down there.
Yes. So he pretty much
Alec,
has a timer of 2 turns. So it's at least it's very helpful for Alec. He knows there's a timer. It's 2 turns maximum. It's more likely one because you're going to show the 3 Light Weavers and you're just going to play one, right?
yeah, that would be that would be actually enough. Exactly. Let's
Yeah.
see.
So
Where I
that's
put
why
the
he
thing.
went for
Yep.
Necklace of Foresight. There's nothing you can do about that because even if you bring out Safeguard, you safeguard against the 3 in Recollection and you just say pass and you just play them because they're fast speed cards. You play them on your opponent's turn, you win off that.
Alec has to find some godlike cards here.
He has to glimpse here. Like he has to start call here. It has to have hit a Cosmic Bolt and he has to have the math do another line. Because at least in his favor, Byfall only has 2 cards in hand.
Alec is
Ooh.
forced to put 4 cards down though,
No,
so
he
I
put
believe
three down, one up. So he did see something that might help him.
no, he's forced to put 4 cards from his hand down off
Oh
this
yeah,
recollection reveal as well too. So he's
yeah.
working on very thin ice right now.
Well, did he get it?
This 3 visit, he looks very demoralized off this 3 visit glimpse. Both to the bottom. Let's see
Yeah,
what
you
else he
really
has.
needed it to hit like an Astrocyte so you can keep your cards back. Because there's no now that there's no scope, there's no necklace. He only has 4 influence. There's no real way to be able to play like a Cosmic Bolt on your turn and then glimpse into another one on Byfall's turn. What you're going to have to hope for is that when it goes to reveals, in response to Xander Blinding Steel's effect, the double Mnemonic Charm Nascent Barrier will be enough to keep you alive.
I think Alec might be cooked though. I don't think that
Yeah, there's
this
like,
this okay, double Mark Charm will imbue your, yeah, it won't imbue, sorry. It will empower your barrier for 4 additional, so you're
mhm,
blocking 7, correct?
yeah, which is, it's a 1+ level after, so it should be blocking 8.
That does keep his Serene there. He does find a Comet Fall as well too.
Mm,
And
But
Luxem Reveal does happen and he's forced to put his entire hand down.
yeah, which is only one more card, thankfully. But if I 0 cards in hand, there's a Serene Release. You have to Serene Release. Um, you're gonna have to Serene Release when he says Light Weaver's Assault and puts 2 down from for Light Weaver's Assault, right? Because that's going to do 4 + 2 + 2.
See, Barfall needs to find 6 + 5 + 2, correct? So 13
He's
damage?
14. He only has to do 11 because he's already.
Oh, because
There's no
the
more.
barrier
There's
has
no more
faded
three
away now.
visits.
Yeah, the barrier has faded away too.
Yeah. Oh, he just passed. Okay, so Safeguard Amulet.
See
Safeguard
here.
Amulet on stack.
Do you just, would you fire a Library's Assault in response to the safeguard? I feel like you would, right?
No, it's not. Not. I think he only had 9 influence. If he had the 10th card, you actually would. But he has a
Really?
Serene, and he allowed the wake up to happen. So like, yeah, the 3 visits there. I mean, I probably still would just like to deny the 3 visits, but I would have done it on my turn instead of waiting for Alec to get his turn back.
Byfall is very safe though. I'm s-
But at least he hit a Comet Fall. Oh, and I believe we're entering time, so this is turn 0. Oh, is that overtime and overtime?
I we've been informed that that was end of overtime.
Oh, so
So
just goes 1.
unfortunately, that seems like it would just be a 1-1 draw as game 3 ended in a draw.
Damn. Yeah, because if that was the case, I would have just absolutely shot those light weavers in the face and just hope for it. That was That was a good example of that matchup, though. As you said before, this is a very skill-based matchup. I think, especially an experience-based matchup, whether you know what to respect or not. We saw that in game 1 with both players going really, really quickly, respecting everyone's lethals at every single turn for like 3 or 4 turns in a row until it just exploded. And then game 2, we had a much slower game where it's kind of like a slow increments. You kind of see what happens, and then game 3, that was wild. That was a reversal in 1 turn.
I would have loved to see how get that final game 3 ended, but
Mhm,
unfortunately we could not. Oh jeez. That could have gone either way. Now that I think more
mhm.
about it, Alec could have found enough and just completely gassed out Byfall, even through the amount of cards that he had.
Yeah, it was very possible. This was what he had 9 cards, so it definitely could just push through, especially because a lot of them aren't interaction; they're just Luxems. In the same vein, I believe Byfall only needed 1 more card to just kind of force the lethal. So a possible line is Quicksilver Grail into putting a card that can draw him immediately. Um, Players might not have known how close they were to the end of overtime and didn't know if they had to go all in. But for example, like a Blinding Orb on their QSG would have probably sealed the deal if he was at 9. To confirm if it was 9 or 8. If it was 8, there's nothing you can do. If it's at 9, you could like play the first Light Weavers, put junk cards there so that you could Quicksilvers, the quick Blinding Orb, draw an extra card, and then you can put the extra Light Weavers down for the second Light Weavers for game. It was a hard game
Hmm.
though.
It was a very tough game. It just shows to how skilled both these players are too, especially getting to game 3. I
Mhm,
think the amount of thinking you need to do just on the fly within the 60 minutes you have to play this game shows
mhm,
all the decisions you have to make. Some very optimal, sometimes you just get lucky too. I still
mhm.
can't get over a triple gleaming cut.
Yeah, triple Gleaming Cut into double Excal was actually pretty crazy. But to be fair, if you with the benefit of hindsight, you can kind of see that that was probably what Byfall had the whole game and was playing around with that line so that he could get maximum value out of it. And he really did. That was a really good way to use it.
Yeah, he put out the backup charger and the Tengu first, and just add more cards to your hand, just so his dungeon guide wouldn't banish them off the
Mhm,
initial one.
mhm,
If he had just went straight 1, 2, 3, he would have lost the gleaming cuts most likely.
mhm. And it is important to not lose certain cards in this matchup to the Astra Seal, especially if he lost an Excalibur to an Astra Seal or something, to a level up, so that an Astra Seal is active on that, and you can't blow up both of the Brood, Prima Materia, and the Astroscope. Just having one of those extra cards really matters for Alec, or just Astra Aerosonde in general. So it's very important to blow up everything you see.
Yeah,
Oh, well, we went all the way to time. So, Sebastian, I believe you were just our surprise guest for 1 hour. It's a little late for you.
it is 2 a.m. for me, but I'm glad I stayed up and watched that match. That match was very exciting to watch. I can't wait to see what the rest is going on for this Festivus tournament.
Yes. Well, for now, I believe we're going to switch off, get ready for round 2. So, thank you so much for joining me. We're going to have a new caster coming in a second. But thank you, Gauntlet invited Sebastian, for joining here. Is there anything you'd like to say before you leave?
Uh, no, just hope you guys enjoy the rest of this stream and enjoy watching some more Grand Archive.
All right. Then we're going to take it to a break, and we'll be back in a couple minutes. Thanks, guys. Hello, guys. We're back a little early, but welcome back to round two of the Cake Online Regionals. I am here joined with top 32 Utrecht
Oh
player
god.
Cake himself, who is pretty much hosting this. Say hello. Hello.
Hello. I can't believe you would actually use that introduction. Only
Uh,
Sebastian says that.
I was
It's
told to.
pretty cringe, but I'll accept it.
Yeah,
But
well,
yeah.
we had Sebastian here. We got to honor him. We got to honor you a little. You earned your top 32. So we got to say something, right?
Sure, yeah.
I mean,
I don't
it
think I
is nice
can.
to see that like organizer type people are still like actually involved in the game and actually do pretty well too.
Yeah, for me it was very important, even as a player, to make sure we keep our EU online locals going.
Mhm.
Um, yeah, it's because I didn't start the round yet, because I have to ask Mr.
Oh,
Stream Judge to drag table 7 over.
just to tell you, we're talking to the ghosts in our production right now, or at least Cake is, because we're trying to figure out what, the exact time where we can tell you that the pairings will come up. But yeah, we're just waiting around for round two. Should be coming up for you soon. It's really exciting matchup actually. I'm very, very ecstatic for this. This is two matchups that you almost never see, but in my opinion are actually really, really good and just depend on hitting good matchups to do well in an event. We're going to be watching one of community's favorite Rye players because he always does weird Ryes. I remember casting myself a pickle sword on a water Rye in a previous tournament, and now we're going to get to see him on wind Rye, which is going to be very, very interesting. Versus Flying Apple on Wind Diana allies list that doesn't need to go to level 3, but just says, hey, every single one of my allies is going to do like 4 or 5 damage. It's practically every ally is a Gildas. Please answer before you die.
It's actually a nice coincidence we picked this matchup. We were looking for an interesting matchup to find in general, but I know Flying Apple's like a European player that basically is a Diana main or has played Diana for a very long time, so I'm interested to see how this matchup will end up.
Mhm. It's a kind of a battle of a very fast deck of the with the Wind Diana versus a slow, methodical, but I will kill you when I get there deck of the Wind Rye. Do you have any predictions going into this one? How is this going to look like?
It's hard to say. When I used to play this matchup way back in the day, it was just like, I'm Diana, I'm trying to level super fast to level 3, but we can see this Diana doesn't play
Mhm.
the level 3
Level 3?
Diana, so you don't get to do the what's it called? Shadow
You're not.
Twin?
Yeah, Shadow's Twin, Taser Lock, for stop you from leveling kind of build. That was the classic Diana.
Exactly. So I'm actually a little bit unsure how this is gonna end up.
Have you experienced this Wind Diana list? I think it's so fun. It's one of the things that I'm currently playing too.
Oh, you're playing a similar list to this?
Uh,
Or
yeah, I'm looking at the deck list right now. I actually have, I believe, 100% the exact same cards as him, just in different ratios. And I have I think two cards that are different, or like I have two additional cards because of my ratios. But we're gonna go
really?
straight to the gameplay, so you get to watch it. So the spoiler, I give a little bit of spoiler, but the idea is for the Wind Diana deck is,
Hmm.
as long as it gets going, every single one of your allies will end up effectively being a Gildas because they're going to be cheap allies that swing for 4. We have highlighted on the stream the Captain Archer because that is a very, very strong core card of the deck. Imbue 4 is a steep cost, but as long as that gets off and you find another ally, like it finds another ally, it comes in distant right away. Depending on your combos with that card, you can come in for like Captain Archer for 1, and then off the top 6, you're going to hit for like another 5 or 6 or something like that. But you do get to keep that. Like the best part is that it plays an ally, so you get to keep it. So next turn, if you make things distant again, you're gonna hit for another like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Who knows? You kill people so quickly.
Yeah, I think I actually had that card played against me in nationals. I was like, what does this card do? I have not seen this card.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like you said, it spawns another body. It comes in distance, so it actually threatens a decent amount of damage, and it's a little bit spooky.
Mhm. So for people who are unfamiliar with it, so typically my lines for this will show like the Captain Archer actually is when I'm having a weaker line or if I just need to secure a game but doesn't really set up the game. Ideally, your setup is like this, right? You have the Yunjo Cavalry, you have something else. You're going to go really fast. Ooh. You're going to really fast,
Wow.
maybe set up like 6 damage on board and then finish it off by another 10 damage next turn. But Pickle Sword going straight for disorienting wins, like all he's trying to do is stall out this very early aggression and get to his level 3, get to start doing arcane writhings.
I don't think I've ever seen a Rai play this card, but it's been a while since I've seen Rai in general. So, but it makes sense, like you said.
Mhm.
Rai is trying to do his crazy things mostly on level 3, so the better shape you can be in when you get to level 3, the better for you.
That's a
So,
very good way to slow down Rai here with the Eternal Magistrate. Not only does it deny Dungeon Guide from being able to go to level 2 to 3, but it also denies when he is at level 3, Rai staple, the Tome of Sacred Lightning. When you're
mhm.
at level 3, you're able to materialize it in your main phase, but not in front of an Eternal Magistrate. Oh, it's very hard for Rai to deal with that, because a lot of the spells when you get up there kind of only target face, like Arcane Blast. Oh, especially if you make it bigger like that. Thankfully,
Yeah,
you're Wind, so you do have ways to bounce it.
I was gonna ask you, do you think there's any way Rai can clear this Eternal Magistrate from board easily? But I think you've already alluded to it a little bit. It might be
Yes,
sticking around for a bit
yes.
and
So
annoy
the
Pickle Sword a
nice
little bit.
a nice thing about Windrai though is, and I'm confirmed it by looking at the list from Pickle Sword, is that you do Windrai typically for arcane elemental shenanigans. So how the arcane elemental is going to work is it's sort of like efficiency in a different way, where it just counts how many arcane you have in your banish. It's it's 7 costs, 7/7, and that's why you play cards like Disoriented Wind, because after you use a arcane elemental, it will at the end of turn it has to die. So you could put it back to your hand. You keep swinging 7/7/7. So that is a way that you can put like a 0 cost 7/7 down, kill the Eternal Magistrate, bounce it back to hand, and then just keep looping that.
Mhm.
But yeah, just Pickle Sword trying to do this. Well, he has to get there first. So for now, he's just playing the stable, everything goes card neutral, kind of line, 3 visits to keep himself alive for a little longer.
Yeah, I don't get to do that much before you actually hit level 3.
Mhm.
Um, but that does mean that all these allies will be sticking around. The board will keep growing slowly. We'll have to
But
see if
it
something like the Archer comes out.
Yes. Oh, the big thing about Archer is that it's class bonus. So even if he
Mm.
has Archer, he has to level up for that first. And for now, he still has to establish a good board. So a scary thing about Rai is that when he does get to level 3, he has one of the strongest board clears, which is Anger the Skies. For him, it does 4 damage to all allies, and 4 instead of 3 is a really big deal. It makes it very hard to keep anything alive. Oh,
Is that
Purse.
Percy?
Yeah,
Yeah. Well, Flying
interesting.
Apple is a sheep, by the way. Just
Oh, I'm
just for
sorry.
your note. Yeah, you couldn't know. I'm just
I
telling
gotcha.
you.
Yeah, Purse, very very good card for this. Um, Very helpful for resetting, especially because you see a brisk wind trotter there. A good line that we could see with this is to make it distant on Pickle Sword's turn, so that you could use Purse to suppress and then bring back the Wind Trotter to get an extra buff counter, and then next turn to swing with it to do an extra 3 damage after she's distant. But
Mhm.
it looks like it just turned sideways. Unfortunately, though, if you're just trying to turn sideways with all these allies, they're not the most high damage allies.
Yeah, Purse only hits for 1, right?
Mhm.
So
Ooh,
it's-
one of the new
oh,
cards getting banished. Sure, not a lot of people have gotten to see the showcase, the Shattering Discharge. It's when banished from memory, it gets to get the charge counter on it so that you can use it later. Very, very important thing about the new HVN arcane cards, Harness Lightning and Shattering Discharge, is that after they are activated, after they are used, they are banished, which is really, really good for Rai. So whether you banish them leveling up or banish them by playing them, you're going to get them into banish, get the extra level counter off of them, and most importantly for Shadow Discharge, it's a fast speed spell that does not cost anything from your hand. So it takes advantage, of the what do you call it? The Rye level 2 inherited effect, which is once per turn, every time you play a mage skill of some sort, you're going to get one enlightened counter, which he did here using the 3 visits, which is the same thing. You are activating your first mage action of the turn.
Such a cool design, actually. I didn't realize that um, they added this kind of Rye card in the new set, but it
Mhm.
makes a lot of sense for, like you said, the level 2 Rye. It's also
So
kind of nice that it goes to banish, like you said. It makes your late game stronger.
mhm. Like it just smooths out the line so much because before Rye would typically only be able to use a like consistently be able to use a action on their own turn, like let's say like a careful study or something like that, which is slow speed, and then on your opponent's turn, the only fast cards you would have, like if you play traditional Fire Rye, is like a fireball, and don't really want to use that for no reason just to get an enlightened counter. But now you have these cards like 3 visits, you have Shattering Discharge, you have more. Uh, just kind of low commitments, card neutral mage skills that get you that extra enlightened counter. And for people who are a little more unaware of how Rye works, because it's been quite a while since we've seen him competitively, 3 enlightened counters draws you a card. That's pretty much all it does, but it's a big deal. Every 3 for Rye, when you go to Rye 2, that means every 3 cards you play, you're going to draw 1 additional card.
Yeah, that's why you see Rise typically play cards like the Careful Study that add the enlightenment counters, but really doesn't do that much. That's literally all it does. And it's super inefficient until you hit, well, level 3 plus. But
Yeah,
Rai also has some tricks like the Mnemonic Charm on board to increase his level so he becomes even cheaper. And you just make it into cheap card draw.
Important is that Mnemonic Charm does not work on Careful Study because it empowers next spell, and Careful Study was made sure to be a skill.
Oh, you're so right.
Yeah,
This is why you're
but
the smart one.
nah, no, no. But it's like just depends on how you use it. Like Mnemonic Charm is really helpful early to be able to just do the cycle. It is
Mhm.
still helpful late or like in between when you need to do stuff like, let's say, play a Ravaging Tempest, which is 8 cost but efficiency, but you just want to use the Mnemonic Charms before you're level 3 because you need to survive, right? You just play a Ravaging Tempest, play that early. But just sit there, like in case you need to, let's say, like an Arcane Blast or anything else that relies on level. It's nice to have. Here's Flying Apple though, showing more damage on board, shoving as much as she can. Leveled up to 1 Diana. So I was hoping to see a Captain Archer, but it looks like we're just gonna turn sideways normally and try to get a little bit of a higher health pool now that we've already used the backup charger and the Grand Crusader's ring.
I think she eventually did need to go to level 1 because a bunch of the allies have class bonuses, like the Captain Archer. I believe the putting another ally is actually a class bonus, right?
Yes. The big class bonus things that you do need to care about are the Captain Archer, and it's actually I think only one more, which is Veiled Dash. Veiled Dash goes from 4 cost to 2 cost with class bonus, and
Mhm.
honestly, everything else in the deck does not need class bonus at all. You can actually play at level 0, and you're completely fine. Ooh, so Pickle Sword going to level 3 on the hard level like that, showing off all of his Arcane and Banish to show his level, which I believe, yeah, 4 over there and 2 Shattering Discharges, which shows, or sorry, well, two over there plus a 2 Shattering Discharges is 4, so he's actually level 7 at the moment. Activates the 3 visits, yeah, just trying to, it's very good that he pulled the 3 visits early. It helps him stabilize. 6 damage away from this Diana build is actually a lot to get through.
Mhm.
Wonder
But
what he's digging for.
so when do you think he's gonna be using these discharges? Because we've seen the first one sit there for a while. You just got the second one in there, but when are you actually looking to activate these?
Now that he's level 3, this is probably the time you're going to start activating them. So yeah, 1 cost, Careful Study on his turn. He'll get 5 from Careful Study. He already got the +1 Enlighten from using 3 visits on this turn. But it's
Mhm.
still, yeah, like this. You get to draw 2 cards off of that. You would use the Shattered Discharges on your opponent's turn now, just to. Oh, you pay up 1 again. Yeah. Use them on your opponent's turn just to get that Enlighten counter, which he wasn't able to do until now because he didn't have the Arcane enabled. But
Careful City, not quite Pot of Greed, but pretty close.
it's very close because now that Shattered Discharge exists, when he plays it next turn, ooh, that's huge.
Oh.
Yeah, he just needed to draw additional cards, play Anger the Skies. You can see Flying Apple probably. Yeah, it's been a while since Rai has shown up in the
I
game.
like how he was immediately like, I'll show you what this card does because
Yeah,
you might not know, and that's totally fair.
yeah, and that card just says goodbye to your whole board. You do have a purse on board, and she left it up, assumedly to protect some of her allies. Um, but because it does 4, it's very, very hard to do anything here. You can, let's say,
You need to Veil
skirting
Dash.
step. Yeah, you would have to veil dash, skirting step, something like that. You have to prevent more than 1 damage onto this purse, make her distant, and then she can suppress another ally to keep it alive. There's the veil dash.
So it gets to save probably 2 units from this Anger
Save,
Disguise.
yeah, save. No, always have to save purse +1.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
for
sorry, yeah.
sure.
You save purse +1, and then purse will suppress another one. So she'll end up with 3. She should end up with 3 units at the end of this. In my opinion, it would probably be the Yunzhou Cavalry plus a whisk brisk Windtrotter or something like that. Just because so saving the Eternal Mastery doesn't do anything if it's not imbued.
Okay, I think she's found the same line that you were mentioning. So you prevent the damage going on the purse and something else, and then you suppress the third one, so you get to
Mhm.
save 3 of them. And
Yes,
then
and
she's like,
it's
okay,
very
you'll get this magistrate,
yeah
fine.
yeah. Very important that it's the Windtrotter that gets suppressed by Purse as well because now it comes back. Oh, on insert, perfect. You have a 3/4 back there now on the Yunzhou Cavalry. And it's distant on this turn because of the Veiled Dash. So swinging it will go for 5 into Pickle Sword. So right now there's 5 on the Yunzhou Cavalry. We've got 3 on Purse, which is also distant. That's 8. Windtrotter makes it 9, so that's Pickle Sword to 16 if I'm doing my math right. So far that's pretty thing, and I believe there's 0 cards in Pickle Sword's hand, so we can't even play anything in response here. So it is a matter of whether Flying Apple can find a lethal line. She did show 4 cards off of the um, Veil Dash. I remember seeing another Veil Dash, a Dream Fairy, I believe another Cavalry, and +1 thing. It's very hard to get lethal off of that line. I just remember it wasn't enough, but maybe there's something I'm missing. Especially with
Mhm.
Diana. Diana is very explosive. There's an Emerald Pistol that she could materialize. Emerald Pistol on. Is there an Emerald Pistol? Am I blind?
You mean on the deck list?
There's no Emerald Pistol. I'm sorry.
No,
Emerald
there's a
Pistol
prototype.
would have gone really well here because on answer it would have been able to bring out a bullet. The bullet that materialized probably Wind Piercer. Wind
Yeah.
Piercer effects, yeah, like with Emerald Pistol. So 1+1 from the Wind Piercer effect if you can hit a wind. Oh, it's effectively going for the same line anyway. So no Emerald Pistol, but going to level 2 is going to do effectively the same thing. We're going to bring out the Wind Piercer off of the level 2's on enter effect. Use the lineage release of Diana level 1, bring out a gun. So you're getting +4 here.
Yeah,
So
a little bit less efficient than the Emerald Pistol, right? Well, I guess
yeah,
you get ranged in case that matters.
yeah. If you can make her distant, you'll get another 2 damage. So it hit. I can't quite tell. I think it's a trained sharpshooter or the charged automaton. I think her name is, and something else. So there's at least a Veil Dash still in the hand because I remember seeing that. So you could be ranged. And then you'd still be 2 damage short if I'm mathing this correctly. Yeah, have you seen it? Ever seen this kind of build? It's actually so wild. You've been playing only like 1 damage allies this whole game. All of a sudden, 1 distant turn, and you're like, oh, I'm gonna threaten 18 damage in this turn if I can. Ooh, prototype pistol +1 again. 1, 2.
How much is pistol with the Wind Piercer?
So the pistol will do 2. The wind piercer, you can effectively treat it as 3 because it's very unlikely that you're not going to hit a glimpse 1
Yeah.
reveal wind. So that's
So
5 from the
5.
gun.
Yeah.
The wind trotter makes it 6. Distant purse makes it 9. Distant Yunzhou makes it 14. So that would put Pickle Sword to 21, and you only have to find 4 more damage. So it looks like she's trying to see if she can do the 4 damage now, but even if you can't, doing 21 is still a really big deal.
It's always the hand math, right?
Yeah. I mean,
It's
maybe
so
if there was
funny to me.
another like wind trotter or something, buff something else. Honestly, if I had another wind trotter, I would buff the Yunzhou cavalry again to get it completely out of range of an Anger of the Skies.
It looks like we're going in.
5, 6, 7, 8. There's 9.
This is basically all the onboard damage we already accounted for.
Mhm.
Let's see what else comes out. Well, this has to be wind, right? Too.
It hits the yeah. I think there's only like 2 non-wind cards in the deck, or actually,
Yeah,
there was a charge hunter too, so maybe there's a couple more. But yeah.
21. So do we have the 4 that's missing? That's Shimmer Cloak Assassin, right?
Oh, there's a power cell.
Oh, it's plus. Yeah, it's +2 for the powers. So yeah, thumbs up. Is it enough?
Yeah.
That's
All right.
exactly lethal.
Yeah, so Pickle went hands down to go for that kind of line because you're at 7 out of 25. You
Yeah.
see on your opponent's side, it's just like 1 damage allies. You got a single 2-3 there. You should be safe, right? You absolutely should be safe. There's no way they should be able to do 18 damage to you.
I mean, also that Veil Dash coming in real clutch, right? Because else part of
Mhm.
this board would be gone too. But
Yes.
it being Veil Dash, saving the 2 purse, like you said, saving the 3rd.
And then
Uh,
the third being Wind Trotter to give Yunzhou Cavalry that +1 it needed.
yeah. So you made, well, I don't know if you made, but Pickle Sort like spends all his resources, has no more hand, and you only lose like 1 damage on your board. That's pretty huge for you.
Mhm. And then it gives you a good excuse to make things distant because you really don't want to make your units distant and then your opponent says, okay, now I have an answer.
Right.
Instead, you're like,
Right.
I'll do it in response and then I will do so much damage.
Right. Because if you if you feel like you wanted to go for that lethal line, but you don't wait until Pickle Sword like forces something on you, you just throw the Veil Dash. He will respond to the Veil Dash and probably clean up your board or most of it, and then you're in a really bad spot.
Mhm.
Um, but this kind of worked out really well for Diana.
Yeah, it was just a good sequence because he had the Eternal Mastery there everywhere as well to disrupt.
Mhm.
Otherwise, I would expect to have seen like a book into Dungeon Guide, into Tome of Sacred Light to really advance Pickle Sword's state. So we're going into game 2. We're looking at their sideboards. What do you think is swapping out here? Because I'm seeing some Dream Fairies that definitely don't need to exist in Flying Apple's deck right now.
Yeah, for sure. Scatter Essence also probably doesn't need to come in. So you put in like Blanche, probably?
Yeah,
Maybe
and
maybe the other Magistrate?
yeah, almost 100% you put the extra Magistrate. Sensor is super dead in this matchup because Rai pretty much never plays floating because they want to banish their cards because they're
Mhm.
insane. Over on Rai's side, though, I know for a fact he wants to play Ravishing Tempests. And now that we're going to the side, so I can talk about this too. Weaken resistance in the side is really, really, really good for Shattering Discharge. So if you're not familiar with weaken resistance, it's
I'm not.
it's okay. So it's effectively 3 costs slow for mage, and what it
Uh-huh.
says the next time target unit is going to take spell damage this turn, do that plus level instead. So what it
Oh, so
does is
yeah.
it makes something into a fireball, right?
Mhm.
What Shattering Discharge says is, yeah, here, the next time target unit would take damage from a spell source of turn, take that much damage plus level instead. Shattering Discharge is a spell. Shattering Discharge for 1 cost does 2 unpreventable damage. By combining it with Weaken Resistance, instead of doing 2 unpreventable damage, do 2 plus level unpreventable damage instead.
So you have build your own fireball, but it's unpreventable.
Yes. The only downside is that it's slow. But
Yeah.
honestly, when you get to that point, you're like, and you tell your opponent, I'm going to do like 11 unpreventable to you. Is that okay? Most people say no, that's not okay. but they
I
can't do
always
anything
say,
about it.
yeah, exactly.
Especially if we see the Blanches come in, it's a very good counterplay to that. Right, we're just seeing the classic open, very neutral cards. Play Scout the Land instead of Fairy Whispers in a win deck because you play a ton of Norm and Arcane that you're going to whiff on anyway. So you just want to do that.
That's it. Just passing over.
Are you looking for anything here? What do you think? What kind of open you want to see from Fine Apple here?
We're trying to find the things that hit for the most damage, right? So probably something like a 2, maybe the Shimmercloak Assassin. I don't know if you need that, but like we said before, Pickle Sword has no great way to clear early, or not that many ways.
Mm.
So I'd just say as much
Ooh,
damage as possible. That's a Liu Bei, right?
Lube is like one of the best opening allies you can get, especially if he's going to put two down. She's going to put two down for Dilu right now. But Liu Bei in general, being able to go distant when something else goes distant is a huge threat for this. This is one of the ways where you threaten like these like 13, 14 damage turns. Because you make something
Mhm.
else distant, all of a sudden it's like instead of just being like oh +2 to one ally, with Liu Bei being on board, getting range 2, getting another 2, every single damage matters.
Yeah, it's basically like you're adding range 2 on your other unit. It's
Mhm.
not exactly how it works, but that's what it comes down to. Just adds a
Yeah,
whole
but
bunch of damage to the board.
you're spreading out the damage too, so it's
Yeah,
depending on the deck, it makes it harder for them to deal with.
for sure.
Mm. And then this is one of those situations where I was saying it's like, yeah, everything technically becomes a Gildas, but easier. Like instead of having a balance, you just say, I just have to make it distant, and everything swings for 4 or 5.
Hmm.
Yeah, just backup charger, just typical ally stuff. You want to draw more cards, play more allies, because every ally you put down from hand is -1 to your hand. So this is how to plus. But
Yeah,
it's a
you
charge
need to
hunter.
make sure you keep your hand size up. Especially when you're really low, you can only play like one ally a turn. On these
Mhm,
hand sizes, you can still play 2.
mhm. We see the charge hunter come down. It's a card that a lot of people have not seen in since the ALC because it's not that great. Oh, and then there's that Windbless Rangefinder. Yeah,
Hmm.
that's one of. So this is one of the lines. So Charge Hunter comes down. You have a power cell in play, but class bonus says so you don't get distant. Now you play the Windbless.
Hmm.
You make the Charge Hunter distant, which in turn makes Lube distant.
Yeah.
So you went from having two twos on board, like 2 damage allies on board, to having 2 4 damage allies on board plus a Windbless. You're going 9 damage on turn 2 here.
Oh, and it also puts a counter on it, right? So it's like +5 in a way.
Oh yeah, yeah, because Charge is
Mhm.
an
It's
automaton too.
automaton.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You have no choice. You have to play this to get the charge hunter out of there. Thankfully, fizzling the effect. So
Yeah.
summon Gale efficiency cost 2. Put that charge hunter back into Flying Apple's hand. It'll whiff the effect, so no one gets distant. Even like Lube will not successfully get distant. Goes from 9 damage turn to a 3 damage turn. That's a huge difference.
Yeah, it's a great little play. Prevents how much damage? Would have been
Prevented
distant
6.
3, 5, 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn. Oh, that would have been so cool to watch it pop off. But Pickle's just playing a deck that actually does really well against this.
He's trying to lose.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just sad because you do want those cards later. Like Summon Gale is one of those cards you want for your Arcane Elemental that he just banished, unfortunately, for later because it's like a 0 cost, but Arcane Elementals back in hand, then play Arcane
Mhm.
Elemental for 0 and just keep swinging.
But
Important thing
totally
to note.
totally reasonable to play it here, right?
Yeah,
You
you
have
have to.
to.
It's you save 6 health for that, and it helps you level up because it put 2 cards into your memory. It was very,
Mhm.
very efficient.
Sorry, what were
Yeah.
you gonna say?
Oh, so important thing to note for the arcane element, for Rise Stormseer, it only
Mhm.
counts arcane spell cards. So banishing the arcane elemental is just to get a, effectively a dead card out of his hand, but does not get him a level counter later.
Oh, I see, I see.
Yeah. So I believe arcane elemental specifically counts arcane cards, but
Yeah.
Stormseer only counts arcane spells. Looks like Pickle Sword's in a bit of a pickle. He's
Oh
looking for a
boy.
Ravaging Tempest. He's looking for a way to play the Ravaging Tempest. The downside of the Scout the Land after that first turn one and into this one now is that he can't
Mhm.
get those cards out of the top. But I guess he used it to find that scry so they can glimpse garbage to the bottom.
Keep one on top.
Yeah, because it draws into memory, right? So,
Mhm.
and then Enlighten, like, yeah, the Raichu gets him a certain lane so he can draw again right away. Hopefully has an answer again, maybe another Summon Gale. Oh, yeah, I was going
Only
to say,
two. Ooh.
Reclaim is huge here because you really want that effect again to be able to make something distant.
You
Because,
also want to level at some point, right? So
yeah.
just place into it perfectly.
So
It's
now
like,
there's,
okay, yeah,
no, so now it's really important. Now that she's leveled up, when she plays Charge Hunter, it'll make itself distant by default. You don't even need to do the ranged,
yeah.
the Wind Blast Rangefinder this time, and immediately threaten 8 damage. With I think she has what 9 influence now.
I believe it's 8 or 9, but because the card was bounced, it's probably
Oh, 10,
9.
10.
Oh, it's even more.
Yeah. So that shows me that she could actually set up even another ally to get ready, and then set that up for Wind Blast Rangefinder the next turn. So you do the Charge Hunter as expected.
Yeah, you got away with this the first time, but this time I want to make it distant, please.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he has another out to this. With
You'll probably
efficiency, he
have to.
would be able to pay for the summon Gil, right? He's
Yeah.
2.
Yeah, so Summon Gale would only cost 1 at this point, but yeah, you're probably
Yeah,
taking the 8. Health is a
but
resource for Rai, so you do kind of have to take it sometimes.
like just imagine that he didn't have the summon Gil on the last turn, he would basically already
He'd
be
be at 19 right now.
a goner, almost a goner.
Game, or he would just be dead on board. You just have to turn
Yeah,
everything sideways, and like Flying Apple just be able to hold all 10 or like all 9 in this case. I guess it was less. It wasn't 10 because she's holding 5 right now, 8, so it was 9 influence. But if I was in her, you have 2 things. You can either hold cards to keep these guys alive, or you could play another ally, just say YOLO. If you have a failed dash, you kind of secure the game. Oh, there it is. Captain Archer, let's go. Are we
okay,
trying to for game right now? We're trying for game right now.
so this is kind of all in, right? No more veiled
Ish.
dash tricks, no more hand, but like I might show you a game here,
Yeah.
depending on what
Like
we hit.
the best thing you could hit is probably like a concealed marksman, which will only do 5 additional. So we're only doing 6, which will put Pickle Sword to 19. Like it's still a lot though, because if Pickle Sword levels for 3 cards and then plays Anger the Skies, completely clears the board.
Yeah, but
Um, he's still at
then
19 out of 25,
yeah, and then
and
Flying Apple already has the gun on board, right? You can get the bullet quite
can
easily.
get the gun and bullet on board. Showed a couple cards like there's a windmill Azen in her hand
Yeah,
that she can do that kind of combo for. Like you can find the damage really easily. You just want to get the
yeah.
damage out now before Pickle Sword is level 3 and has access to the what do you call it, to Spell Shield Arcane.
Mhm. Right, that car is so annoying.
Yeah.
Huh? It's another Liu Bei. So it's unique, so the other one will go, but
Mhm.
just
4
hits
more
for
damage,
4.
and then 1 more from Captain Archer. Not ideal. You would like to have a separate unit if you
Yeah,
can, but might not have had a choice. Or it might have been like one of the weaker choices, like maybe you hit into like a Wind Blast Rangefinder or something will come in for 1 and
yeah.
like doesn't have range anyway.
Probably have to make a choice between like another body on board that does less damage or this 4 damage right now, and yeah, you lose the other Liu Bei, but you might be anticipating something like the Anger Disguise that's gonna wipe the board anyway, since you went kind
Mm,
of all in.
mhm. Yeah, that's a good point. Like if you expect your board to die anyway, it doesn't really matter what you put down. You just want maximum damage.
Yeah, I just want to get the damage down so you can maybe look at a lethal next turn. Because like
Mhm,
you said, he has to invest a decent amount of resources to clear this board.
mhm,
And then you basically get a ghost sign to try and push the last.
mhm.
Well, if he levels 7, but he might not level, right?
Yeah, if he doesn't level, it's because he's expecting to find a Ravaging Tempest. But Ravaging Tempest will just put those cards back, especially the Captain Archer. You really do not want to put that card back into Diana's hand to use
Oh,
again.
yeah, yeah.
Oh no, sorry. It banishes everything and then they draw. But yeah, I still wouldn't let this deck draw. I really don't want to be like, I'll banish 3 cards from your field. You can draw 3 cards and be like, oh, here's another Captain Archer.
Yeah, because Flying Apples has 7 influence already. If you Ravaging here, it goes to 10. After draw, you go to 11. That's assuming you don't materialize another draw. But you probably materialize a bullet here. And that's 11 cards
Yeah.
to find, like, what? 4 damage? 3 damage?
It's if he stays at level 2, it's only 4 damage because
Yeah.
it's 22 max. And then level 2 Rye has no tricks. You can't really do anything except for a return. Like a summon Gale is your only out, but that doesn't do enough. Yeah, you have to level 3 here. You just
He
need
has to
extra.
level, but he for sure wasn't happy with it. He had to think about it, for sure. It costs you a lot of resources. So your options are a little bit limited here.
Oh,
I think we froze a bit.
froze a little. Yeah, the options are limited, but the biggest thing is yeah, Pickle is still going to need to find an answer in some way. Shatter. Oh, lost the spell shield, lost an arcane blast, and lost. I don't know what the last one is. I hope it's arcane. He needs it to be arcane. So right now, Shattering Discharge plus at least 3, maybe a 4th if the last one was arcane. And ideally, you get careful. Oh, 5. Okay, perfect. So he's level 8. So he has free careful studies. You hope that he has careful studies and he's going to draw into something good. You really need board clear here because Shattering Discharge, good card, but it can only hit face. Oh, he's using it just for the Enlighten. Okay. It's free anyway. Pay 1 in your prereq, get the Enlighten, do 2 damage to face. It can only target champions. So I guess yeah, it's cards that no one's read before. So I guess we're trying to familiarize yourself with those. I love this card. It's so good. Makes Rye so good.
Have you been playing Rye recently, or?
I've thought that Rye actually has a good place in this meta. All you have to do is simply not run into any players with incapacity in their deck.
Hmm.
Yeah, so that's a problem, right? If you play into anything without incapacitate, I think you're kind of safe. And then you see an incap, and they say you on your first careful study, it says incap, and you're like, okay, I lose.
Yeah, I think a very strong, very popular card right now. So that might be a bit of an ask to try to dodge all of those.
Yeah. Otherwise, I would definitely play it. It's one of my favorite decks in TOA. It's really fun for me
Mhm.
though, not for my opponents. Because I mean, at least Pickle Sword's doing because you're on wind. You like to do a lot of draw cards, a lot of play the game cards versus classic Rye list, where it says a classic Rye list would actually be so annoying for this Diana because you would set up all these beautiful cards, and then you say Peaceful Reunion, Resolute Stand, Vanish from Sight, Peaceful Reunion, Peaceful Reunion. He doesn't say pass every turn.
So what is he looking for to survive here? Because I think he has 4
Uh,
influence.
he has 4 influence. Ideally, you want. Oh yeah, so they're doing. He's showing right now, like what I was saying earlier. Oh, maybe it's not survive. Maybe it just says we guys got to go for the kill, or actually, it's probably killing allies.
Can you kill from this range? He has to go to like
Um, if both
19,
of
right?
those cards in his hand are bounce spells, like let's say it's disorienting winds, you can play it for efficiency, which is 0. Put the arcane elemental back in your hand and draw an additional card. So it does 7 first time. You put it back in your hand. You do play it again for I guess 1 in this situation. Swing for 7 again. Exactly like that. Draw. Yep. Yeah, arcane elemental costs 1 less for each arcane card in your banishment. So there were 6. So 5 for 5 arcane spells and an arcane elemental. So every arcane elemental costs 1. He's short exactly 1 card to do this lethal, unfortunately, because he has to pay 1 each time. Like even if he
Mhm.
sends us back to his hand, he won't be able to play it one more time. So he has to kill allies with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it was specifically disorienting winds, he would draw a card that would pay for the last arcane. but
Yeah.
it doesn't look
He
like
only
he
had
has
he only
the
had one.
last.
Yeah, it's hard. It's a hard ask to have Summon Gale and 2
For
disorienting minions.
sure, for sure.
Now it's 1 card. We've just killed 1 ally with it, and we're hoping for the best. Because with Flying Apple at 9 for the next turn after that first Arcane Elemental hit,
Mhm.
it really only takes, like, you go back to his turn, he just taps out and says, puts everything down and says, Arcane Blast for game. But it's a matter of surviving, and I don't know if you're surviving this because another
What can it?
Charge Hunter.
What can this be like? Resolute stand? Does he have
If he
resolute
was
stand?
playing one,
Doesn't
he might
yeah.
be. Or Ravaging Tempest is also playable right now for 0.
But is that enough?
2, 1. That's 4 from Charged Hunter. Even if it was a Resolute, you would just use a Power Cell to go over it for lethal.
But if he had it, he would have used it probably, right? Because
Yeah,
or
I
is he
would have used it on
waiting?
the first. Unless he was
'Cause
playing like unless he was trying to bait for a Chalice of Blood or something. But yeah, you see Pickle Sir already put himself to 29 because he was like,
yeah.
yeah, there's nothing you do. And the virtual handshake, yeah.
Ah,
Oh
it's
yeah,
3
3 visits.
visits.
Does not
Nice.
heal anywhere close to enough.
Yeah.
Dude, 29 is wild. And then yeah, Skullbound Pounces, those are good cards against Genbu because there's skills um that suppress attacking allies. Genbu, Seryu, hate the dude, I love this deck. I love that he could showcase this deck. I wish that Pickle Sword could do more in this matchup, but it's very hard when like this, like Flying Apple just out of nowhere says, I'll do 8 for this turn, I'll do 12 for this turn. Hope you enjoyed looking at that.
I mean, it kind of just worked out for her, right? It's just like I put numbers on the board. I will hit you, and you have to deal with this. You either level enough fast enough to kill me. You try to wipe, or you try to wipe my board, or you. It's on you to do something.
Mhm.
And he was just a little bit too slow there.
Yeah. Like I loved I like especially that first game where like, yeah, it's put this on you. You have to answer my board. So I'll play an Anger of the Skies. And in response, let's save everything that matters.
Yeah, you can have the 1/1. You
Uh,
got it.
yeah. I was like, yeah, turn a magistrate, it's fine. You did your job. Good job.
You're level 3. You can have the magistrate, but
Yeah.
like you said, yeah, that veiled dash was huge in winning that first game. I think.
I think it's so fun that just like being able to spread out the meta like this, seeing decks that we don't normally see. I'm gonna be sad if either of these players play into Luxem because I don't like that matchup for either of these guys after. And I have a feeling we have a good amount of Luxem. We might have a breakdown soon of the events, but I don't know. So we got to see these cool decks before they start to sit in the blinding lights, the blinding steel hell.
Yeah, I don't know if our production hero has the graph on his
Oh,
OBS,
we'll
but
pull up
I
the
know
graph.
there's
Yeah,
I know there's 8 Xanders, so yeah.
yeah. So I think we're going to go to it right. A lot of Lorraine players. I'm hoping everyone's saw Clarence come in and said, "Hey, this regionals is a great time for us to try out these Clarence builds.
Mhm.
See what we can do." I think Fire Lorraine is the standard for now of what people are trying, just because it's so easy to say, just put fire cards. Kind of the end soul shell of old, try to update it. See, 8 Xanders though. I believe all of them are Luxem.
Not a huge surprise, but yeah.
Very wide meta. I really like how like spread out it is. Like we do have our fractals as expected, but it
Mhm.
is spread out. Not as much, not as dominant of a showing as I expected, but because Clarence, the new Clarence actually really ruins that deck pretty hard. People are trying to try out Lorraine, see how well it does against the rest of the meta. Any as a TO, any secret info you can tell us about other champs? Anything spicy that we're not seeing here?
I actually haven't looked at it, but I can't really help you with that one. But
Ah, it's okay.
for the Lorraine thing, when Clarence was announced even last week, right? Was it this week?
It should have been last, I want to say Saturday or Sunday, like pretty much end of Ascent's KL.
Yeah, at the end of the Ascent KL stream, it was like shown at least. it wasn't clear when it would be legal, but there was the ban and the
Yeah,
announcement
like
on
literally like
Tuesday.
right away. Yeah.
So I asked Theo, I think, I was like, what do I do with this card? Am I supposed to allow this card for next week, or what's your plan with that? And he's just like, send it. Okay.
Yeah,
Sounds reasonable to me.
this is helpful for me as an NA player having my NA Nats soon. I'm really grateful to be able to see it in action. Hopefully, we'll get it on stream.
Right, because NA Nats is in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 3 weeks.
Yeah, end of May.
Yeah. Oh, and there's also Oceania, I believe, or Sea. I
Oh
forgot.
yeah, and that's in 2 weeks. So that's a really good that's going to be a really good indicator of how well this Clarin has shaken up the meta. I think Proxy cards are so cool. Proxy cards just make me so happy just to see how like the devs are trying to balance out the
Wow.
game.
In
Speaking of balance,
true,
look at that.
wow, that's almost perfect.
Yeah.
Almost perfect. If one fire spirit becomes a water spirit, it would be beautiful.
Yeah,
But
so
that's
when anyone tries to tell us is like, yo, one of these spirits, like one of these colors is super overpowered, I'm like, just look at this, man.
they look kind of the same to me.
Yeah, I think now we finally gotten to the point where it's actually just player preference. So it's not necessarily like one color is just overwhelmingly dominant over the others. Like
Mhm.
when we had fire dominance at the very beginning, we had a bit of a water renaissance before, or like at the start of every set, typically wind dominates because it's the most like jack of all trades, safe kind of color. Now we've gotten to
Mhm.
the point where it's like, yo, everything in play. Do whatever you want.
Yeah, I was expecting with the fractals deck being very popular and also Genbu. I was thinking maybe it would be like a little bit more water heavy, but like you said, wind is a very good element right now. Also to combat those decks specifically. Um, and Luxem is pretty popular now, so wind makes sense, and fire is just always doing fire things,
Yeah, fire is just for people who really enjoy drawing cards. We love drawing
which is a
cards.
lot of people.
Yeah, it just feels good to have a million cards, right? You don't want to be like Alec in our round one where you're like, yeah, I have like 3 influence every single turn, so I'm gonna pass.
Yeah,
And it feels good to say like I have 10. I can do whatever I want. Yeah, what do you want to do? It's like, oh, how many cards in my hand right now? I have 10.
want to have options, right? And then the more cards you have, the more options you have to play the game or respond to whatever they have. So
Oh my gosh. So that was pretty good. Did not have to go to time either, which I really enjoy. That's one of my favorite things about that Diana deck. You go fast, you hit hard.
mhm.
Any
Yeah.
predictions for how the rest of the event is going to go though?
Um, I don't know, I would still expect some fractals to make top, like let's say like two or something.
Mhm.
And then maybe two Luxembourgers, and then the
Yeah.
rest, honestly, I don't know. It's up for grabs.
Mhm. Yo, you're 1 and 2. What do you think right now?
1 and 2,
Yeah.
uh, I think one is Luxembourg, and I
Interesting.
think two is Fractal. That's what I think. But it can go anyway.
Mhm.
What do you think?
I want to see a surprise Lorraine, maybe second place. It
Right.
hasn't established itself yet. I think a Lorraine second place would make sense because it's going to catch people off guard. Like people are
For sure.
testing it for sure. They don't know quite what's happening. Even this Diana list, something like that, I feel like could make it to the top because people really don't know what's going on there. Like how Pickle Sword didn't know 18 damage 1 turn is totally reasonable and not even a hard ask.
Mhm.
Um, Fractals win. Yeah, it's either I think it's either going to be a fractal. If it's a Lorraine 2, then it's a Luxem 1 actually, and then Fractals is 3 because I think Lorraine would actually dominate a Fractals and then be first place.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Well, it is good. We do get a little bit of a break in this round too. We're not going back to back to back to back. Cake, anything you want to go through before we take a little breather?
Um, Not really. I think you should take a break. I think you'll be on for like one more round before you go to bed, right?
Not go to bed. I'm actually going to go to work after this.
Oh my
So
God, he's
for me and
crazy.
NA, it is
Okay,
currently
yeah.
6 a.m. I woke up at 3:30 a.m. for this,
Yeah.
so that I could. I was like, I can cast the first half, but I apologize, I can't do the second half. So I believe
Right.
OnceInLuv is going to tap in, and maybe some surprise special guests, some really famous, great special guests over there will help you.
Some
Um,
animals, some famous European animals. Well, they could be
yeah,
considered animals or not. But yeah, I
animal
guess
or
one thing
regional
I
incentive.
should
Yeah,
say is special shout out to you, Herman, for
I think
staying up and then going to work to cast the
yeah,
regional. Also, like, I guess a little bit of not really a backstory, but like, I think 1 day ago or 2 days ago, someone was like, "Will the event be streamed?" I'm like, "Oh, that's a good question you got there." And then last night, I asked Tyler, I asked OnceInLuv, like, "Can you help me? Can you save me?" And I was like, "I know you want to play, but so it's totally up to you." And he was immediately like, "Yeah, we can make it work. I can find casters. I can set it up." And this is like, I don't know, maybe 12 hours. No, a little bit more than 12 hours ago. But I'm super grateful that he decided to not bully our European region and is helping run the stream today.
yeah. It was fun. I was there in Europe last week for the European National, so I figured it's like, yeah, if we do this, we get to hopefully see some of the same people I saw last week. I remember seeing Flying Apple's name last week. I don't remember what they were playing, but I was like, yeah,
I think she was playing the same thing actually.
I believe that. I definitely saw one at the event. I was like, yo, that's really cool. And I just walked away.
Yeah,
Gotta be, yeah.
it's a little bit unlucky. Like I also just heard in my ear confirmed no Henky. He's been busy breaking down the walls of his apartment because he's moving.
Mhm. Heard he has no lights either, so that's probably why
Yeah,
he.
he has no lights.
Mhm. Yeah, Hanky,
So
the goat, but
so
he can't afford lights after winning nationals.
yeah, it's a struggle out there, you know. Lighting is expensive, electricity is expensive. And then also our top two, we're like a seventh world country, yeah. And then our two European nationals top players, they're both in Japan right now, I believe, for to
Mm,
play another game.
mhm.
Um, so yeah, we're a bit nerfed right now, but I
They've
hope
earned their breaks.
I hope the rest of us can pull through like Flying Apple.
Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see more EU flags. I think it's pretty cool, especially very different. I don't want to. I don't have to see the same like two flags at every event.
What do you mean? Which ones? You
I don't
mean
know.
the
It's like
US
U.S. and
one?
Taiwan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes
Have you
sense,
looked at
yeah.
the OmniDex top 100 lately?
Yes. It's all
Yeah.
Taiwan, right? Or
It's
actually, I
just
don't
because they have
know.
the biggest events, so most support kind of thing, right? So OmniDex does favor that. But
Mhm.
I will be excited to see more than just like I want to see more than just Henky repping a European flag on top 100.
Right, sure.
Yes. Um, for now, we're gonna take it to a break after I figure out how long until the next about 20-ish minutes until the next round, probably. So we're gonna take a little breather, get some water, walk around a bit. Don't f- yeah. Kate, do you have any plugs you want to tell them, by the way? Especially because you're the host. Anything you want to tell them to do?
Um, I'm not actually sure what I just was told in my ear, but I think it has something to do with joining the EU server.
Yeah, join the
Um,
cake server, guys. Show some support.
yeah. So, like most regions by now, we have an online weekly tournaments in the same server that's being used to host the regionals right now. So I'd really appreciate it if mostly Europeans, but I welcome every region. It would join the tournament server and just join our weeklies every week. I think we hit around like 20 people right now, which is pretty good. Um,
Locals.
but I think just more people, more better. So
Yeah. More people, more better. So as well, don't forget to subscribe to Serene Balance Productions so that we can yeah, this hard work pays off. We did our best to give you this stream. Hopefully you're enjoying it. And if you do, just show us that you want more. Hit subscribe, hit some comments maybe. Just go message Tyler in the chat. I know he loves to respond to you guys there.
he's been very
Go
responsive in the chat, actually.
Yeah. When he's doing production, he loves to respond to people. Just say silly things, and he'll love to respond to it. Trust me. Just say
Yeah.
something silly like Luxem sucks, and he'll gladly send you an essay about why he loves Luxem.
Yeah, for sure. Subscribe to the channel,
Mhm.
and we'll have more coverage like this, or maybe not we, but
You never know.
Uh, you never know. That's for sure.
Yeah. We'll get you again next time. Next time you top, and then we'll try to interview. You'll stop being top 32 Ascent Utrecht cake, and we'll get you for
Upgrade,
like
huh?
top 8 something.
We need to find another European ascent. Maybe next year. Probably next year.
Yeah. Fingers crossed. It's good. All right, guys. We
All right.
will cut. I believe we're back in like about 17, 18 minutes at this point. We will see you for round 3. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody, and we are back for round three. We have a familiar face this time. That was Mr. Once in Love, our favorite Canadian running Serene Balance Productions here. I wish I had an accolade for you, but I don't know one. Uh,
Hello,
European
can you hear me
Regionals
now?
first place
I
last
think.
season, if I remember correctly. I can hear you anytime.
I think these guys can finally hear me. European regionals. I did win a European regionals. That is factually correct.
Yes, with
Playing my favorite
Waters and
deck,
yeah,
Luxem.
Hanky's favorite deck. Yeah,
Yeah, Hankey's favorite deck,
Luxem.
dude. It's such a good deck. It's
Yeah, it's such a
goaded.
good deck. It's really nice for letting people have control over the game, actually like how to play. It feels good to have tools and not suffer.
Agreed.
Uh,
Agreed.
yeah. Going
So
into
we're gonna be bringing up a really interesting match. It is a deck I know
yeah,
you want to talk about. It's a deck that I know that a lot of people want to see because they want to understand whether or not this is a matchup that has changed significantly. If it's something that doesn't matter. Before we go into it, I think to start off, this matchup is like totally different now with this card.
I agree.
Uh,
It's actually a complete game changer. I am currently trying to figure out how to answer this matchup because it's completely changed what deck I want to play at nationals. To stop teasing, we're about to put Lorraine with Clarence Way of Peace? What sort of piece? I don't remember the new
way
Proxia Clarence
Way of Peace
versus
is Zhang Jiao. I'm pretty sure it's Clarence Sword of Peace.
yeah, something like that. But yeah, so we're gonna be putting Wind the Rain Clarence versus Water Diao-Chan Fractals. Like exactly the matchup it kind of feels like it was designed for. So I'm very, very excited to see what we're gonna do here.
Yeah, we're just figuring it out. We need to get another player in here. Their webcam account needs to have access.
Makes sense. Yep. Have you tried this before? Because I once I saw this, is like I have some opinions, and the opinions is like, yo, this Fractals deck against this is kind of a wash.
Okay, so there's a couple adjustments that I think that have been made for this to be like way more viable in terms of gameplay.
Oh, Clarent Reimagined, that's what it's called. Sorry.
Oh, that's the new one. Yeah. Sorry, I thought you were talking about the old one.
Yeah.
Sorry, like I was saying, I think the matchup is actually not as bad as people make it out to be. When you look at Fractals versus Clarent, like Clarent does have a really strong way of stopping it because the activation of the sword itself does protect you from, or the activated ability on the sword itself protects itself as well as you. The thing is, you have other ways to play around it. So Diao-Chan has cards like Hairpin of Transience that I think a lot of people have overlooked. That card allows you to put 3 wither counters on any target object. You can use that to kind of pressure into Clarent. But the other thing is, when we went to Ascent Seattle and Diao-Chan was first kind of shown and showcased in the Fractal deck, people were running Captivating Opulence. And then they realized this card sucks in the matchup because it's too slow. And now that card is probably the most important thing to play if you're worried about Clarent, right? So the Diao-Chan bonus for that card is for every Regalia you own to use their activated ability, you must pay 2. So if you want to use Clarent, you have to pay 2. If you want to use Clarent again on the stack, you have to pay 2 again.
It's very interesting because I think the most important part of that is that it kind of stops people from getting off of Diao-Chan specifically for the Fractals deck, because we've seen people starting to branch out, like especially Arisana taking advantage of Polaris to kind of fix the weak allies matchup there. I remember at Seattle I played against a player who was doing like a Kongming Fractals for too, because there's like different ways you can approach that deck, but the Clarent kind of, especially if you're doing the Capulating Opulence or the Wither counter strategy, you have to stay on Diao-Chan, which I think is good for keeping its identity. But it's still a very, very hard matchup when you kind of lose one of your win conditions right there. It's a matter of skill, I think, now to be able to hold up enough cards for the Wither, holding up cards for the Opulence. Um, where like it's a matter of getting your experience into this matchup and seeing how many you can keep, how much pressure you need to put down. And honestly, I still think it's very Lorraine favored. So we're getting into the game right now with so the Wind Allies Lorraine is, oh yeah, it's effectively Wind Allies with Clarence behind you, which I think is really, really nice because it also targets, like Clarence can also target your allies and keep them from dying as well.
Yeah, it's interesting because old Clarent basically allowed you to protect your board because it applied to all units, and then new Clarent is like a targeted unit, but it is more protection, right? Instead of being a single instance, it's now every time damage is dealt, similar to how Resolute Stand works or Safeguard Amulet.
Mhm. And yeah, the spell shroud that it gives cannot be overlooked because by spell shrouding itself, it means that you can't really fracturize as water. That's pretty much your only way to remove it. Since Clarent costs 2, it's not a target for the unstable fractal that just came out. There's only one way to remove it, which is fracturize, which will get blanked by the Clarent's own effect, giving itself spell shroud. It's a
Yeah,
solid classic allies opening though, but this is a really I gotta say this is a bad opening from a fractals player. One fractal only for the turn, and it's unstable that comes in hindered.
yeah, it's
That's
definitely a. I mean, I guess it's just a brick, right? When you have one
Mhm.
fractal like that, there's no refreshment, there's no. I guess there's just nothing aggressive to play into this. We might see something like a Lost in Thought into a backup charger with a Frostborn Paladin, but otherwise, I don't see a lot of things coming through. Even like Fast is not really super helpful right at this moment. It's gonna be tough because like the allies player has the ability to lower their influence consistently and linearly, so it's gonna be like kind of tough for Cypher to come back here.
Yeah, fast cure is much better in that deck when you actually do get the fractal, so you can lower your influence intentionally while still like have a reservable. This is
Yeah,
a good time to do it though. Is that 7 to 7? No, it's 6 to 7.
7 to
Okay, yeah,
6.
so you do
So yeah,
yeah, still get your heal. You get the full value because that was a full 4 that was done. Probably not leveling here because you do need a regalia to to unbrick yourself at this point. With only one fractal, I could see it just being a backup charger, so 2 in hand and then stable, because you really need to find fractals.
I think the best
Oh,
thing he could play in response right now would be if he had a Vertiger's Decree. That would be fantastic to play into the unstable fractal. You would lose one influence on yourself, but you would lower to equal to negate out the fast cure. And at the same time, you slow down Cypher's game plan. So like it's very possible here.
will you whiff a fairy whispers on purpose so that you can deny a fast cure?
No, there's no way. So
Did
favorable
not.
wins is
Yeah,
revealed off the Fairy Whispers. We might actually see favorable wins be
just get played.
played there. It
No,
doesn't
it
look
looks
like
like
it.
they marked it. Yeah.
That would have been interesting because if you play the favorable wins, you essentially protect your board. I mean, you don't protect your board because it's end step, but you
Yeah, it's
do maintain 4 damage. I think maintaining the 4 damage is fine because you also get the floating memory. It's
yes.
very unlikely that Cypher will materialize a sensor immediately after playing a fast cure.
Yeah, especially with only the one fractal on board, he's trying to unbrick. So I think the favorable wins, treating it as a one cost do 4 damage to your opponent with floating memory would have been a pretty good play, but he opts to keep it. So it's probably just seeing that, Cipher has no fractals, no board clear. You might as well keep that other what do you call it, favorable wins in your hand so that you can protect your units.
Ooh, interesting.
Who
So
versus
we're gonna
unders?
see an imbued Fractal of Rain here. This is actually a fairly uncommon play. Generally, we see Fractal of Rain used non-imbued in this, just a simple 2 cost, because it is a mandatory trigger, right? So you have to target either your opponent or yourself. In this case, you know that your opponent has like cards like favorable wins, right? They have floating memory. So if you choose to mill them, it's a little bit risky, right? You might give them a +1 based on the floating that goes to grave, and then suddenly you're in a much worse position.
Yeah, to be fair though, when you're playing against allies, it's completely acceptable because even if you give them float, they're really only going to use one. They're going to go to level 1, and there's almost nothing else left in their deck to use floating on. Like maybe a smoke bombs if they're playing it. But big, it's just also big that he hasn't shown that it's Lorraine yet, so that's another thing. The new Lorraine deck will in fact use more float than usual because you have more swords that'll use it. Sometimes you don't even go level 2. Um, this is a pretty solid turn, I guess, for Siffer to try to stabilize the board.
So this is
I just
a
find
small
it's
fun fact here, but Asnat levels up into the Lorraine level 1. It's actually a CUR. This is the number 1 CUR for Lorraine level 1.
oh wow, so you're actually showing the correct CUR in the stream as well.
Yeah, so I actually do have the correct image for once on the CUR. But yeah, so he's been a Lorraine lover, Wind Allies player for a long time. Seen him play at Sentai Pay, seen him play at other events in, I believe it was Christchurch. Did fairly well playing robots. He played Overlord Mark III back then. So it's always a great time to see him on stream. Now he's utilizing that new Clarent, trying to show off things like what the GOAT does the best is wind allies it up.
Revealing the Veiling Breeze, so he's pretty safe against any possible burst centers in the future as well, showing that he already has a Veiling Breeze. Looks like he's going to go for the Windmill Engineer, just keep his influence up and just do more damage to face. It is very hard for Diachan to survive this.
Oh, Andronica actually.
Now that's even bigger.
Yeah, we get a little baited because we're so used to seeing people play Windmill Engineer between the Xanders and all the other decks, but Andronica is a fantastic option here, especially knowing you have both the Shimmer Cloak and the charged Mannequin on the field.
Yeah, you got a Power Cell, you got a Rallied Advance. That could do a lot of damage.
Yeah, between that, we have so many options. Like clearing this Frostborn Paladin is going to be pivotal and key here. There's going to be 3 from the charged Mannequin.
Instead of the Frostborn? No, he went to the Frostborn. Yeah. I was like, if he was going face, I think he actually almost has it, like only 15. Is very reasonable right now.
So let's see. With a Rallied Advance in hand, it's going to be... Actually, he's 1 card short of that lethal combo, right? Because he has
because he would need 1 more card for the Power Cell.
That would have been crazy if he had it, though. I guess pre-recollection probably could have popped the Power Cell. Like, that was an option.
It has to specifically be the Andronica, so it has to have already been on board.
And true. Otherwise, it's 1 damage short.
And you also lose a damage because a charged Mannequin needs to see a Power Cell on board.
Gotta get that manufacture cell running. I miss seeing a lot of the robots decks. I think that automatons are very, very strong.
Did he do any glimpsing? No, right? So that's just a lucky hit onto a Fracturize there?
No, he Fracturized his Power Cell in recollection.
Oh, he Fracturized Power Cell, okay.
Yeah. So...
Yeah, going back to the Fractal Rain thing. So typically you don't see it imbued unless you pair it with some sort of glimpsing. So you can at least guarantee yourself 1 floating memory getting milled by yourself. But raw imbued Fractal of Rain with no additional setup is kind of unusual for an allies matchup because you're not trying like if it was
my lord, he actually hit it.
Yeah.
So he did hit the Fractal of Rain off, or the Fracturized Mill off the Fractal of Rain. So having 2 available there. So the interesting thing is we talked about Sensor in the matchup here for Water Diachan, right? But you actually can and fairly often do see Sensor played in the Wind Allies variant. Maybe not so much with Clarent in the deck nowadays, but it is really strong, right? It stops a lot of like early +1 plays. It's really good against the Serene Fire Luxem, as well as it's fairly decent against people who are playing the Serene Wind Astra as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's very nice because especially in Diachan, you would end up fracturizing it yourself anyway, which gives you back to your own floating when you need it. Because typically you're the tempo deck, you're in charge of how the game is going to go on. So you'll fracturize it to get your float back, and then also get a free fractal. But this is a really big play. The Gildas is such a good include in the Fractals deck to be able to actually have real board clear, which I assume is running into one of these allies on board and not face, unless if it goes to face, then he's signaling to us that he thinks he has game somehow.
So we're going to see 2 bottom, 1 top here on the Fairy Whisperer. It's going to reveal another favorable wins. So
far,
favorable wins should protect the Shimmer or the Charged Mannequin, right? Because it has a buff counter.
Charged Mannequin, if he's targeting Charged Mannequin, which is more likely since Andronica Retaliate would kill Gildas.
Yeah, sadly can't play the Frostbind here. Can't really interact. Actually, could play the Frostbind. If he uses both of his fractals for the both of his reservable fractals for the Frostbind and then draws off the GCR, he'll still be balanced.
Yeah. It would be a good Frostbind time, or even the Glimmering Refusal if you had it, just because it also banishes the float. Looks like he just has to let it go.
He's thinking about he's actually gonna try to get it. So if he draws the Frostbind here, it would still maintain balance.
Glimmering Refusal work too. So you have 5 shots to find a suitable negate. Not if you had it, it would have gone for it, I guess.
Does he have the negate available? Acquiescing Rejection would be nice too, but sadly he would just... It wouldn't be relevant because he would still unbalance the Gildas, so he wouldn't get the kill. It needs to be Glimmering, right?
This, build. It looks like it's a more standard build. Also, I don't think you can play Acquiescing at level 0 for 4 cards. You need
one more,
you need the
right?
class bonus. Yeah, you need the class bonus to be able to play it.
Well, actually, he could play because I think he has Fracturized Power Cell, right?
Oh yeah, true.
3 down. Or I think it's just a Frostborn Paladin.
Frostborn, yeah.
So it looks like it
Thankfully hit all
resolved.
of that free float. At least this Frost. Oh no, it can't even kill the Andronica because the Fairy Whispers has gone through. The Favorable Winds has gone through. That's rough.
A little unfortunate. You basically have to kill the Charged Mannequin here, right?
Yeah, Charged
Or-
Mannequin only took 1.
It's hard because
From-
if you leave up the Frostborn Paladin in this regard and you allow it to be an interceptor for you, like a 3/4 interceptor, you just lost the value of playing your Gildas. Yeah, okay, so he will clear that off.
It's also, if you're trying to leave it up, I believe you run the risk of getting smoke bombed and just go through game. This is one of those matchups where you do not want to give yourself a false sense of security because you can get blown up out of nowhere. Especially after the second Favorable Winds came out, it would have been a free smoke bombs.
Oh, he's going for
Is that
lethal here.
Blinding Orb?
Yeah, he's going for lethal here if he's taking out a Blinding Orb.
Yep. Try to end the game right away.
The Blinding Orb puts 2 cards down. Cypher will have nothing to respond with. It's going to be pre-recollection or no recollection. Power Cell on Andronica. Rallied Advance is 12 damage, not including the Shimmer Cloak. 13 damage. That's a sword.
Yep.
He's gonna have 2 cards in hand. He can't even use a fast cure here because Asnat has lowered his
puts his
influence down to
glow.
5.
Yeah.
This is gonna be really tough. So in Recollection, we're going to banish the Blinding Orb. We don't get the class bonus draw, but it will put 2 cards from Cypher's hand down. So, when you find more aggressive decks like this that materialize the Blinding Orb, they're going for lethal on that exact situation.
Oh, he just puts 2 cards down like that. So there's 2 cards I can't really do anything with. At best, you can do 1 card down, Lost in Thought, and draw another card. That's about it.
I don't think there's anything cost-wise that can be used here. So
No.
it's just going to be for 3. I think he's keeping the Power Cell, or he's going to do it in before damage step.
Yeah. There you go. 4 damage step.
There's the
It's
Power
helpful
Cell.
to know that because of Diao-Chan, because we weren't able to split it into like Tamer fractals or anything like that, like we did last season with Watermill. No 0 cost Song of Frost are going to come through. So this allies list is much stronger.
That's game. Rallied Advance
Yeah.
for 3 with the sword. It's going to wake up the Andronica. Andronica swings for 5 again and puts Cypher at what would be 18. And then we bring in the Shimmer Cloak for 20. And first game's going to go to Asnat.
The weakness of the fractals deck. Just what I was saying earlier with the when people were branching out to Arasana lists, so you can not die to this kind of game. But with new Clarence sort of piece, you have no choice. We didn't even get to see Clarence.
To be fair though, I think Cypher bricked really hard. I mean, we saw the opening hand of Unstable Fractal and then Fractal of Rain. There's not really much you can do from that point, right?
2 Burst Ascenders, a Fracturize. Yeah, that's kind of rough.
Another thing to
was
mention though
expecting-
is with that Fractal of Rain, like now that you know your opponent plays like a decent amount of floating and also plays the Fairy Whispers, I think setting up to like if your opponent says in my recollection trigger targets like opponent, you can in response to the trigger then Fairy Whispers or scout the land and set up. Like it's a technique people use against Genbus a lot of the time because Genbu is like the traditional you're gonna mill every single turn. But
yeah.
In this situation, do you think Cypher, if they open another Fractal of Rain, will take the risk of just consistently milling themselves, hoping for floating?
I don't think he should have imbued it in the first place. On it, I'll have to be real. I didn't see like I said, like it's something you do when you have like a glimpse to guarantee yourself at least 1. Because if you guarantee yourself 1, you don't really mind possibly giving your opponent 1. Because tempo wise, you're still ahead. Even if you card wise, you might have gone even. You just want to be faster than them because this Fractals deck is strongest on turns like roughly 3 to 5 when you can just explode and do 26 damage out of nowhere. This is definitely going to be very hard for Cypher now post sideboard, because this is one of those times where that sideboard is kind of decked out just for this matchup. There's Scatter Essences, there's Verdicus Decrees, there's a Viridian Protective Trinket. you're really not getting things through anymore.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the things that Asna hasn't. So the deployment beacon is probably the most interesting one to me. I'm not sure how I entirely feel about seeing deployment beacon in the main. It technically is just a way to convert one floating memory into damage. I guess the logic behind it is most likely if you have more automatons, you have more targets for your power cell.
Yes, that's how I see it as well, especially because he's running invective instruction. You kind of just want any non-human ally on board sometimes, depends on what you're targeting, as well as another play you can do if you have a float, right? You do deployment beacon, you summon that thing, and then in your prereq you can play manufacture cells and get the draw off.
Yeah, manufacture cell would work pretty well with that. What else
It's something
combos
that
into this? I'm
your
curious.
opponent really doesn't want to have to answer because you really don't want to have to kill an automaton drone to deny stuff like that, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, being able to convert damage directly out of your material deck is something that's like kind of more difficult in the game, outside of just direct weapons. So this having like that option set up is kind of nice because you can also apply Zephyr to it if you want to. It is an item. It's a Regalia item, so you can target it with Zephyr, which would allow you to have another automaton drone towards the end of the turn. So you can just convert like one card into one damage if you need to.
Yeah, it's solid. It's just like it's a nice like cheeky one of that. Like the good thing about the new Clarence reimagined for the Lorraine deck is that it kind of also saves you another deck slot because you no longer need a space for a safeguard amulet. So if you have space, you might as well try it.
Ooh, this is another kind of grim opening. Starting with the unstable fractal kind of shows that you don't have another fractal, or maybe you just don't
Or it's another
mind.
unstable, or fractal.
Oh yeah, okay.
Oh
Or
yeah,
yeah,
another-
fractal insight is reasonable because you know you're gonna rest it for the glimpse. So
yeah. It's about a matter of math here. It didn't matter keeping it up. You play your hindered one first because you don't need the extra influence now. Do it next turn.
yeah, it's definitely gonna be an uphill battle here for Cypher. Opening 2 fractal is better than last game. Getting the glimpse, I believe he put both on top or one
Yes.
top, one bottom.
No, both up.
Yeah, both top
So you know,
gives me more confidence that he has something available to play and it's not going to be keeling over.
is he on? Oh, he's on GCR and not Grail. Maybe he could have gone Grail after this, but it's GCR makes more sense. Into a Shimmer Cloak. Okay, yeah, another
Love Shimmer
casual
Cloak.
2/2. It's very fun.
All right, Herman, what is your favorite ally?
What's my favorite? Crimson Tier.
Crimson Tier. That's a based answer. That was a very based answer.
I love Crimson Tier.
I used to play
It's
Crimson
so
Tier in Merlin because the reaction bonus is really good. So I play Deflecting Edge, targeting it, draw a card into memory, and then protect it. And then wake it up and kill whatever's attacking it.
I started playing Nico in ALC because of Crimson Tier. Because I
Wait,
was like,
Fire
yo,
Nico?
Guardian reactions are great. Yeah. Guardian reactions are great. I love Guardian reactions for Fire Nico. Oh, yeah, I appreciate
Holy
that.
moly,
Cypher.
the iPad goes crazy. That's a really big. I thought it was a phone. I was like, that's a really big tablet.
Yeah. Thankfully, Stream has the has the life stats, so we're kind of okay. I think
Well,
it's just
I
for the player's
update
sake.
the life stats. So
Yeah,
it's easier once I can see it.
but you can't see it, unfortunately. Yeah, I think it's just because as not just recording on a notebook, so it's hard for the players to keep track without something there. iPad goes crazy
I
though.
will pay extra attention to make sure that I'm following what's important here. Win resonance ball.
It's okay. I'll try my best to confuse you. Yeah,
I like the way
you
Asnat
went
plays
first.
allies, right? He plays in a way that's very different from how Henki plays. So Henki plays 54 allies, right? Asnat probably plays like 30 something because it's
Yeah, more
very
traits.
much an interaction based deck.
Well, to be fair, when I was talking to Henki about it, he did build his kind of style to beat these kind of fractals players and not and just say, oh, if I run into another allies here, I kind of just lose because I don't have interaction. But just it's a very consistent style, right? Just having 54 allies and just say, I'm going to turn sideways every single turn and you can't stop me.
For sure. It's even more interesting to that too because there's like when you think about it, 54 allies means 6 interaction cards, right? If you were to cut 4 allies and go down to 10, making that percentage of your deck like the 17% range interactable kind of changes everything like really quickly. So when you go from 6 to 10, it's like, oh, a Veiling Breeze off the
That's
Fairy
pretty good.
Whispers there. Yeah, sorry, like I was saying,
Feels-
it just changes the way that you approach the deck, even like 2 to 3 card difference in terms of interaction versus allies.
Ooh, this is pretty good. So he got the Gildas. I thought there was an end step, but it turns out it was just main. So after Gildas balance hits for 4, get the dissonance active because there's 3 Fantasias now. Like he actually has a real game going. Just a matter of does Nasnat end up finding a Verticus Decree and just turning off that dissonant again.
Yeah, in this situation, you definitely want to target the unstable fractal
Target
too,
the
right? Because it
unstable.
has the active, or it has the activated ability. On top of that, though, the fact that it's not a water card does give you a slight help if anyone is for some reason running Tidal Lock. A small consideration to make.
It goes straight to CUR Lorraine. Can't wait until he gets a national sort of seeking to bling out his deck even more, eh?
True, that would be quite nice. We're going to see another Fairy Whispers here in Recollection. Probably digging towards an Andronica. Andronica and Rallied Advance are like the really big combos here.
I would also be hunting for a Stifling because you know that Cypher is struggling and you don't want a Songjiao to get him out of this.
Yeah, we do see the 3. I guess even a Scatter Essence. Like, there's a lot of things you can dig for right now, right? For Scatter Essence, Verdigris Decree, Stifling Trap.
Yeah.
And then obviously your kill lines, which are going to be the Andronica, Invective, maybe, as well as Rallied Advance.
Favorable wins. Okay.
This guy is the king of favorable wins off of Fairy Whispers. Actually, kind of nuts. And it's the really nice favorable wins too. It's the Gensensha promo, which we actually just saw in the anniversary stream. They teased that there will be a Singapore Gensensha with Nico.
Rallied Fairy. That's a wild imbue.
That's a scary hand.
Rallied Fairy. You know you're dead next turn.
Yeah, I'd be pretty scared. I mean, Song of Frost also exists, right? He has the ability to Song of Frost.
Oh yeah, he has sided those in.
Ooh, Refracting Missile on the stack of the on enter is pretty big here.
Yep.
That's going to come in for 4, so even if he plays the favorable wins, it's not going to be enough. Oh, it's going for the Shimmer Cloak.
I can understand that because you do have the worst case scenario, you do have the Gildas on board that can just crash into the Andronica.
Yeah, you are able to clear.
You're probably going to have the Andronica kill the Gildas, right? Oh, it's kind of forces the Andronica. You have to kill the Gildas here. You can't just leave it here.
I think it's important to take that clear.
Yeah.
And then hold the rest of your cards and make it look like you're holding a Stifling Trap or something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I agree with not swinging with Lorraine. I think 1 damage from Lorraine chip here is actually pretty important. Because if you end the game with 1 durability on one of your weapons, you probably misplayed by not taking a damage early on in the game.
Yeah, I can see that. It's just kind of awkward when you do want to keep swords around for Clarent, but I guess oh no, he's not even going to level 3. What am I talking about? Yeah, you're fine. Yeah, just turn sideways. There's no stopping.
Oh, another Gildas.
Yeah.
You love to see it.
Looked like he was definitely playing into that kind of line.
Oh, they're actually trading Gildas for Andronica. That's a pretty good line from Cypher.
When you show 2 Rallied Advance in your imbue like that, you need to kill the Andronica.
Yeah, I think your only other play in like situation where you would maybe not care so much is if you're planning on playing.
How did he pay for Gildas?
How did he pay for Gildas? 1, 2, 3. Maybe he has 3 cards. Wait, I'm confused.
No, there's 2.
No,
it
was
2
and it was 2 and 1, right?
No, but he just used 3. He just used 3 fractals for Frosthorn.
True, because it should be 3, and it should have 1 more in memory.
No, it should have been one of those. Oh yeah, now he should have 1 more in memory, because he should have had to use one of the fractals.
Yeah, because so to balance, he would have to play 2 down with the yeah, that is correct, right?
Yes, we can confirm because after when he played, like he would have had to still be balanced after he played the Gildas, which shows that he would have had 2 and 2, and then he tapped 3, used all 3 of those fractals, reserved 3 fractals for the Frosthorn. So there should have been an additional card put down because one of those fractals has to have been reserved for Gildas. We can confirm that the top card in his hand was the one that he drew for Frosthorn. Yeah, so there you go.
Yep, that should be correct now.
Mhm.
The damage is still the same regardless because you have the fractals available to you. It's definitely gonna work here. Okay, so here it is. We're gonna see Clarent and the is it Ornamental Greatsword?
Yeah, he banished Ornamental and a Clarence sort of piece.
Bring out your favorite
So
card.
0 cost, dude. This it's just like you're not gonna get surprise lethal anymore. There's bursts 3 bursts asunders are no longer useful. It's crazy.
So one of the interesting things in terms of the way Clarent works is because it is a activated ability, you can use it in response to things. So Cypher has to go to Diachan and then has to play something like a Captivating Opulence, right? In response to the activation of Captivating Opulence before it hits the field, you can remove the durability counter to protect yourself for the whole turn. And then after that, you can basically hold up 2 cards to play it regularly when you need it.
Yeah. Well, that's assuming he even has that.
He
Okay,
does
yeah,
not
this is
have a
yeah, this is
Captivating
a
Opulence.
traditional. This is the most traditional, what do you call it, fractals deck you can see. This is actually a very clear showcase of what Clarent does, because I don't think there's an out. You cannot play traditional fractals into a Clarent. The only out right now is to swing allies into Asnat, but we see 2 Gildas in the graveyard right now. That
2 Gildas in the
Frostborn
graveyard is gonna be kind of rough.
that Frostborn needs to live. Like, if I was Asnat, I would actually be willing to, especially after we fixed the cards error. There's only 2 cards left in Cypher's hand. That is a very well, that's a, yeah, imbued. What do you got? That's an imbued Eternal Magistrate, as if that matters that much in this matchup. But I would actually hard commit to killing that Frostborn, because once that Frostborn is gone, there is no answer. You can't win as fractals. Like, your win con requires you playing a ton of fractals and then hitting a shimmering refraction and a refracting missiles, like really big missiles to do damage on top of Clarent or in response to Clarent, something like that. But that's a really, really hard ask against an allies player.
Yep.
You have a timer.
As that also holding up 3 cards, probably looking to backup charge next turn. It'll turn on the charge mannequin, as well as allowing him to like regain his influence here.
He is no longer in threat of dying with the Clarent on board. Like -2 from all the missile weapons or even like missile cards that he can be attacked with in Cypher's deck helps him live a lot longer too. You can sit here for quite a while and just even ping for like swing for 1 with that Eternal Magistrate and slowly put allies for 1 or 2 damage at a time every turn and just hold interaction every single time. It's completely safe.
Cypher really needs to find like the 7 fractal threshold. I think once you pushed around 7, like if you grab a Fracturize here and then you're able to play that, level up with it, and then play around having probably 7 to 8 fractals, you can start putting a ton of pressure in the game, right? Clarent is going to have to be used to reduce the damage of those things, especially when you have the availability of playing Shimmering Refraction on your opponent's turn.
Mm-hmm.
And you can activate all
Also,
those things at fast speed too. So like the flexibility of it kind of goes in your favor.
it still blanks a lot of damage is the scary part. Like, even if you get a lot of those, you're just gonna, like, if you get 7 fractals, you play like a refracted missile for 8. Clarent reducing that to 6 is already gonna do a lot for your game, because it's very, very hard for it's gonna be very, very hard for them to find the lethal for that. Oh, stop the Fairy Whispers. That's a
It's not the favorable winds. So Glimmering
favorable wins.
Refusal
Okay.
into the favorable winds is looking
that's not bad.
for. Oh, so that's actually a buffed Frostborn Paladin. I miss.
Yes.
So I'm technically 1 damage off here. I thought it was a non-buffed Frostborn Paladin.
Mm.
So it's gonna clear the Eternal Magistrate again. Nothing on board for Asnat. He did commit a card to memory and a card out for the favorable winds. So he's not gonna be able to
So
backup charge this turn.
No more float, if I remember correctly. No more free materializes for poison coating oil.
He's taking out the backup charger anyways, I think.
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna
can see
use it
that.
in end step or something.
Or it's like you hold 3 for the interaction on your opponent's turn, and if they actually just don't do anything, you use it anyway, right?
Yep.
Oh, it just says pass.
Just waiting here. Just a comfortable 6 cards in hand. See an end step Fracturize from Cypher. Fracturize into the power cell's pretty good. So he's looking at 5 fractals here. Unstable fractal being outside of the range of Clarent is probably one of the biggest selling points of Clarent. Being 2 cost makes it really good.
Yeah, like there's actually just not like it's outside of range for unstable fractal. You can't crystalline mirror either. Like it's just stuck there. You have
There's
to
no like
find
cheap parlor tricks. You have to like
yeah.
hard remove it, and it's difficult to hard remove that item. Here it is, Zhang Zhao.
Where's the stifling trap?
It looks like he might not have it. Could see a third Fairy Whispers into the stifling trap, maybe.
He did imbue a third Fairy Whisper, so it does exist.
Oh,
Oh no.
3
Oh, Verdigris. Oh, stifle for 3.
for 3. Isn't stifle 2? Oh, there we go. He picked up the
Okay,
third card. Stifle's pretty good. Oh, he's gonna Glimmering Refusal it again. Glimmering Refusal is pretty good. So this is the break point, right? When you have 5 fractals, playing around one interaction is no longer nearly as difficult as it was before. So he's gonna be able to play that Zhang Zhao. It's gonna resolve. He's gonna be able to draw 2 cards off of that.
At least it's not a +1 in this case for the fractals player. It's just kind of cycle 2 for 2, which is not bad considering you're making your opponent lose a card from that stifle.
It's 2 for 2 and a damage dealt.
Yeah.
So we're gonna see 11 damage here on Asnat.
Yeah, this is his new win condition, right? Turn sideways over and over again because Clarent can't stop that.
Yeah, so the play basically here is instead of using your spells, your damage spells, as damage to face against Asnat, knowing he has the Clarent Reimagined on the field, what you're going to be doing is you're going to be using those as spot removal. You're going to remove all the allies that Asnat plays so that he can't clear this Frostborn Paladin, can't clear this Zhang Zhao. That 1 damage, that 3 damage are going to make a huge difference in this matchup.
Yeah, which was like a couple of turns ago. It looks like Asnat just didn't have the allies available, but you really just needed to use everything. When Cypher had no cards available to play, only had 2 cards left in hand, could not Glimmering Refusal. That's when you needed to find a second ally, play it down, and destroy that Frostborn Paladin before it gets to this point. But he tried to save the Eternal Magistrate, which already shows that there's nothing. But this is a really good play. This is the turn where Viridian, like the first time you pull out Viridian, it pretty much gives you a free turn against water because Cypher's holding 3, not 5. There's actually no more interactions he can do right here except for maybe like a fast cure or a shimmering refraction.
I think he is holding 5 because he drew 2 off the Zhang Zhao.
Is he?
4?
Oh, okay. I'm just blind. I'm sorry.
3 down for refracting, right? Refracting for 6.
Yeah.
Will he use Clarent? Surely he uses Clarent for at least 1 durability.
I would use Clarent at least once here
to reduce 2 damage.
Three durability is a big deal. Like it's actually it's the first one is very flexible. So a Clarent making it 4 puts him to 15, so he's not just lethal on board.
Otherwise, wait, no, he is lethal on board because in response he could activate Shimmering Refraction right now and kill him. He's using it twice. Okay. So he is actually afraid of the Shimmering Refraction here.
Yep.
Which makes sense. So now you hold Shimmering and play it on the next rotation of turns instead, right?
Mm-hmm. But with the Viridian coming out, it is possible to draw into a potential lethal, I think.
The lethal
you might have to use the Shimmering Refraction. You might have to use the Shimmering Refraction to hit whatever is coming out.
I think he's 1 card short of pushing lethal because it's Andronica imbued into pop a power cell into Rallied Advance. That would be 5, 5, and 3, 7. It's too 12, short still. It's still too 13. Short.
Oh yeah.
So your best bet is like imbued Andronica, clear the whole board.
Yeah, you would use the rally to kill bodies.
Yeah, you rallied with no weapon to kill the Zhang Zhao, wake up, and then hit the... Actually, I guess you'd still have to do that. You have to hit the Frostborn Paladin.
No, you still need the weapon.
For Zhang Zhao? Zhang Zhao's a 1-2, isn't it?
Yeah, but rally does 1.
Rally does 2, I'm pretty sure.
Am I crazy?
I'm going to pull it up right now. I'm fairly certain rally advances does 2. No, you're right. It does 1. You're right.
I was like, you were mismathing the whole time you're saying that. I was you were just counting rally as 2 this whole time.
I've been counting. I actually have been counting rally as 2.
Yeah, I just didn't want to correct you, but yeah, the rally is 1.
Aw. I guess further reach than I expected.
Yeah, so that's why you keep the sword instead of just pinging for one, because you often need it. Like for against Frostborns and stuff like that, you do need the one extra damage from the sort of seeking pretty often.
Is he going 2 down for charged? Yeah, charged mannequin.
Now what? I mean, I think the play is you definitely answer the board and just force Cypher to actually have it, right?
Frostborn Paladin for 2, I think.
It would make the most sense.
Rallied for 2 into the Frostborn Paladin and then cleared the Zhangjiao.
I would agree. That's the play I would go for, especially because he showed us 2 rallied advances.
I mean, I think he has to clear, otherwise he's just gonna die to allies, right?
Yes. Because now it forces Cypher to be like, you have to have 2 missile type spells to kill me.
Yeah, pretty reasonable.
Yep. Because that's what, 6 fractals? 6 fractals, yeah, 1 refracting missile is not enough. So you're gonna like you can even not bother to use
shimmering.
The Clarent.
Shimmering on the is actually pretty big, especially if he targeted the wrong thing. So if he didn't kill the Frostborn Paladin here and targets the Zhangjiao, that would be super punishing. Okay, so he did at least make that 100% correct on that one.
But still requires a second, like you've lost your shimmering, you've used one.
Did he draw off the
refracting missile,
shimmering?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
He has 4 real influence. He's going into the scepter to draw into a 5th and then 6 real influence. He has to find 2
Scepter's
missile
pretty good
type
here.
effects or 2 fractals into a refracting missile. 2 fractals into a refracting missile. All it forces is the last Clarent, which is not that bad because then you can burst this under after. But
That's gonna be
it's very likely Asnak gets 1 more turn cycle. But with
12
no
damage
more
here.
allies anymore, it doesn't really matter in my opinion.
12 from the Zhangjiao. 5 fractal spooky.
So I mean, this is the downside of playing like
that's
this
spicy.
version of allies with tons of interaction instead of like what we were talking about, how Henki likes to put tons of allies, right? He is out of allies.
He's definitely running out. He's very close to running out of allies.
Yeah.
He's gonna just play the burst asunder, force the Clarent to come out.
And then on top of that, you're just gonna play that's a 6. Yeah, so if you can refracting missile.
Yeah, refracting missile on top for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
7.
6, 7. Yep.
Yeah, and that clears the game.
I think I might have been 1 damage off on the the tracker. But it's gonna be 1-1. So we're gonna go into a game 3 here. There's plenty of time on the board too. It's 22 minutes. It's pretty comfortable.
Plenty of time on the board, but Tyler, I have work in 40 minutes.
Oh, okay. So I might be casting the rest of this game by myself.
Yeah, it is interesting to watch. I really wish I could finish it, but I don't think I'm allowed to skip work for this.
True. I appreciate you joining us last minute here. This is a very last minute stream overall. We kind of figuring out, hey, we should stream the Cake Online Regional, and so just grabbing some people there. Also, would like to point out that the mat that Asnat is using is from a GA artist, not an official GA artist, but a fan artist, and it was only available at Ascent Taipei. It's similar to the Canadian one, where the Canadian one is the laying down Lorraine. This one's the laying down Merlin.
Yeah. We need more. I love this art where it's like it doesn't make me ashamed to play it on the put it on the table. And it just looks really pretty.
It's really really cute art. I'm a big Merlin fan. But looking at this game 3 here, I'm very interested to see whether or not Asnat wants to go first. I think the materialization advantage is slightly better because you have Clarent, but I'm not really sure if he wants to give Cypher an extra card.
I still like we talked about this in for EU Nationals, because in the grand finals they kind of did the same thing where the finalists allowed Henki to go first, even though Henki's on Wind Allies. And I think we all collectively agreed that even if you give your opponent the extra card, you still want to go first as the allies, because the extra materialization advantage, like the extra like a ring or something that you might not have been able to get in another if you went second, will make up for the fact that you couldn't swing on the first turn, that your opponent has an extra card, because you really want that one extra ally on board that your opponent can't do anything about.
Shimmer Cloak. He has it every
Shimmer Cloak,
game.
yeah, that's a good open.
He's the GOAT.
Yeah. Shimmer Cloak interaction, solid hand. No interaction, you just backup charger. It feels really good to go first like that.
How many fractals do we see? Do we see another unstable fractal opener? It'd be a little crippling to see it if it wasn't at least something else first. I mean,
Show
your
us
ideal is
snow,
what?
snow.
Snow.
Honestly, snow. There's two things. Either you have 2 dissonant fractals, so you can put 4 fractals down on this turn, or you
Yeah.
say like snow, rain, unstable. Snow, rain,
Oh,
unstable
he's
is actually
doing
one of
it.
the best.
He's doing it. I
Refreshment.
almost never agree with putting down the refreshment this early because unless your hand is really, really good, removing the 1 or 2 cards that aren't that relevant to you is really important.
Well, it's also important to see how many cards he passes with, because refreshment is one of the ones that I like to play on turn 1 because it costs more. Like this is the turn where you're going to play out every single card in your hand, so you would want to use up all of your expensive fractals.
I think we're
But
gonna
like I said, when
see
you're doing
another
when you're
insight
doing a
or another
fractal,
snow here.
when you're doing a fractal of rain like this, you always want to have a glimpse to go along with it. So you glimpse 2 to the bottom. Unfortunately, it doesn't have a floating prepared for the imbued fractal of rain.
Well, he might because he glimpsed
like-
2 off and left both on top,
Yeah.
so it's
No,
very possible.
Yeah.
But if you're holding 3 cards in hand, I feel like you're going backup charger here. So backup charger into mill the top
Yeah.
card floating and then play from there.
No, it's not. He inside and put them both to the bottom, so it's completely raw
Oh,
on
okay.
top.
I missaw that then. I thought he left both
You
on
have no
top.
idea. Which is why in like this situation, I think like another thing you could have done is if you don't imbue the fractal of rain, you can play fractal of insight, not rest it on for the on enter, and then you would have enough to pay for fractal of refreshment for your 3rd fractal on turn 1, which I think puts so much more pressure than possibly just doing like a backup charger into fracturize. Or as a backup charger, unless you have a fracturize. If you go backup charger this turn as a cipher, you better have that fracturize for the power cell so you can give you back your Oh yeah, he showed it. He imbued it, but I still don't think it's as strong as just putting 3 fractals down. 3 fractals down turn 1 forces your opponent to be like, oh, I have to have stifling, or he's going to get a Zhangjiao right away.
I like threatening Zhangjiao. I think it's
Yeah.
like, even if you don't have it, just the threat of it changes the way your opponent wants to play the game.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? If he didn't rest the insight, he would have been able to play the fractal refreshment that he imbued with. So he would have 3 fractals that he's constantly threatening Zhangjiao. It possibly could have saved him health too, because if you threaten 3 fractals like this, oh, that's interesting. Not backup.
No backup. Oh, so you wait.
He just raw hit it.
He raw hit the fracturize again. That's actually kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Win Resonance Bauble. So mill and then draw. Are you a mill and draw or draw and mill person?
It actually matters in your ratios. You just have to count how many more are in your deck and see which ones. It's like very, very slight probability difference, but it is there.
I see refracting missile.
Oh, I guess
for
that's why he did that. So
3.
he did the bauble, so he would keep his cards in hand, so he can refracting missile and kill the Shimmer Cloak Assassin right away before it gets out of hand. That means
This
he's
is where
probably putting
refreshment
on a
comes out?
Frostworn. Frostworn kill the automated gardener
Gildis.
or Gildis, yeah.
Gildis is pretty good here.
Yep. Board's completely stabilized.
I wonder if he's pushing the damage to face though. I would really want
No,
him
it
to
looks
clear
like
the
he's
ally here.
interacting.
You down
probably
for a
reclaim.
reclaim? Yeah, reclaim is good. Does he have a negate though?
I don't think it would have been worth it here anyway.
I don't think not reclaiming or like banishing the reclaim is worth it there. He goes -1 and loses the ally. And you trade
Only
one of your
because-
negates, one of
No,
your
only because
like
he has
6.
damage stuck on him already. Because you actually can just die out of nowhere. You don't want to be tapped out on your opponent's turn right now, because you want to keep interaction up.
Your opponent would have to -1 to level up though. They can't kill you unless they go down to 4.
No, but like no, as in like you can set up. Like once you glimmering refusal here, your opponent has free reign to set up this next turn, kill the Gildis, and maintain a very strong board. Like I would only
Wait,
Glimmering Refusal
I don't
here
think he
if I
can.
had
He
another
literally
Gildis.
can't play 2 allies. That's why. Oh, I guess he could. He had
could.
one card in hand, one card in hand. So you could draw up to 8, play 2 allies, clear the
Yeah, he could
Gildas.
have. Like he would have. He like in this situation, if you Glimmering Refuseled me, I would have just been like, okay, Grand Crusader's Ring, play 2 allies. Like as Cypher, what you're trying to do is make sure he does not stick an ally. If he sticks an ally for free, it's so good setup. You need every ally to be dead, so that he can't just level 1 and then especially automatons.
Rallied
You don't
combo
want
you.
them to level 1 power cell rally advance you out of nowhere.
Ooh, sell Vanguard.
Love that card. Who power cells? You really cannot let any ally stick now.
This reminds me of like the really old days of automatons where people just tried to have like 3 power cells and then you just pop all the power cells at once.
Mhm.
Nowadays they just do it with 1 power cell. There's second win and rallied advance. Sell Vanguard coming in here with a power cell popped most likely for 3 into the Gildas.
I can see that. And then you keep your extra power cell handy. You force another missile or some sort to come out to kill that, but then you're okay with it because it's also floating memory.
Goodbye, Gildas. Might have a Frostborn Paladin next turn.
That's what you would have played Frostborn last turn.
Well, lost Herman's mic.
Oh, I'm back.
Oh, you're back.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep.
Went to the webcam mic for a moment there. He was trying to join the webcam league himself.
Yeah. Or I'm trying to go to work, so I'm slowly getting myself ready on the side.
True. So 2, he has the availability of 2 floating here, right? So we're gonna see. I believe that's a Scepter Fascination. She's just trying to convert floating into cards. We're gonna see 3 cards in hand here.
Feeling no threat from the opponent, which is why you do that. Because I would feel a little threatened. Actually, what's a total influence? 7. Going to Scepter
Draw to 7 here.
would telegraph that you do have the negate for sure, because otherwise there is
Rewreck
a
fast here.
lethal line threatened.
Rewreck fast here is pretty good. We'll recover
There's no
down to
longer a
0.
lethal line threatened.
So 2 floating, self-milled the unstable fractal, which is a little unfortunate because you kind of want to have more fractals.
Mhm.
Especially
Like,
since
we
it
know he
is
still has
like
a
your main
refreshment.
damage push. Maybe a
Might just
fractal
be a refreshment
snow.
pass. Oh, insight.
He really wants the value off of that that Fractal of Rain. I
Fractal
don't know
Rain.
if it really matters at this point. He already has 2 floating in graveyard. Unless he has like 2 Frostborn Paladins and wants to level up, then I could see it maybe, but I think once
there's
you're at
somewhere
2
needed.
floating and you don't really need much more.
I mean, he plays Lost in Thought, right? So you could also do that. Do you think it's a Lost in Thought for 3 here?
It's well, it would be for 2. It's possible.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think he necessarily needs to do that yet. I think he kind of just hold on to it until he needs to dig for cards.
That's
Like
fair.
it's like definitely an end step play that you're focusing on. I think this is the refreshment coming out.
Refreshment. Yeah. Yeah.
He wants to draw that top card, that 1 top card.
Yeah. No longer needs a Fracturize.
The 5 fractals on board. 5 fractals on board. Again, we're at that point where Zhangjiao plus the Glimmering Refusal like is a possibility.
Yeah, but we're just gonna watch Clarence come out right now, I assume. It's Clarence unless he's going for lethal, because there's only 3 influence showing.
I don't think he can go for lethal here.
Or not, like, even if it's not for lethal, it's at least going for like huge damage. 2 down, manufacture. Ooh, it's possible now.
Manufacturer cell is pretty good. It's gonna.
Yeah.
I
Yes,
really like
so
the
he can-
manufacturer cell allows you to draw the card as well. Like going neutral in manufacturer cell is what makes it really good in my opinion.
So if he brings out a Viridian right here, Cypher pretty much has, because he's not Diao-Chan right now, he pretty much does not have any interaction available except for a fast cure.
Shimmering Refraction. You can play Shimmering
Oh,
Refraction.
no, yeah, except Shimmering Refraction from hand, because he can't Shimmering from memory.
Yep.
Yeah, he's doing it because he can pay for both power cells right now in pre-recollection, and once he does, this is the perfect time. After they've both been used, if there's a Shimmering Refraction, you gotta do it now, man.
I don't think he has it.
Yeah, I don't think so either, because it didn't look like he had any more
This
misses.
is scary. Okay, so 5. If he has second wind, It's gonna be for 6.
I don't think he plays second wind. He only plays the rallied.
It's
Oh, he
over
does play second wind.
5. So there's no invective because he would have played the invective already, right?
Yeah. Rallied put him to 12, and then he only needs 3 more damage after that.
Is that
I can't tell what that is.
I think it's second wind.
Oh, that's first and second wind.
Yeah.
So that's 12. That's 6 and 6.
Did he play it? He played it before damage.
Oh no, you know what? I think he respected the Song of Frost and played it after.
So we're
I don't
seeing
think
11 damage, and then he's gonna rally it for
because
2.
you didn't need to play it during damage step because you have both of these, right? So you could have played it out. You can finish the 5,
Yeah.
do second win, and then do that.
And he's dead. 18.
Well, 2 with the rally puts him to 15, and then and then thing swings for over 5, and he's still spirit.
It looks like that is game there, right?
Gotta be a fast cure or something, or a shimmering fraction to kill it. Game's not over. He's thinking. Not much to think about. If you have it, you have it. Oh, yeah.
He does have the fast cure. I think he's still dead over the fast cure though, right?
19. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, he's dead to exact over the fast cure.
Damn.
Close.
Good times.
Clarent good.
Yeah, he lost the only game he brought Clarent out.
Yup. But it gave him a chance at the game, right? Like without the Clarent, he would not have had a chance at the game. Like he would have lost very quickly in that situation.
Just the threat of Clarent means that on the fractal side, you can't even play for Burst Asunder anymore. It's very, very rough. Because of all the fractals coming down at slow speed, they're reservable, they're additional events next turn, but because you have to wait next turn, and I can just bring out Clarent for free any single turn, it's very, very hard to play for that win con. You need to find your refracting missiles, you need to find your shimmering refractions, and any that you waste on, well, not necessarily waste, but anything that you use on like allies for board clear means that's not damage on face, and you really need that damage on face otherwise.
Yeah, so thank you so much for joining us today, Herman. Much appreciated. Thank you for waking up extra early before work for the Cake Online Regional here, hosted by SBP. But so we're just going to leave up the stats here for you guys. It's about 12 minutes until the next round, and then we will see you guys shortly. So thank you guys so much for joining us, and we'll see you in a little bit. Hello and welcome back, everybody. I am joined here with Mr. Cake himself. We're going to be covering the rest of the games. Our esteemed guests have left us, and our most esteemed guest is not able to make it today, the GOAT himself. But yeah, we'll try to bring you guys the best content that we can today. So you want to tell us about our next matchup?
Yeah, for the next matchup, we have, let's see. Did I pull it up correctly? Did you delete it? Well, we have,
I put them in the wrong
Trest?
channel, Lama. My
Oh
bad.
yeah, I was confused. It's all good. We have Tress on Fire Luxem, which is Garrett's. He was commentating last week on the European Nationals. And he'll be playing against Reiko. I believe it's also at least a European player. I think it's a German player playing Water Genbu. This is one of the matchups I personally was worried about. Well, maybe not specifically Fire Luxem, but like Wind Luxem going into Nationals. I feel like you definitely have a bunch of ways you can try to, well, kill the Luxem player before they hit 3, but they also, once they get to 3, they can make your life very annoying. So we'll see how that ends up. Looking at the list, I think the Genbu list. Oh, what is that? I was about to say it's not super spicy, but I think what is Convalescing Mare?
Convalescing
What is
Mare
this?
is fast class bonus fast activation on enter. All allies you control get +1 life until end of turn. So it's like a fast.
Yeah, that's kind of spicy.
It's like an ally fast activated version of favorable wins.
That's kind of spicy. I kind of like it. So this manages to save your allies when they're trying to hit for Exaxes, which kind of happens a lot. Maybe not in this matchup specifically because Luxem doesn't play that many allies.
Oh, this is the wrong table. Table
Oh, no.
5. It's not Garrett.
Oh no, what did we do?
Yeah, Garrett already played against Reiko, so the matchmaking is slightly different.
Uh-oh. Oh, right. It's into Cypher?
Yeah, so it's actually going to be Horenti versus Reiko.
Okay, good thing I started with explaining the Genbu deck. That stays the same.
Okay, my apologies. I missaw.
It's all good. My explanation and questions stand about whether this Convalescing Mare is gonna help him save his allies, except the matchup is now different. Maybe it matters more now. So what's Horenti on? Oh, he's on Tristan?
Win Tristan, yeah. I think this matchup's going to be very Win Tristan favored. Tristan having access to Ensnaring Fumes kind of matters a lot.
Ensnaring Fumes is such an annoying card. Every time I played against, well, with anything, but mostly Tristan, I was like, please don't show me Ensnaring Fumes. I don't want to put my turtle back in his Pokeball. Don't do it. And then every time they have it, and I cry a little bit inside. But Ensnaring Fumes is such a good card in this meta. Well, especially against Genbu. I'm not sure what else you really use it against. I guess it's also good into ally matchups. But specifically into Genbu, you get to bounce their Genbu turtle, and it goes back to the rock. And if you want to bring the Genbu out again, you have to pay like 9.
Oh, holy moly! There's a couple other things in here that are unique. So Horenti is also running Sideboard Brackish Ludist, which is an ally that says whenever a card would enter your graveyard that has floating memory, banish it instead.
Oh, that's so sick.
Yeah,
so it's like anti-mill, but it's also anti. You can clear the, what is it? A bull, the cow, the ox,
the
mill too.
Tidestone Bovine.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's actually like a really hard tech card against this. They're gonna open with a Fairy Whispers here.
Oh, that's so crazy.
That is like really, really. I hate Nico Genbu players. Like actually.
But I mean, there were a lot of them last week. There's still a decent amount of them this week, so I don't hate it.
So the double broker for a windmill. I didn't quite see what was grabbed off of the Fairy Whispers. A little quick for my eyes there. Hopefully it's a reclaim. That would be most ideal in the situation. You can go reclaim. You can actually reclaim on the stack of the on enter of the water spirit too if you're afraid of someone having some sort of negate, like drawing into the negate.
Sorry, it's just fixing the round timer there. Yeah,
Down for a
just windmill.
Seaside. Seaside's always a pretty decent start, even though like Seaside does have the weakness of being killed by Sadie for agility trigger. It does have value from going to the graveyard immediately here, so it's gonna be 2 champion here.
Yeah, you kind of want to end up with this card in your grave. Water doesn't have any tricks like Creative Shock to get it into your grave directly, so you kind of have to get it on the board and either smack them with it until they get angry at it and try to clear it, or you can, what's it called? Primordial Ritual it?
Yeah, Primordial Ritual is
really
pretty good. Fast activation. It's additional cost too, so like it will go to the graveyard no matter what, even if they choose to negate it. The Primordial Mill.
Usually it's like you play Primordial Ritual and then your opponent's like thinking, then you're like, the ally goes anyway. And then they're like, okay, whatever, man. I don't care about the milling part. And then you get to pay 2 to draw a card and make your animals and beasts a little bit stronger.
There's a lot of fun lines with turbocharge. Okay, the turbocharge right off the bat, kind of good. The +1 is really valuable early, so we're gonna be seeing like a 10 card hand place. This is very similar to like the way Winluxem plays.
Well, I feel like usually if you see well, not always, but if you see the backup charge coming out early, you get a little bit suspicious that this can happen. I don't know if all the Tristan lists play, but that's the Failing Breeze going to hand. I don't know if all the Tristan lists play a bunch of turbochargers, but I feel like I see it often enough that I get scared of it.
Well, most of the lists run 1 turbocharge, so it's actually quite a high roll. If you look at the Luxem list, a lot of them are running 2 or 3, so it's a little more common to see it. So 2 Windmill Engineers here. I'm going to see 2 damage into that Seaside Ringleader. So yeah, the Primordial Ritual is going to come out.
Yeah, it's kind of like you want to end up with the Seaside Ringleader in grave. You just want to get more cards. What is this? Is that another ritual on top? I'm not sure if he milled the floating.
He milled a Convalescing Mare and a Refracting Missile.
Oh, this is Spicy Horse.
I'm pretty sure that's the Convalescing Mare. Yeah, it is Convalescing Mare. We're going to see Gorja level 1 here. Genbu's coming out. Tengu GCR, backup charger. Anything interesting here? Nothing too unique. Probably the Blinding Orb, the only thing that's like a little probably worth noting if you're the Tristan player.
Yeah. Blinding Orb was one of the cards that I wasn't running before, and then I was looking at the Kuala Lumpur list in between the Nationals days, and I noticed the 9-0 Genbu was playing Blinding Orb. I was like, that makes sense. It just really allows you to make the way clear for whatever you're trying to do, whether you're trying to finish them with the Fugue to make your turtle super strong, or just trying to clear the board.
This is probably the most ideal thing to play into Genbu. So on the stack of the Genbu trigger, you're able to use that Fairy Whispers, kind of set up for what you want, but also what you want to mill. Because if you get the +1 off of like your opponent's activations, it feels so much better than having to do it off your own.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like there's a floating there, or there's only like 1 wind card. So 2 down, 1 on top. Yeah, it's gonna grab the Veiling Breeze and then mill at random. We're gonna see
floating.
Oh, it is a floating. Holy moly!
Oh, that's skill.
Oh, that's raw skill. True skill right there. Blind mills the Reclaim. This would be pretty good here.
Yeah, like you said, if you know that the Genbu mill is coming anyway, you want to try and get the floating memory on top. If it's not, then it's no big deal, right? It's just a card that's being milled. But if you get the floating, it's like a nice little bonus.
Yeah, if you want to like hold on to a lot of the cards too, you can kind of just set it up where you mill the card you don't care about as much as the others. Yeah, man, getting the floating is such value because now you don't have to make an action to go to level 1 for free here, right? Like you're not able to reclaim your Windmill Engineer or something like that based on that one being lost, but overall like having access to the fast floating with no effort is pretty nice. Let's see, lost on top for 1. Yeah.
Don't love to see this kind of. I wonder what he has in hand. Must be. I don't know if I would do that very often. Unless my hand was like very bricky. Because Lost in Thought for like X is any number bigger than 1 is so huge. Well, okay. I don't know if he got that off
Toss
the
that
top.
Lost in Thought like that.
Toss the
Damn.
Lost in Thought.
Get out of here, Lost
Get
in
out.
Thought. We don't need you.
Get out of here.
Yup.
I can't believe you only drew me 1 card.
Yup.
Probably
You
got
only drew me
eight,
1
right?
match. Frostburn probably gonna come in for 3 here. Basically just leaving up these Windmill Engineers. Windmill Engineers are kind of like whatever in this situation.
I mean, Reiko's been pretty consistent because he also did the same thing with his Seaside Ringleader, just sends it to face. It's just quote unquote just 1 from the Windmill Engineers coming in.
Surely Horrenzi has a Sadie here. Sadie with the Windmill Engineers into the
That would be a
into the
punish,
Frostburn
yeah.
Palette. Plus you can incapacitate onto the Primordial Retro if you want. Like it's not the best. Ideally you would want to get the kill here.
I think he might be doing what you just called out.
On kill
Least one
agility is
to it to
important,
Paladin.
right?
For sure, for sure.
Because
There
if he
is-
primordials, you don't get the on kill agility, which is unfortunate. Oh, so we are gonna get it here.
Oh, doesn't have it.
On
does
kill
not
agility is
have
really
it.
big. It kind of sets up the whole turn. Because now you can
Yeah.
play out your whole hand and still hold enough cards for like an incapacitate or something. I think the
Mhm.
most ideal here, if you're playing a little more aggressively, is to just play a broker. Oh, return Sadie.
Or instantly returns to Sadie.
Go to 2. Broker, probably? The broker brings you
That's
to
the
3
one-
prep counters, and you have stealth now.
And he still has the agility, right?
Yep. Damage to face is good
So-
on the board.
It's 3 back. Up to 4 in hand. And he has a little bit of a board. Because the broker is stealth now, it's kind of annoying to clear. You'd probably have to send like missile at it, but you don't have fractals yet, so missile doesn't even kill it.
This is
Doesn't
actually
come
one of the
close to
biggest
killing.
weaknesses of the Genbu deck is a lot of people aren't playing things that have good removal against stealth units. So having Black Market Broker, having Shimmercloak Assassin can be really scary. At CNATS, Henke actually evaluated that was what was the most important thing against an opponent that he played against, one of my friends. He made a 7/7 Shimmercloak and just beat him to death with it.
Oh,
I was like, that's crazy.
A
Oh, so that
7/7?
wait, is that 2 Seaside Ringleader activations?
yeah, it's double ringleader.
A double Ringleader is really big here.
Mill 1.
Ooh, Surveil Mild is actually pretty good. Reiko's probably pretty happy about that. But he lost a Frostborn Paladin, which is kind of unfortunate.
Yeah, that feels like almost the worst card to mill in your deck. You just love having those in hand to play. It replaces itself as a 3/4 body. Just so good. Man, I'm so jealous. You're probably gonna get the nice Frostform Paladin, right?
I hope so. We'll see. A lot of work has to go into those kind of things. We're gonna see 3 down here, most likely. Oh, for the Tidestone Bovine. Tidestone Bovine
Tidestone
entering with
Bovine.
2 buff counters is pretty scary. A second
Oh my
Tidestone
God,
Bovine
another
entering
one.
with 2. Okay, that's pretty big. So these are now what 3?
3/5.
3
No,
fives?
3/4. I think 3/4.
I-
It's a 1/2 base, I think.
Let me see. Tidestone Bovine.
It's a 1/2 base.
1-2, so
with
3-4.
two
So they're
counters.
basically like Frostborn Paladins without the intercept. But the thing is, these are gonna put
Yeah.
these are gonna put the quest counters online really quickly, right? Every time they attack, you get a quest counter.
Yeah, and the water decks play a bunch of floating, so you're pretty happy to mill those 2 cards off of each of the bovines.
I'll be honest, I might high key just mill my opponent.
It's kind of sick if you mill your opponent while they have their top set up.
Ooh,
It
Conniving
comes up
Plants and a
sometimes.
Fugue. That's not the greatest, but you are filling water in the grave, so it's not actually that bad.
Mm-hmm.
He also does run a 1 of stratagem.
Wait, let's look at this deck a little bit more
Bovine. Oh, there it
closely.
is. There's the stratagem.
I think
So-
this deck is basically the KL list, except he's playing Convalescing Mare. Which is an
Or
interesting read.
Convalescing Mare is really interesting to me. I could see the argument for like 1 or 2 of them, but I'm a little concerned with like potential lack of ally board damage because I would in a perfect world I'd love to see Aqueous Stallion. I think Aqueous Stallion's so good in this deck.
Mhm. Yeah, that card's sick.
We see Grass Crusaders ring here from Horrenty. Horrenty is showing a lot of damage on board. It's kind of unfortunate, being 11 damage just that quickly. Because even if you clear the bovine, like you give 2 floating to Reiko, like an extra floating, so he just goes level 2 for free, right? Grabs the quest counters.
Okay, so we see the same thing that he did against the Frostmourne Paladin, except now it's hitting a bull.
Sadie comes. If he has the if he had the Primordial Ritual there, that would be just so advantageous. Because stopping the agility trigger is so important against Sadie.
It's a little bit interesting. I feel like he overswung 1 damage into it, right?
He did overswing a damage into it. I think he was afraid of the Convalescing Mare because he did see the Convalescing Mare milled earlier. So maybe he was respecting like that being a potential option. Which, I mean, that's really good foresight. Dream Fairy onto the other one's kind of big. Taking away the value of that Seaside Ringleader there. So Dream Fairy's going to come in for a 1, go to 4. If you had a Poison Dagger in your deck, this is a really scary time to have it set up. Pick up Poison Dagger here, your opponent either has Fracture Eyes or they lose the game.
Suddenly it's almost like a Wind Allies board. Like a bunch of things spawned. The Windwell Engineers were there the whole time, but like Sadie coming in and out. Dream Fairy is going to peck in for 1 every turn now.
Yeah, so we might see...
Reiko's still very healthy.
This is level to 2. The crazy thing is level to 2, draw cards here instead of gaining quest counters is pretty viable.
Do you usually choose to get the quest counters, or
I think
how do you evaluate
generally
what you pick?
Generally I want to draw. I think I would grab the quest counters if I knew that I could push lethal this turn.
Yeah, okay. Makes sense.
Because the other thing is like you can also set up by going 2 quest counters. If you know end step, you flip your Genbu and then you level up into level 3 for free. It's pretty good. Like Goja level 2 coming out here. Chooses to... I think he did get the quest counters. No. He drew a card. He drew a card. He has 4 quest counters right now.
He's got an extra 1 because of the conniving plans, I think.
Did he mill another Surveillance?
Ooh. I think he did.
That's an unfortunate one. 10 cards in hand here for... Or 10 cards influence for Harunsy. I believe Reiko also has influence of 10 right now. So 2 conniving plans there have been milled. We're going to see Fractal of Polar Depths. Ooh.
Where's Fractal coming out?
Ooh. Fractal... This might be... Wait, is this triple Fractal of Polar Depths mill out?
You reckon he has enough? I feel like he has like 10 grave right now.
He does. If he has 3, it's enough.
Okay.
Then he
did a quick count there.
He uses the reservable, puts 2 down, plays a 3rd one, and then mills himself twice. So you mill your opponent, and then on the stack mill yourself. On the stack mill yourself. You go from 10 to 20. So all 3 of them go to graveyard. You mill for 13. Like 13. 26. Yeah. You go to like 0 cards, and you mill your opponent out. They draw. They lose.
Yeah, you mill your opponent for 52, and 52 is for sure enough here.
I don't think he has it, though. I don't think he has a 3rd one.
Does he have 3?
I think he's asking response to Fractal of Polar Depths.
It's so spooky if your opponent asks you a response to Fractal of Polar Depths and he just played 2 in his forehand.
Well, so the reason is because one of your responses can actually, at this point, could be on the stack of your activation, Verdigris Decree.
But just
Nullifying Lantern.
Well, now the question is, do you respond to the Nullifying Lantern? I don't know if you do, but okay, he will. Oh, it wasn't 10. It was just like 8. So looking to find like stuff like the Seaside Ringleader or more floating. Did not mill that much. I think like 1 or 2. Or 2 floating and a Ringleader. So that's fine. But now he has to deal with the Nullifying Lantern if he wants to go for the mill-out plan. He milled one of the Stallions that would help him do that.
The Unbroken Mustangs?
Yeah.
Yeah, losing Unbroken Mustang is pain. I think in this situation, I think you would just mill your opponent twice here. Unless you're going to mill them out, you don't really want to mill yourself.
I could see milling a little bit, so you get the floating in grave, but it kind of depends a lot on what your hand is right now.
Slowly
If
chipping
you
in here.
have the second Lost in Thought, or maybe the third by now, it might be good. He's taking a bunch of damage here too. Although Genbu is close to coming out too, which might help you clear a little bit of the board, or just be a taunt body if that's what you want. You have to really be really scared of those Dream Fairies. Like if Horinti is holding another Dream Fairy and he plays the Genbu against Dream Fairy, that's pretty huge. Just another prep counter, another stealth body.
Another black market broker. Holy moly.
Water's not great at clearing board, so this board over a couple turns will just end you, basically. Oh, what is this?
Oh, Slice and Dice prepped for 9 damage. It's exactly the lift, nothing in hand. And he's holding Incapacitate as well.
A cute play could be to mill.
Cerulean
has
Decree.
it?
-3.
Okay.
And he has Incapacitate. Yeah, that's game. GG.
Ooh.
Oops.
What I was
clicked
gonna
the wrong
say is
person.
there was some cute play, I think, where you could mill yourself, spawn the Genbu. Well, you can't mill with Polar, so it would have to be something from hand, like conniving.
You would have had to
And
have
you can-
done... Yeah, you would have had to use the second Fractal Polar Depths on the stack of the Nullifying Lantern to get the mill out, right? And then you can play a Conniving Plans from hand. I think he actually did have a Conniving Plans. Didn't he use it for the Cerulean Decree? Or am I crazy?
That's possible, actually.
So the play in that situation would have been if you had left Genbu at 1 counter. What you can do is... Oh, I guess he would have incapacitated the Conniving Plans anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered, right? Yeah,
It
I was
would
gonna say
be-
if you do have the 10 counters, what you can do is you can just get 10 counters early and then wait until your opponent like plays everything. Because if you go Slice and Dice, what you can do is you can allow the first one to hit, and then or like right before damage on the first one, you can flip Genbu to gain taunt. So he has to hit Genbu for 9. Well, I guess Genbu would just die in that case. You lose the game, right?
Well, yeah, your Genbu dies, but you might live. Depending
Yeah,
on
but you
what
can't
the
win from
situation.
there if your Genbu dies, right? Like I don't think you can win.
I don't think he can in this specific game, but there's games where you can.
Yeah. All right, moving on to sideboarding here. There's a couple things I think that are going to make this game really, really painful for Reiko. Starting with Arrow Trap.
That's the one that bounces, right?
Yeah,
Bounces the hand.
Arrow Trap is target attacking ally goes to memory.
Yeah.
And then if you prep it, I think it destroys. I'll pull it up on stream, actually. Arrow Trap. Yep. Oh, it's to hand. Sorry, not to memory.
Yeah, it's the hand, but because the prime target for that is the turtle, right? And if you target the turtle, it goes all the way back to your material deck.
Yep.
And it's unlikely that you're seeing it again that game.
It's gonna be unfortunate. So there's gonna be a lot of cards sideboarded here. So 2 Arrow Traps. I don't think the Stifling Trap is too important. But I do think that bringing in those Brackish Ludus are going to be very relevant in this matchup. I think Horinti knows that if he manages to draw into one, there's like no reason not to play it.
That's the one that's anti-floating, right?
Yeah,
When it goes to
Brackish
grave?
Ludus.
That card's crazy. I've never seen that card before.
I've only seen one person play this card ever, but it's pretty good. It's a 3-cost 1/3 too. The other cool thing is because it's a melody as a human. If you play Music Box, you can actually banish it under the Music Box and then play it fast in response to something.
That's so sick.
It's like a weird niche situation, but it's very funny. It's very funny to get someone with that.
That's so sick.
There's a lot of cool combos with these cards that are melodies and harmonies. On Reiko's side, I think we're probably going to see the extra Unbroken Mustang come out, knowing that the Lantern was played. And then on top of that, probably all 3 title locks.
Oh, he has all 3 title locks inside. I see.
I think he might just straight up swap the Cerulean Decrees for the title locks and the 1 stratagem, or the 1 Unbroken Mustang plus the 3 title locks. Because while Cerulean Decree is good and you can use it to -3 units attack for Slice and Dice, a lot of the time it's just like difficult because of cards in hand. Alternatively, 3 title lock, 1 Unbroken Mustang, you take out the 1 stratagem, take out the 2 Revitalizing Cleanse, and you take out 1 of something else. like another direction or option you can go in. But I think the 4th Unbroken Mustang is really, really important in this matchup.
Yeah, once you know that your opponent is playing Nullifying Lantern, you really want to see those Unbroken Mustangs because you kind of have no other out. Fracturize doesn't really work. They get a fractal, but it still negates the elements in your graveyard, so it doesn't really help you out there. Really specifically need to see Unbroken Mustang.
Starting first here is gonna be pretty big. It's probably a Seaside Ringleader start. Oh, Imbued Fractal of Rain. Okay,
Oh, showing 2 Frostborn Paladins too.
that's really spicy. I like Imbued Fractal of Rain here. The only downside is, unless you have like some fast float, you want to level up almost always immediately when you're playing Goja. The problem is that you don't want to lose those Frostborn Paladins, right? So you really want to have a Lost in Thought in hand available to you.
Yeah.
For Herenti here, I mean, the goal here is to get the Scatter Essence, right? If you can scatter this turn 1, you're feeling great. So he's digging. He doesn't have the Scatter Essence in hand. Did he draw the Scattered Essence?
It's a pretty big swing if you can get the Fractal Rain
Oh,
out this.
He actually had it in hand already, I think. Yeah, that's pretty sad.
Probably has a negate ready, but Horenti has 2 in hand, so not much you can do there.
Ooh. Oh, negating this is actually kind of good. Negating the Surveil the Winds is kind of important because it stops a lot of the prep generation.
Yeah.
Oh, he actually is going to give out the Frostborn Paladin. Holy.
Don't really hate to see this if you're
a
Genbu player.
It just hurts so much too, because like, right, so you lose a card that you imbued, and then your opponent goes neutral on it to break it, which is like really frustrating.
Yeah, Scatter S is just
and an Ensnaring Fumes milled. So it's like that's good because you want the Ensnaring Fumes gone for the Genbu. It's kind of bad because now he has an extra floating.
Yeah.
But milled is on Fracturize, not bad.
Hate to see the early Scatter Essence.
I do also find it funny that the Genbu player playing against a Tristan is playing with Tristan sleeves.
Oh, I didn't even realize that. That's so funny. Actually.
And then the on the other side, I thought it was Goja sleeves, but I think it's Diachan. It's Diachan plus Goja on the material.
There's Goja material. Yeah.
They've definitely not done this on purpose. Surely.
No, but it is pretty funny that it comes up this way. He levels to 1 with the floating memory he got from the Scatter Essence. Scatter Essence is such a sick card.
He's actually debating Agility 3 here. I feel like in this matchup, this might be one of the only matchups where I would actually consider taking Agility 3. But in most cases, you usually want to grab a prep counter because you want to push and threaten like the slice lethal.
Did he end up taking the agility?
I think so, because he didn't take the prep counter. So if you don't take the prep counter, you actually have to take the agility. Sadie. So agility 6 would be interesting. Sadie swings 2 to face.
Oh, so not going for the agility 6. Just happy with the 3.
Wants to pick up the 3. Hold everything.
And passes.
I guess they feel like they don't need the pressure of it because they have the Sadie for prep generation. The thing is, if you grab a prep counter here, you can pay 2 for Sadie, return it after you level up, go to 4 prep counters anyways. Mill a Slime Shield. So Slime Shield and Tristan is such a fun setup. It's a tech that was brought in because people were running so many staggering strikes and they needed a way to stop that. Deflecting Edge always works, right? But Slime Shield is a wind card, so it synergizes better with the overall deck.
Oh, yeah. Oh, a little bit of a freeze, maybe. Might be an RN too. I'm not so sure.
Wait, is that an arrow trap?
That is an.
Is that the A and B arrow trap? I think it is.
I think that's an arrow trap.
Yeah. So A and B arrow trap, not prepared. Oh, it is prepared. So he's the prep counter that he gained from the city. Interesting. Not bad.
Yeah, destroys the ally instead of bouncing. Another way you can use the arrow trap.
Yeah, getting rid of the Frostborn Paladin's really good. Frostborn Paladin's like somewhat difficult to remove, especially if you don't have other allies. I don't
Yeah.
think that Hermanti's running Mercenary Blade for 1 damage. So it would have to
And
be
now you're-
like Assassin's Ripper.
Well, hard placed is Fate Stone, the pelagic. I think it's called Fate Stone, the one that turns into a dolphin if you banish it from graveyard to pay for memory. But just plays it to get a draw card into memory. That
It's not so bad because it cycles, and then you can play Primordial Ritual on it, level up to 2 using both of the floating.
mm-hmm.
So like right now would be a perfect time to do it when he has no cards in hand, right?
Yeah.
We're gonna see Windwalker Boots. Windwalker Boots really good. Windwalker Boots are like the key core card for Kristen. Kind of the same way that Ingredient Pouch works for Arsana.
Yeah.
Being able
Kinda
to
wanna
get the
get
prep
that
generation is really
off.
important.
Off the
Oh.
board as fast as
Oh.
you can if you can.
Oh, there it is.
right?
There it is.
I'm surprised he didn't have to explain the card.
This is where you go in response to Brackish Ludist. I'm gonna play the thing, but it doesn't look like it happens. So Brackish Ludist enters the field, swings for 1, and then end step gonna grab the prep counter from the Windwalker Boots. Oh, you can't Primordial
Ooh.
Ritual Fate Stone. You're totally right because it's an item and not an ally.
Yeah, that's why having the Fate Stone on board is a little bit awkward.
I guess it's just like we need to draw a card, a cycle to draw.
Yeah.
To activate the Seaside Ringleader ability, go to Genbu Mill. It was gonna mill a Primordial
Oh,
Ritual,
the
which gets
banished.
banished. Oof.
That's a brackish Ludus value right there.
Oof. Oofers. That's pain.
that's- But it's fair, it works for both of them. So if Horinti mills a floating memory, he also has to banish it.
Yep, that's true.
That's totally fair and balanced.
All things in balance.
I think they're asking a little bit of a question about how this brackish Ludus works with the Genbu stone.
If a card is put into the graveyard from any source, if it has floating memory, it gets banished.
Yeah, I think he's asking if he gets the counter, the quest counter.
You should still get
But-
that's a good question.
Because it goes to banish, right? And I think the Fate Stone, the Genbu Stone, says if it goes to graveyard.
I think it doesn't give you the quest counter because it never hits the graveyard because it says instead it would be banished.
That's what I'm thinking too, but
Yeah, so it has to be
That
put
makes it
into
even
your
stronger.
graveyard from your deck. So if it never gets to the graveyard, you do not get a quest counter.
it's even stronger then.
Pretty good. Rest in peace, Genbu.
I
Tidestone
lost my
Bovine coming out here.
moving footage. Wait, let me do the magic turn. it off
Another
and on again.
Tidestone Bovine coming out here. The double Tidestone again.
Did it again?
This time they're only 1 buff counter. It's not as big as last time.
They're not. They're Frostborn Paladins without extra counters.
They're
Got it.
base Frostborn Paladins. He's gonna swing in on attack. Gonna
Will
mill
he attack
2.
the Ludus? You think?
Oh my god, he lost another card off of. Yeah, he's attacking the Ludist, I think. But he
You
lost
have
another
to,
card.
right?
He does get the quest counter this time because he gets the Cerulean Decree in the graveyard. And the other one's gonna
Right,
swing
right.
into the Ludist as well.
Actually, kind of want to mill not floating here, so you maybe have some outs for your Penguin or something.
On
More cards
attack,
in grave for your
mill a Fractal of Rain, a Lost in Thought. So the Lost in Thought gets the Fractal of Rain. That's just so brutal. You imagine if he had a Reclaim here. Reclaim would be crazy.
Oh, that would be so dirty.
Because
Right,
you
he's like,
would
"Yeah,
you would
okay,
return
got
you would
it."
return the Brackish Ludist and then it would finish resolving, right? So it would go to the graveyard. He'll level up to 2 here. 4 prep counters. He's gonna lose a Sadie. Still gonna draw 2 here. So gets a +1. Holy. Brackish Ludus kind of goes crazy. Stopping the quest counters is so much more impactful than I thought it was for just like you don't get your floating memory.
It's just stalling out the Genbu coming down, right? And you kind of want to be able to put a lot of pressure before the Genbu comes down, because after that it might be a little bit awkward to push damage.
There's also a lot of
'Cause it has
cards in
taunt.
hand for being level 2 right now. As an end step, you can draw another card off of the Windwalker Boots too.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it's 10 or 11 cards in hand right now.
Oh, another Imbue. So another Windmill Engineer.
Windmill's gonna cycle a card again. Still get that chip damage in there. It's probably Windmill plus Sadie, right? Kill a Bovine, get agility.
Mm-hmm. If you have another Sadie, yeah.
Yep. One
Let's
into
see if he has a
Bovine.
Primordial Ritual this time. No.
He's gonna get the floating though.
Thankfully, yeah.
End step, go to
Responses? Fracturize on the Windwalker?
Fracturize the Windwalker Boots at the end of main phase.
Yeah, so you don't get the extra prep counter. Oh,
Oh,
no, he
fracturized.
his own Fate Stone.
Huh, interesting. Fracturize the
Like,
Fate
this is-
Stone does work.
Because the Fate Stone's kind of quote unquote dead on your board. It doesn't really do that much. You can't ritual it, so
You have to Mustang
he's
it,
like,
right?
Yeah, but do you want to Mustang your own?
Probably. I mean, you could. It's not the worst.
a
It's just
universe
a lot of cards to do that with. He's gonna get the 2 quest counters here. Go to 7.
There's definitely universes where you do that because it goes back to your grave as a floating, right? So
So he's actually gonna have the availability to get 9 quest counters this turn because Genbu's gonna trigger. So Fatestone trigger will put you to 8. Tidestone Bovine on attack trigger puts you to 9 unless response here kills the Bovine in Recollection. Probably just pick up Sadie is my guess. Well, Fairy Whispers first.
Fairy Whispers.
This is on the stack of the Genbu trigger, trying to mill a floating, trying to get the extra value.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of spicy.
Oh, left 3 on top. So this one
Windmill Engineer.
drawn with the Fairy Whispers.
Oh, mill a
Mills a
turbocharge.
Turbocharge.
Thing. I guess he's like, I don't really need to draw the extra card this game.
And Reiko milled a Seaside, right? That's great for him.
Seaside Mill is good. Sadly, couldn't use it in Rec. Might not have needed to use it though. Here it is, Tidestone on attack. Gonna get the 9th quest counter. Lost in Thought. Ooh, and a Mustang. Losing a Mustang kind of sucks. But
yeah.
the Lost in Thought is pretty good.
Oh, going to face. So not even bothering trying to hit the Sadie because it's probably going back to hand anyway.
Yeah, he's got 4 cards in hand still, so he can double bounce Sadie before anything comes through. Even if you
Yeah,
attack
so
Sadie,
just
you
go-
bounce it, and then on the stack you like refracting missile it or something, it's still not gonna be enough.
Yeah, that's kind of only good if they have like 1 bounce available to them.
Yep. The Fracturize
else
does
do you do?
enable the extra damage for refracting missiles though, so it's actually not the worst kind of play to set up. Reiko
I just-
deliberating.
I just feel like he needs the floating in memory, engrave, but what's he gonna use it for?
Who, Horinti
We
or
know he's
Reiko?
out 2 Frost Sworns. Reiko. We know he's out 2 Frost Sworns, right?
He might just hard materialize level 3 and then not flip until he's like prepared to flip. Because
Oh, that's
if you
interesting.
flip early and then try to level up, like you could flip and then after the resolution of your transformation, you can just ensnaring fumes and then it's like, okay, now what do you do?
Mhm.
Like now you can't level up for free and you've lost Genbu and you're like just crying. You know,
Mhm.
you're crying in the club at that point.
Really thinking about it, because all he did this turn was attack with the Bovine. Now he has like what, influence of 10? He could pass.
And a fractal.
And a fractal.
Yeah, because the
Doesn't
only thing
look like he
the only
wants to
thing he can
pass.
really convert the floating into is a blinding orb, right? Everything else is 0 cost except for champions.
Yeah. Well, he's still in his main phase, right? So he can still play stuff like Frostborn, but don't think that's what's happening here. Did move the Bovine aside a little bit. Kind of tells me he wants to play another ally. Not sure if that's true, but we'll see.
I feel like we're about to see a Seaside.
That's possible.
Cards. Oh, he's counting. Is he counting lethal with Fugue?
Oh. Do you think he can do that? His grave doesn't look that
He
okay.
he needs to have a negate for
Six?
arrow trap if he wants to do that.
There's only 6 in grave, so your turtle goes to 15. 15 is short, right? Yeah. 15 is for sure
15,
short.
16. If he was still level 1, you could do it on 16 because Fugue will go to the grave as well. So he's 3 short in that regard. It's not quite there yet. That brackish loot has really punished the game. It slowed it down so much. Fractal of Rain?
Imbuing.
Yeah.
We also see the single stratagem there. So Rinty will be a little bit careful that that's like an alternate win con for
There's a Frostborn Paladin.
him. No response.
They don't really
Does it
know.
put-
I don't think there really is any good response here. Like, your best bet is to arrow trap after the Frostborn Paladin attacks. But, like, stifling trapping the Frostborn Paladin doesn't do anything for you. You could maybe Tempest Downfall it.
You also put a counter on the Frostborn. There you go.
I was just trying
You
to,
just swing
trying to
3 to
calculate lethal
face?
here.
Or would you hold it up? Well, I guess it completely depends on what he's trying to do.
I think you probably have to hold the Paladin up because Assassin's Ripper Slice and Dice here represents 15 damage. You have 3 damage on board
Mhm.
already. That puts you at 21 with 3 cards used.
Mm-hmm.
And you can banish off the Boots to draw a card too.
Oh, he's using the boots. There you go.
Yep. So you banish the Boots to draw a card. I think
like he
we're
just
gonna
passed.
see. Oh, Nullifying Lantern. Another Nullifying Lantern. Yep. So he doesn't need. If he had Slice and Dice in cap plus something else for damage, you could probably. You could probably just mat Assassin's Ripper, but in this case, you're kind of just chilling. Nullifying Lantern also kind of turns off Title Lock for cheap, which is nice.
Oh,
DG to
Dungeon Guy.
3.
Kind of unnegatable with that many cards in hand.
This would be a decently nice time to actually play Cerulean Decree and View,
Just to force some cards
just to
out.
force cards
with the
down.
hand. And then potentially set up lethal on your turn or something.
Yeah, because once these shadows come out, so on enter you're gonna gain 2 ominous shadows. Being able to redirect the attacks makes this kind of difficult.
Right.
Because Herinti basically has, 3 attacks worth of protection here. The nice thing is you can actually kill the shadows, so you can just remove them off the field. But they're kind of difficult to kill unless you're swinging with, like, specifically with Genbu. Or if you're playing Aquia Stallions, you could do it after, like, double buff counters on them, where they're, what is that, a 2/6? And then they get +3 if they
2/6
have
plus 3.
Yeah, 2/6 +3 makes them strong enough to kill. Sadie's
So
gonna
got agility 3 from clearing the bovine, right?
Yep. Shadow Skull. He's actually gonna try to clear the Frostborn Paladin, I think. This makes sense. Taking the chip off this is like totally fine. One damage comes in here.
Not much to do about that. So how are we looking to win this game for Raiko? At some point you're gonna lose this Frostborn Paladin. I'm not sure if it's now.
I think he's about to lose it right now. I honestly don't quite know. I think the way to win here is either stratagem or Millo, but to Millo you have to play an Unbroken Mustang and it can't get Stifling Trapped.
And it's so expensive to put the Mustang here. Like, it's half your hand because you can't fast cast it. You actually have to spend 4 cards plus the Mustang on your turn. Well, you can use your 2 fractals and spend 2, but that means you don't have that much room to do anything else. So it's not that easy to Mustang mill stratagem, for example. You can probably only mill and Mustang.
Ooh, Primordial Ritual?
Could be.
Oh, Cerulean
There's the
Decree.
Cerulean.
Double penguin. So if this gets in capped, it's gonna be really unfortunate for Reiko because it's gonna lose board presence and he's not gonna be able to draw off the Serene Decree. Okay, so it will resolve. Draw into memory here, protect the Frostborn Paladin. And then Dungeon Guide for 1. It's unfortunate. Unfortunate.
Yeah.
The other option here was actually to bounce your Sadie, replay your Sadie, swing into the Frostborn Paladin, gain agility 3 again.
Oh, that's kind of sick, actually.
And then just send the 1 damage with the Dungeon Guide to face.
So
I don't know if it
Brink is
actually matters. You do get one more prep counter though, which might be relevant in the matchup.
Fairy Whispers.
Yeah. The other option, like there are a couple options for Stifling Trap. Like on the stack of the Stifling Trap, you can Primordial Ritual your own Mustang if you need to. So you mill 2, and then you also get to resolve your on enter because Stifling Trap loses target. You can Refracting Missiles it if you needed to kill it to remove the target.
Mm-hmm.
So there's gonna be 7 counters there, and then he's gonna pick up 3.
Agility.
Agility's kind of good. Is he thinking on the stack of agility?
Waiting for a response? Oh, he's thinking about whether he wants to flip Genbu so he can level, I guess. If he wants to.
Flipping Genbu.
Like he would have...
it doesn't matter if you do it before or after the agility. It makes no difference. The thing is, you hope. I mean, is he gonna play? Yeah, he's gonna play Ensnaring Fumes here, and then the game's like kind of just over, right?
Yeah, I think the only way he can win now is stratagem, but there's...
Wait, pick up all your allies. You pick up all your allies. Ensnaring Fumes is 0 too. Wait a minute.
Oh
yeah, there we go. I was like, Ensnaring Fumes picks up everything. I'm not crazy, right? I know it's really late and I've been awake all day, but surely I remember how the one card functionally in the deck works.
You're not crazy.
Yeah, Ensnaring Fumes is actually really good there for a couple of reasons. So 1, you +1 off of the floating memory. 2, you bring back a Dungeon Guide, which you were never wanting anyways, and you can replay your Windmill Engineer. I mean, you actually saw the game at the locals where I had 21 cards in hand and I couldn't kill my opponent.
That was kind of ridiculous.
It's because I resolved 3 Ensnaring Fumes. I just played Sirocco, and then I would Ensnaring Fumes and just pick up all 3 of them again. Because, so you play the first Sirocco, you draw into memory. The second Sirocco gives you a card into memory and a prep counter.
Mm-hmm.
And then the third one gives you the prep counter and the draw into memory again. So you can just play Ensnaring Fumes for 1 prep counter, basically.
That's so sick.
Yeah, I'm unsure how Reiko is going to come back from here. So you lost Genbu, so that's like your biggest win con, right? So you're going to pay 3 here with both your reservable fractals, draw off of the backup charger. But like, what can you win with in terms of ally kills? Because so Orenti doesn't have any more shadows, but only needs to find 19 damage, knowing he has like 12 cards in hand. So you convert the Ensnaring Fumes into an Assassin's Ripper, slice and dice with the Assassin's Ripper for 15. And then Sadie plus Windmill is 22 damage.
I think the only thing Reiko could do here is try to win with the strategy, but he doesn't have enough floating and it's gonna get in caps, right?
Yeah. It's really gotta be a Mustang here, right? Mustang to break the Nullifying Lantern and then be able to play the game. Cause that Fractal is just a reservable right now and does nothing else.
Yeah. And I don't know if you have the time to set up the Fractal Polar Depths at this time. Because if you're gonna play another card, you're gonna have like a max of 1 counter up.
Yeah, not having access to the other negates makes it kind of difficult.
And if he boarded in Title Lock, it's also it's not disabled, but it's a lot more expensive now because of the Nullifying Lantern. Removing your
Blinding
discount.
Orb. Okay.
Okay.
It's popping Blinding Orb now, so he is probably going for a kill turn here. Slice and dice for 11, and then needs to find 8 damage. 8 damage isn't too unrealistic. I think Reiko has, 4 cards in hand? Maybe 3? The 1 Title Lock available? 1 Serene Decree, maybe?
Yeah, 1 of either counter, but not more than that.
So all you need is in cap. So in cap is 3 cards, slice and dice is 3 cards, 6 card combo for 11. and then you need to find 8 damage in the rest of your card. It's a little bit difficult. You're probably just outside of reach. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Pain.
That's insult to injury.
That is
Can't even
actually insult
pop
to
it 'cause
injury.
He has no water grave.
Yup. So I guess you can convert the scatter distance into the Assassin's Ripper next turn. For now, you can just hold everything and chill. You play like Sadie or Windmill and just like attack and then pass.
But seeing how he played the fractal this way, it was literally only reservable and he took it away. It's kind of like taking a card away from him. You're just chilling. I think you're just chilling, and then next turn you might look to end the game.
Yeah, because you don't have to forcibly try to end the game faster, right? You can just wait because you know inevitably you were going to win the game either 1-0 or 2-0.
Yeah. And it's also like it's kind of tough for Reiko to really play his game while the nullifying is on the board. And he can't clear it in your turn. He has to clear it in his own turn with the Mustang. He can kind of just chip in every turn until something like that happens. And until then, there's not that much that Reiko can threaten. Like the biggest thing is maybe like, I don't know, Frostborn Paladin, but even that's not too bad for you.
Yeah, the other difficult thing that you like want to take out is you're like, okay, cool, I want to play my Unbroken Mustang, right? But then it just dies, and you have to -1 to kill the lantern, like annoying.
Mm-hmm.
And he might also very well have like a Zephyr. Like if he just Zephyrs his lantern, it's great.
Wait, is this Conniving Plant even good? Won't draw a card to memory, right?
Well, not because cannot deluge.
Yeah, he has no deluge, so. Oh.
Maybe
It's
he's
rough.
just trying to mill for float to level up. I don't know. I
Maybe,
don't think
yeah,
it's worth
but-
going -1 for that. It's like really difficult because like you're in such a narrow win condition. You really have to get
But
up
he
front.
did it. He did it after Terrafreeing materialization, so it's not like he was gonna level in this turn. But that's like one of the reasons why Nullifying Lantern is so good. It just turns off a bunch of cards in the water deck.
Well, this is the 4
just-
down for Mustang right now.
Yeah, but is
I mean,
that enough?
I could maybe understand it if your goal was to play like a Frostborn Paladin this turn or 2 Frostborn Paladins. You're just trying to find floating memory available. Oh, his Nullifying Lantern is gone. So actually, the game is
Okay,
like
let's have
somewhat
one.
playable again.
We can play again.
Okay, so Mustang enabled the game to be played. I see 3 down for
Paladin? Another
a
penguin.
Polar Death. Wait, is he gonna try to mill him out?
His grave is kind of thick.
1 damage to face.
I don't think it's enough to like single penguin mill him for game, but
Oh, he doesn't have enough
It's-
cards for a second. Yeah, so losing the other penguin by playing it early was pretty crippling.
it's a tough decision, right? Because if you don't play it there, you have to find some other spot where you want to pay or have to pay 3 for it.
Title
And he's
lock is
kinda-
enabled now. Terrafreeing protects you from a slice kill. You can't die to slice this turn. But Sadie can still kill Mustang for agility. It's a tough situation to be in because Ensnaring
for
Fumes
Genvu.
is your answer to Genvu, but at the same time it also like it removes so much from your board if you just went Shadow Dancer.
Mm-hmm. Also, he can't really get back those shadow allies that he bounced with the fumes. Well, they didn't really bounce this hand; they just don't exist anymore. But
Yeah, he doesn't have any answer to it.
Resolute Stand.
That Resolute Stand is
Okay,
alt cost too, right? It's the stop. Yeah, he actually just played
Yeah,
an
put the
alternate
dice
cost.
on it.
But
put the
he
dice
wants
on
to
it,
hold on to his Terrafring then?
I wonder if he is going for some mill win con.
Probably. Next turn, play
Like
the
the funny-
play the second Fractal Polar Depths, and then just mill your opponent out.
Like the funny thing about the Resolute Stand alt cost is that you can. I don't know if it applies here, but in some games you can prevent yourself from losing the game because you won't draw a card, right?
So you can in GA with the same thing. So you can
Oh, really?
only lose to mill out when you have to draw a card. So if
What?
if you have 40 cards in your library and I mill you for
Mhm.
41, it doesn't matter. You mill to 0, and then you don't lose until you draw. Most people just scoop because they know they can't stop the draw. But if you played all cost resolute and stopped yourself from drawing for your draw, then you could actually play your main phase.
That's what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah. So alternate cost resolute is actually really good for that.
But I don't think that applies here because he still has a bunch of cards, even if he self mills himself. He doesn't need to do it before his draw step, I don't think.
I think maybe he was genuinely afraid of dying. I just don't see how you die with a Terrafring up. Like if you banish Terrafring that turn, they can't slice you, right? Because slice costs 2 plus the card in hand, and then you have to pay 2 for each attack.
Mm-hmm.
So it ends up being like a 7-card combo, and it does. He also didn't materialize Assassin's Reaper.
But it just looks like he's trying to buy 2 turns instead of 1. And like the Terrafring seems like the more solid way to not die, and he's trying to use that in the second turn that he's trying to buy.
Yeah, one would make the argument that you're like trying to use Resolute when your opponent has no cards in hand, but he had 4 cards in hand regardless. So like if he wanted to incapacitate that, he could have. I guess maybe playing the Resolute to bait the incapacitate. If he incapacitates, then you use the Terrafring.
But you can't incap Resolute, right?
You can. It's an action.
Isn't it a reaction?
It's
All
reactions are actions.
Yeah, I'm dumb. My bad.
Paying 2 for Seaside effect and draw 1 to memory.
That one was still chilling in there. From a while ago, I think.
No draw because Resolute stand.
Yep.
I think it has to be Penguin Mill. I think it's like the only chance you have of winning the game here. So 2 down for 2 reservables. 1 down. Fractal Polar Depths.
2 plus 1 is 3.
Refracting missiles for 4. Interesting.
What is this? Is this some cheeky kill attempt?
This is some cheeky kill attempt trying to bait the incapacitate so that he can use stratagem for lethal, I think.
But if you just hold the incap for the stratagem, I don't know what Reiko can do.
Wait, it doesn't get banished.
Wow, he did. Yeah, it doesn't get banished. Should I type to our stream judge?
No, you got it. He'll grab it shortly here. So he's gonna pass turn after that. Interesting enough, he actually just passed turn. The Grand Crusader's ring here.
Get out the incap.
Oh, there's a Ludist on the field. I didn't even see the Ludist.
Oh, of course.
My eyes are glazing over. I actually didn't see the Ludist at all. All I saw was the Sadie.
It's okay. I forgive you. What time is it?
7 in the morning.
I forgive you. I think that's on me more than on you.
Brackish Ludist. I'm still trying to figure out how each of them wins here. Like, I think with so you play your Seaside to draw a card, but you don't activate any like beasts or animals, so you don't really get the true value out of Seaside, right?
Yeah, but it could be that he's just looking for cards. It could be that he's just trying to draw to, I don't know, find something that he can put in his grave to maybe get to the Penguin Mill. Maybe he's looking for the second penguin itself. There's definitely a bunch of water hands that just don't do a bunch of nothing.
Yeah, could be looking for Polar Dubs.
Like if he's stuck with some fugues in hand or something for some reason, his Gembo's gone. Those don't do much.
True.
Rest in peace, stuck with like multiple refractings, and that's why he sent one of them.
Imagine holding 4 fugues right now. I'd be so sad.
Yeah. I mean, you could make your no, nothing is really good.
I guess that refracting was actually going at the brackish Ludist, right? Clear the Ludist, then get more. Well, wait, he only plays 1 stratagem plus 1 in sideboard, right? So we saw 1 get milled. I don't know if he brought in the second one, so he might just not have any more stratagem options.
No, I think he had one in his memory at some point that he didn't end up.
Oh, you're right. He imbued with it. It was imbued fractal.
Yeah, so he should have that one. This game has
Passing
just
turn
slowed
here.
down so much.
Yeah.
Like after the Shadow Allies left and the Genbu left, both players are like, I don't have big allies that can hit you right now.
Yeah, Herenti doesn't mind playing slow though, like or just chilling, right? Because you're up a game, so like you don't have to do anything special. Oh, goodbye, Pelagic Fatestone.
Brackish Loot is so sick.
Brackish is pretty sick.
How many cards did this Brackish Ludist eat? It's like 4
Like-
or 5?
Like 6, I think, maybe 7.
Okay, Heart playing the Seaside. That's an ally.
Our play Seaside's not bad damage. Oh my goodness, another Pelagic
Not-
Fatestone
yeah,
to draw.
oh yeah,
He's
I
actually
forgot-
just trying to draw the card. He's trying to draw the Fractal Polar Depths.
I forget to mention that this is one of the other cards that is semi-dead in your hand. You can play it like he did, but like you're not that happy doing it. You have to put down 4 cards just to cycle it out.
Maybe he's just playing Sadie, bouncing Sadie, and just trying to chip in for a Shadow Strike kill. Maybe he just doesn't have Slice and Dice in hand.
Riku did leave himself a bit open while playing this Fate Stone. Only has 1 card in hand, I think, right?
Yep, 1 card in hand, that's it. Wait, the backup charter hasn't been used yet?
That's crazy.
Or like turn 8. Turn 8, no backup charter goes crazy.
Recollect question mark?
Resolute Stand.
Oh wow.
Oh, in cap. Oh, that's looking kind of dead.
Okay, we might see the kill here because now Reiko has absolutely nothing in hand.
All right,
Resolute
1.
Stand got negated. Probably has to have been sitting on the Slice and Dice for a while, right?
Slice for 10 or Shadow
Has to
Strike for
be.
11. Shadow Strike for 11 works too. 80 for 2, 11. 2 down, Shadow Strike for lethal.
Magic number is 22.
Oh, return Sadie? Okay.
Sure, we needed more prep counters.
Wait, he actually didn't need that. With the weapon, this goes to this 23 is 12 damage, isn't it? 7, 4, plus 1. Yeah. He didn't even need to bounce the Sadie. All right, we got there.
Wow.
I guess he actually just didn't have a kill card in his hand. He just had to draw for the kill card.
You mean Reiku?
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
yeah, I
no,
think
Harinti. I don't think Harinti could draw a card to kill Reiko. Like, didn't have a Slice and Dice, didn't have a Shadow Strike until just then.
he was waiting for the Shadow Strike or the
The
Slice and
Slice.
Dice. That makes sense.
He's just
too,
waiting to
yeah.
push for the damage. He just wasn't there yet.
Yeah,
That
both
was-
of them kind
that
of
was
just
quite a
sitting
game.
around and waiting until they get their kill cards.
I wasn't expecting that.
He got there in the end.
It's definitely a hard matchup for Genbu, though. When you look at that kind of setup, you look at Genbu and you're like, I got ensnaring fumes. I'm dead.
Yeah,
Right?
and, like, Ensnaring Fumes doesn't target either, right? So your
does
level
not.
3 Goja does not even save you from that.
Yeah, so level 2 Goja Lineage Release can protect you from things like Arrow Trap. It can protect you from Dream Fairy. It cannot protect you from Ensnaring Fumes or Ravaging Tempest. Ravaging Tempest is the Scry the Stars combo that they were using in Arasana. Because you can Scry the Stars, glimpse into it, and then activate it for free because of the Star Calling X. So, yeah, you don't really have a lot of options there, which is why I think that the Aqua Stallion is so important in that deck. It gives you another way to push damage on board, right? It's as long as you have water cards in grave, basically, it is a 3/4. And it also synergizes
water.
It also synergizes with the Seaside Ringleaders. So if you banish like 2 Seasides and then you play 2 Stallions, like it's gonna be so hard for them to remove them.
It's a 5/6 until they play Nullifying, and then if you get to clear the Nullifying, you hit them again.
Even then, right? Like they're gonna be 2 6s at that point.
Yeah,
which
it's
is like
also just
still a good
hard
stat
to clear
line.
them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like even if you get 1 buff counter, like a 1/5 is hard to clear.
Yeah, and
Right.
you can fugue it if you really want to.
True. You could fugue it if you really wanted to.
If you really need to, it will do damage.
Yeah, I guess it's not the worst there, but
Only starts working with 1 counter though, because also it dies from having 0 durability life.
it's a tough one. The one life swap is like it's like a huge all in play for sure.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not suggesting you go out there and try to fugue your Stallions all the time, but it's an option.
Yeah, I think round is finishing up here, but we're gonna take a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll be back for round 5 with you guys. You're gonna have to give us a little bit of time because I think this is around the part where people might start IDing at the top tables. So we're gonna need to figure out who wants to play and who doesn't want to play before we grab you guys a stream match. But thank you guys for joining us so far. If you guys are looking for the Omnidex link or the server for Cake Online Regionals, it is, or online anything is, it's below the stream in the description there. And yeah, just thanks for being here, guys. We'll be back shortly.
Yeah, we'll see you after the break.
Hello, welcome back, guys. We are here for round 5. We had small technical difficulties there with a player did not get dropped. They were supposed to get dropped, so we had to fix that. But we're coming in. We're going to be watching another new match we have not seen yet. This one is a little, I think, favored in one side though, so it's gonna be interesting to see if the player can actually push that advantage or not. But yeah, we're gonna see Serene Fire Luxem versus a pure Water Nico here. So it's not a Serene Nico, and it is actually Nico level 1 enabled, so it actually I think has a slightly stronger advantage. But yeah, between these, I am definitely interested in seeing, you know, how, like, I know both these players are like fairly good, right? Caduco, top 8'd Ascent Utrecht, and then Gazinger did make day 2 of EU Nationals, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he made top 8 as well, I think.
Yeah, it was really big for those guys.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a surprise because he's playing this Water Nico LIC deck. It caught a lot of people by surprise, I think. Because when you see water, that's not necessarily what you're expecting anymore, or right now, I guess. But we'll see how it works out into the Fire Luxem match. Which side is favored according to you?
I think Nico is pretty significantly favored in this matchup.
Mm-hmm. Why do you think that is?
Mage Bane Lash. Mage Bane Lash activation allows you to kind of play around very aggressively. Striking Illuminance does give you a little bit more of a push into like Nico overall, but I do think that you still actually get quite a decent advantage when you're playing in this setup.
That's reasonable. The Mage Bane Lash is so strong.
All right, so you're just gonna send it over to gameplay here. Get right into it. I believe our judge is telling us that the game will be starting just now. So yeah, it has started. Yeah, so I've played a lot of this matchup as a interesting. So we're gonna open up with a Splashing Spear Guard here from Gazinder. So Splashing Spear Guard is one of those new cards in HVN that allows you to imbue 3 and then mill 2. So it actually sets up like kind of early on. It's pretty good because it doesn't require any class bonuses, so it is like a first turn enabler.
That's such a cool card.
Caduco, realizing that he's playing up against like a pretty allies-y focused deck, he's actually just gonna play the Shieldmate raw, no creative shock, nothing like that. Just kind of get that up there because he knows that he has to push the damage into it, right?
No ritual either. It's a play we sometimes see, but maybe wants to just prevent some damage going into him in the early turns. Or he could not have the ritual. That's also possible. You see it followed up by backup charger, right? On Gazinger's side.
Yep. So backup charger, first materialization. Gonna get those extra cards in. Get that power cell going. Good fracturized target.
Yeah, the power cell only really doing much if you're A, water, or B, playing automatons, but water getting to fracturize it for an extra resource is pretty neat. Oh, that's Snow Fairy coming out.
Oh, Snow Fairy into the Shieldmate is really good because now Caduco doesn't really have an answer to take it off the field. You'd have to like Planet Explosives his own Shieldmate basically, or like Planet Explosives the Snow Fairy, which is kind of like unfortunate in this situation.
He might get a ritual in his turn, right? But then he has to wait for it.
Cremation Ritual? I don't think Xander plays Cremation Ritual. Generally, these Serene builds are like, we only play 2 fire cards. It's like,
oh, I see.
It's like Creative Shock, and then sometimes we play Under Fire or, what's the other one? Planet Explosives, like just for damage.
Oh, but Caduco is playing Cremation Ritual.
Is he actually? Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
He's playing Cremation
I didn't know
Ritual.
that. I was going off the vibe.
Wait, he's playing some crazy stuff in this deck list. He's playing Manufacture Cells and Cell Assemblers.
What's that for? To abuse
this is like
power cell?
This is like almost an allies deck. Like this is like a mid-rangey allies deck with like high-end Luxem control.
And he's playing a bunch of turbocharge or something, probably.
He's actually playing 4 turbocharge.
Yeah, okay.
He's just trying to draw a million cards, dude. This is spicy. I've never seen someone do something like this on fire. This is more common in like water Vanitas where you can play the cell converters. But I'm interested to see how this turns out for him.
But that's every TCG player's dream, no? You just draw a bunch of cards.
True.
It's literally Pot of Greed.
I do
Well, not
like
really.
I do like win looks and draw a million.
Three. Oh, is it Cell Assembler?
That is a Nanue Portsman. The Nanue Portsman is an equestrian +1 power, class bonus floating for Guardian and Warrior. Creative Shock here. It's gonna probably discard a floating this time to level up. Hopefully,
Has
card
to
a
be,
Sable
right?
Remnant.
Yeah. Is it floating or class bonus floating?
It
It's
is
class bonus plus power?
It is class bonus +1 power.
Yeah, okay, that's what it was.
So it's a 2 cost 1/1, and then it gets an extra power if it's class bonus. Glimpse 2 looks like both to the bottom.
Might do something else before recollection. Juggle knives.
Well, juggle knivesing.
Just the good old ping one, draw one. And needs to juggle knives and graves to potentially get back later.
Yeah, having something to get off of your level 2 trigger is really important. Like, returning something back does give you... It basically makes the cost of your level up 1 less. So if you have 2 floatings, you can just gain more value off that. So turbocharge number 1 coming
there
in
it
here.
is. Baby Pot of Greed. Let's go.
So power cell number 1 is gone.
Surely won't be the last one. Oh, passes though.
I love turbocharge. Turbocharge is crazy.
Every time I see my opponent play turbocharge, I tilt a little bit.
Hey,
Like,
I think
goddamn.
it depends on what kind of deck it is, because some decks like people play a lot, right? Okay, so we're gonna see an Aqueous Stallion and a Sea Spray Diver milled off the Primordial Ritual. He took out the Splashing Spear Guard. I guess he was looking for a floating to level up with here, like a non-class bonus floating, but it's gonna be the Primordial Ritual. Go into Nico 1. Probably immediately go Mage Bane Lash off next turn, or at least go Temptation's Facade to draw, and then have like the early setup for Excalibur.
Because there's no great way to clear the Mage Bane Lash before you're 3, right? Is there even any way for the Xander
To play what?
to clear the Mage Bane Lash?
Not unless you play Meltdown. Or Spurn to Ash. Spurn to Ash also works. Because Mage Bane Lash is 1 cost, I'm pretty sure, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a 1 cost.
Yeah, so you can Spurn to Ash or Meltdown it. Imbued Fractal of Rain with a Snow Fairy and a Storm of Thorns. It's kind of good. Dude, the chip damage is crazy, though. Snow Fairy's in for 3 so far.
This Stalwart Shieldmate is so sad.
Stalwart Shieldmate is like not happy, not able to get cremated either.
The Shieldmate's like, I'm trying to help you out. I swear. I'm trying to help you out, but I just can't. Oh, he's paying 2 to level?
Yep.
Paid a Luxem Sight. And
Fate Zone of Heaven gets around Temptation's Facade. Okay, but no one's playing Fate Zone of Heaven. There's no room for that in these decks.
More juggling. Oh, I just got that back, so it makes sense.
Return Juggle Knives, play Juggle Knives again.
Oh, well, response.
Storm of Thorns. Okay, so no damage taken.
Storm of Thorns.
Storm of Thorns is kind of good here. Storm of Thorns also means that you can't kill anything with a Thieving Cut. Like, you can't clear the Nanue Portsman. Not that you would want to give him the floating, but... Draw for turn here. Dungeon Guide.
2 down, 3 down. How did he know?
Holy moly.
How does he do it?
How does he do it? It's almost like...
How does he do it?
It's almost like every Luxem Xander player does the same thing.
What do you mean?
Juggle Knives and a Manufacturer Cell. Imagine, I swear, if someone banished to level up to Blinding Steel and they banished a Manufacturer Cell, I would be so confused. I would look at you and I would just be lost and not understand what just happened.
Maybe that's part of his strategy. You don't know that.
But that's the cool thing. Like, the cool thing is that it is the strategy.
Yeah, for sure. There's a Temptation's Facade, right? Yeah.
Maybe the play is to get a Stalwart, like a Sable Remnant, and just quad power sell it. That swings for 9 or 10.
OTK Sable.
Ooh, Fracturize the power cell.
His own power cell.
He's gonna have 2 floating available, so could go to level 2. Also has the option to pretty much convert anything, right? Magebane Lash. So Magebane Lash wouldn't be as ideal because if you go Magebane Lash, you're not going to be able to get the bonus Lash counters for Nico 2 right now. So you just get the Temptations Facade on enter, draw a card, convert nicely.
Poke.
Use both
What
the
else will be
reservable
coming?
fractals here for another ally. Frostborn
Oh,
Paladin.
Frostborn. That's the bigger poke.
Yep, Frostborn Paladin banishes the Fracture Eyes. Gonna draw another card off of that. Yeah, this it's like an allies deck, but you have all the defensive water cards that make it like more interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And then Kaduko probably gonna go. Does he have a Tengu? If he has a Tengu, he's definitely going Tengu this turn.
He just passes with like how many cards in hand? 7?
7 cards in
8?
hand.
Something like that. Has to be like at least 1 negate. But it might even be 2.
Yep, Tengu's coming out. It's gonna put 3 down. Gonna get 5 cards into memory. Hopefully see a Gleaming Cut here.
That'd be great.
Oh, he actually
You
doesn't
mean the
run.
other
He actually
quality?
doesn't run Excalibur at all.
Ooh. Ooh.
Interestingly enough,
This-
though, he has a Tabula of Salvage in his sideboard, so he can actually play a little bit more into like Nico Millet setup. Double Lightweavers uncovered the plot, and a Creative Shock. Oh, and a Gleaming Cut. It's a Gleaming Cut, not an Uncover.
Yeah, it's Pot of Greed. Oh, Storm of Thorns.
So he puts down 3 cards and then Storm of Thorns in response. So I think you either fully clear the fully clear the Frostborn Paladin, or I guess you can't even fully clear the Frostborn Paladin.
And you?
At
'Cause
best-
Dungeon God doesn't do damage.
At best, you can full clear the Snow Fairy, right? But I don't know where those Lightweaver's triggers went.
Might be that he targeted something and then he responded with the Storm of Thorns, right? 'Cause
Well,
I
it
think he
doesn't target
barely had
though.
enough
The
cards.
the triggers don't target. They're choose. So
Oh, right,
they like decide on resolution.
Mm-hmm.
I guess nothing. It looks like he just passed all cards in hand here. So Magebane Lash is gonna come out, and this game's about to get really hard.
Yeah. Already has the facade up, so it's already super hard to clear. But like you said, he doesn't have Excalibur.
No Excalibur, no Fate Stones.
I don't know how you clear this Magebane Lash. Maybe the answer is just you don't.
I could see it if you went for like a really big Striking Illuminance, maybe. But from what I'm seeing right now, it's just like it's all gas, and that's it.
Just some more poke.
17 damage. He does
You
not
guys
run a
didn't even
Chalice
get
of
the
Blood
screen.
either.
Oh, so no cheeky draw 2 from going to 20. He might
No.
not go to 20 here, but
He's probably gonna play Insignia on this turn. Insignia, put 3 down, gain a prep counter. Reveal triggers, try to clear the board a little bit. I'm trying to figure out what the game plan is here, because like multiple Lightweavers and multiple Gleaming Cuts work, but you really need to find a lot of damage at once to go over the Magebane Lash.
mm-hmm.
The nice thing is you're not playing against Serene Nico, because if you're playing against Serene Nico and you need to find 31 damage, it's really, really hard because of the way Magebane Lash interacts. So if you're playing at 24, you basically need to deal +2.
Mm-hmm.
You need a triple Lightweavers. Or like double Lightweavers with and put something else. No, you need a triple Lightweavers.
This is an end of turn shock, probably.
Yeah, end of turn shock, discard a Dungeon Guide. I guess Dungeon Guide is useless.
Well, kind of is, but
Insignia.
hopefully.
Gonna get more cards into the memory there. There's no
Yeah, get a
Nullifying
prep counter.
Lantern from Gazinger either. It's a sideboard card for him. Reveal 6. See how many Luxem cards he has. It would be really cool right now if he revealed like quadruple Lightweaver's Assault. Okay, so Luxem Sight.
Double Gleaming Cut.
Gleaming Cut, double Light Weavers, and a Luxem Sight. So he'll recover 3, go to 14.
Put down 4. Still has 3 cards in hand and the 2 fractals he can tap if he needs to.
Gonna play another Storm of Thorns. Diffusive block. Targeting the Frostborn Paladin. So hopefully he clears the Snow Fairy then, so he has the shield made up at least. You think there's a possibility he doesn't know that you don't target?
It's looking like it, right? Because I don't think he dealt damage to anything last turn.
Yeah, and he definitely could have cleared the Snow Fairy last turn with the 2 damage from it. Okay, so he does know. He does know he can do that, yeah. I think last time he might have just made the mistake. Banished 2. So the second Gleaming Cut banished. He's drawing up to what is, I believe, 9 cards in hand this turn.
Yeah, I think you're right. Might be 10, but this sounds about right. Oh, Dungeon Guy finally gets to do damage because there's no Storm of Thorns. Paying 2. What do you pay 2 for?
I think he's counting.
Gotta do the card counting math here.
Yep. Put 2 down, put 1 card sideways over top of him.
Yeah.
The class.
Totally
like,
not that I'm. Totally not. That
oh,
I'm
it's
playing
happening. The
this
cremation ritual finally happened. He finally got the cremation ritual out.
Wait, why did he put the 2 down?
I don't know. They're just chilling over there.
He didn't. He paid 3 for cremation. Is this like a mental thing? Like,
Wait, did he play another? Did he play another shield mage just now?
Yeah.
Holy moly! Stalwart shield mage going crazy. The stalwart shield mage.
This one is unlocked. This one can actually block things.
Yeah, but we know he has another Snow Fairy.
Calm down. Let it live in hope.
I think the play, it's actually the Snow Fairy and then just chip damage. But the problem is that Luxem Sight now like enables so much more stability. Like Gazinder is just playing the game until he can just Ravishing Finale you for game, right? Because game 1, no Tabula in main board means Ravishing on like 20 damage counters, mill 40 cards. If you're Nico level 2, you can mill even more. No Fairy Ravishing would go kind of crazy right now.
Oh, not the poor shield mate. Uh-oh.
Sea Sprite Diver.
Oh, Sea Sprite Diver takes the floating.
I don't know how relevant that is, though, because I don't think he plays anything that uses a floating.
I mean, it's just mental damage. It's like, this shield mate, literally useless. You tried to cremation ritual it for floating? No. You tried to taunt with it? No.
Yeah, I guess so.
I mean, I agree. It doesn't really do that much, but it's just funny.
It does also allow him to put down an ally so that he can clear without having to play the Snow Fairy, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so here's here it is. Here's the Ravishing. The Ravishing comes in for 24.
What do you got? Well, you have a release.
Okay,
Sure.
so he lineage releases and recovers to 12. Wait, to 11? Did I miscount? No, I was right. Yeah, so 18. He's gonna mill 36 cards.
Ooh.
Oh, there's a Light Weavers. Yeah, I think it's cooked. That looks very cooked.
How many cards does he have left? It has to be like
He's
sub
gonna
10.
have like 3 cards left, I think.
Oy. This is one way of milling someone out. Ooh, Gleaming Cut. Oh, you didn't really want a Gleaming Cut with this deck size, probably, but oh my god.
He has 1 card left.
One in deck. He's
No,
like,
it's all of it. It's all of it.
he's like,
if he doesn't have a Resolute in his hand, he just gets milled out.
and he milled the Resolute there. That's I don't know. I don't know if he recollects.
Yeah, I think he just called it. He just called it.
Yeah.
He said, "Oh no, no resolute. I'm sad." Yeah,
That's the thing we talked about in the last game, right? You can like emergency resolute so you don't draw the card, so you don't lose the game.
yeah.
Doesn't look like he has it here.
There's a really funny experience I had when Nico first became popular. So at Ascent Chicago, I was playing Prismatic Merlin, and I played against a Nico player who I killed him in game 1. Game 2, I took all of my sideboard cards and put them into my main board, so I played at like a 70-something card deck.
That's
and
crazy.
he didn't ask me cards in library. He said, how many cards in your graveyard and what's your influence, and then counted my banishment. And so he Ravishing Finale'd me, and I had like 6 or 7 cards or something left, and he said, what? I said, I put my whole sideboard in my deck. And then I hard materialized a Majestic Spirit for 12 floating. And he looked at me.
Crazy.
He looked at me like he had just seen like the devil himself. And I won. I won because of it too. It's really funny.
I mean, he basically did see the devil himself.
It's I don't know. There's some weird things you can do in this game, but it definitely makes it like more fun. Again, this matchup is really hard, right? Because if you can't overkill Nico really fast, you're gonna get milled out every single time. Because he's not playing Under Fire. It's so easy to get around his shield mates, right? Like he doesn't have removal for Frostborn Paladins. Like, that's one of the biggest things that makes it really hard. He does not playing Planet Explosives, and Prepared Planet Explosives is like probably the best way to remove a Frostborn Paladin.
It does 4, right?
Yeah. So the Tabular Salvage is definitely coming in this game. Crystallized Destiny is also probably coming in this game because Crystallized Destiny allows you to stop the next instance of damage, and if it's 7 or more, then their activations will cost more. But playing Crystallized Destiny into the Mage Bane Lash is pretty good. Or sorry, into the Ravishing Finale is pretty good. And then on the other side, the real pain is coming out because Nullifying Mirror comes in. And then I think on top of that, he's going to bring in the extra Ravishing Finale, and he might actually play Serene Spirit. I think playing Serene Spirit against this is quite good because you know that he can't kill you in one full hit. It has to be 2 instances of damage. It'll allow you to Lineage Release in response.
Yeah. It just makes it even harder to kill you.
Yeah, it was a pretty fast game 1 though. Like 20 minutes down, it's not too crazy.
Yeah, I expected it to maybe drag on a little longer, but he's just like, oh, I have the Ravishing Finale. I'm just gonna send it.
The Ravishing goes crazy.
After it got rid of the second Salvage Shield Mate.
Ravishing goes crazy because all it says is Nico bonus. You don't even have to be level 2. And it does so much damage. Ravishing for 6 is like whatever they were at, it doesn't matter if they release, they just take the same amount.
Yeah. And like it's at least 12 mil, but they will have taken some damage. But then as you can see, he went back to 18 and mil 36 and it was just over. Looks like he said, go ahead and start the game while I shuffle.
Yeah, it makes sense, especially if Karuka wanted to go first anyways. You're like, might as well just start, bro. Like, you're good. I know you're not playing. It's one of those like, are you playing Increasing Danger? No, okay, well then I'm gonna set up my hand.
Yeah. So I think he claims 3 to the bottom.
Yeah, it looks like it. So let's see. If you're Karuka here, I think the only way you push over Gazinger is like you really lean into this like allies manufacture cell package where you can just push damage with like multiple Sable Remnants and stuff like that. Otherwise, you have to very aggressively push level 3 and like put down Gleaming. You need to generate power cells and turbocharge them as fast as possible and get to level 3. Like kind of a weird setup. I think ideally you really do want to see the manufacture cells early because if you can cycle with them and level with them at the same time, like use that plus a creative shock and you're kind of chilling. Holy Nanuet Portsman.
Right, it was on the board the whole game last game.
Yeah.
It might be on the board the whole game this game.
That guy is not left. Art of War. Oh, my.
Art of War.
Oh my goodness. Art of
War.
War. Okay, so Art of War is interesting because I feel like in Fire, if you're playing Art of War, you're trying to turbo to 3 and play only 3 and not play any allies at all.
Which is not unreasonable,
Is that a
right?
cell assembler? That is a cell assembler. Wait, it's not a cell assembler. It's a shield mate.
It didn't look like a shield mate, but maybe it is.
I can't quite tell what it is. It's a something, and it's a shield mate. It's interesting that he plays Cremation Ritual with a Serene Spirit, because if you go first, you cannot play Cremation Ritual.
Mm-hmm. Because you need like 7.
Yeah, you need 7
and
cards.
you
This is a
only have
3 card
6
plus
because
2
of the
card.
Serene. Yeah.
Unless you play like squirrels or something.
Which he's not, but yeah.
Squirrel Cremation would go a little crazy though.
Oh no.
So
not
I
the
think
squirrel.
that was a shield mate, because if it wasn't a shield mate, he would have swung 1 into Nico, right?
No, because he's under his
It
own
is a
Art of
cell.
War, right?
Oh, he's under his own Art of War, true. So it is actually a cell assembler. He just didn't assemble. He didn't assemble the power cell.
The Art of War is also one of those cards that works both ways.
Yeah, I just forgot he played Art of War. Wasn't expecting first materialized Art of War.
I don't know if I also wasn't, that's for sure. But it kind of does show us his game plan that he, like you said, he's probably just looking to do semi-standard fire things and just rush level 3 and not do much until then. Well, it brings out the
Interesting.
backup charger, but he only has 2 in hand, right?
Yeah, so it looks like he's not going to play it until next turn. He's going to level up off of it. Or he's going to play it in Recollection after leveling up.
Could do it now and then turbocharge or something, but that might be open to negate.
I think he just passed turn.
Okay.
Yeah, he did just pass turn.
Yeah. Responded with his own backup charger. I'm gonna use it.
Arm of Thorns in the graveyard, kind of good. Lost in Thought was used to level up.
That's not standing yet, right?
That's correct. That is not awake.
Oh,
Aquia
step
Stallion
in.
for 0.
There it is.
There's the horse we want to see.
The horse we wanted to see in the turtle deck comes out in the Nico deck. Oh, but it buffs your what's this thing called?
Nanue Portsman. It gives a Nanue Portsman Equestrian +1.
Yeah. That's so funny. It's like double the damage, man.
Okay, so he is actually going to use the backup charger to level up. Oh, goodbye, Dungeon Guide. I really hope that wasn't the card he drew off the... That would be pretty tragic.
I don't think he did, but if he did, that's pretty tragic, yeah.
We left both on top? Oh, he's
I
deliberating.
think he's still thinking, yeah.
Oh, no, I think he did just leave both on top. Oh, Juggle Knives for 1. It's going to draw a card. Damage on board. We're here. Kaduko is existing now.
He didn't look at them very long either. He's just like, oh, yeah, those go on top.
He said, yep, turbocharge, draw the other card.
I'm down. Oh, there's the shield mate again.
Cremation Ritual again?
No. Will it be?
Nah, he's probably going to swing into it because it's 2, right? Nanue Portsman will swing into it.
Yeah, I think he just wants to tank too. Very importantly, cannot attack with this because of Art of War. What a shame.
Can't attack with his shield mate. I can't attack
What a
anyways.
Yeah, what a shame.
What a shame. Really sad.
Okay, put down the Tengu. Just drawing a bunch of cards.
Tengu's pretty
Our
good.
horsey friend is still not online, right? I think he only has like
Oh,
one grade.
he has 1 card in graveyard.
Yeah.
That's it. Being chilling on the
But
1.
it can attack if he manages to mill himself a little bit here. But I don't know if he can.
Sea Sprite Diver. Goodbye,
Ooh,
Juggle
gets the-
Knives. That's actually
It's
really
a
sad.
That's pretty huge, right? 'Cause
Yeah.
that's it's like a card you want to get back from your Xander level 2, and getting to banish that
You just want to be able to take anything back. It really doesn't matter what it is. Just having something to take back means that you lose one less card. Like one prep
Yeah, but-
counter for one card is really important.
Yeah, but I don't think he has any other targets, right? Unless he plays like another Juggle Knife right now.
He could Juggle Knives. He could also like create. Oh, he's getting rid of the Art of War to level to 2.
Wow.
Huh?
That's so interesting.
On the
He's gonna respond
stack.
to materialization with the Juggle Knife, probably, or
On
something.
the stack. Is that a
Shock?
creative shock?
That's shock, yeah. And one in hand, I think. So, oh, but no negate.
Oh, he's discarding the Incapacitate. Okay, so he'll just return the Incapacitate to his hand.
He drew that off the top too.
That's kind of spicy.
If you negate that creative shock, that's so huge because then he won't get any card back. But it doesn't look like he had it.
And he loses the creative shock too. Pain value.
Yeah. Well, there's another dungeon guide. So
EG.
the other dungeon guide definitely wasn't lonely.
Does he negate his DG just to force him to put 2 cards down? Actually, not a bad play.
I feel like negating the creative shock was just so much value if you had it. No.
I agree. Negating. Level up into Pretentious
whoa.
Tengu.
That's crazy. I didn't know you could do that. My Art of War is off the board. My dungeon guy can swing now.
True. Dungeon Guide for 1. Big damage. Turbo Charge. I love
Alright,
Turbo
there it is.
Charge.
Card draw.
Yeah, Turbo Charge is good. Especially when you play
Drawing
4 of
cards
them, I
is
guess,
good.
right?
Drawing cards is good. More news at 11.
Manufacture Sell is such a I know I've talked about it a million times, but I feel like Manufacture Sell in this is such an interesting setup. Summon a Power Cell if you have an Automaton draw card. So you just Sable into Manufacture Cell. And then if they kill your Sable, you get a floating and you don't get the draw off the Manufacture, but you get the floating. So it's like not that bad overall.
You're gonna play Manufacture Cell now?
No, probably not. Not in this deck at least.
Is that Bulwark Sword?
This is Bulwark Sword. Bulwark Sword swings for 3 because class bonus too, so it's kind of big. 2 costs for 3 is nice.
It's a big sword, yeah.
And it's free.
So what do you do here? So you have 2-2-0 on board? Well, with the sword, it's like 2-2-2-0.
You have 2,
Or,
2,
sorry,
3 on
Three,
board.
yeah.
It's not bad.
It's not bad, but you're now facing Xander 3. He might just recover it off. Or some of it off.
That's true.
Try to please clearing the dungeon guide.
Clearing the dungeon guide is not bad because most of these allies are 3 life, right? And because they're 3 life, he's gonna have to use something else to swing into them.
Mm-hmm. Still a bunch of cards in his hand.
He needs to like chip, right? See, Ravishing Finale is only as good as the chip that comes with it beforehand, and you know he still has the Serene release. Tengu is gonna put
just
down
has a
another
turn.
3 cards.
I'm
He only
kinda
has,
sad
I think
that
he only
this
has 2 in
course hasn't
hands.
done damage.
Wait, does he have 3 in hand?
I think he has 3 in
Oh,
hand.
he has 4 in
He has
hand.
4 in hand.
Okay, so he's gonna reveal 7 cards. It's 8 cards in total. That is a really
5?
good reveal. That's
It's a
5.
5?
It
Yeah.
looks like double Lightweavers, triple Luxem Sight. Oh, Gleaming Cut, double Luxem Sight. Yeah, I think he's actually gonna win this game.
That's such a good memory. Yeah, heals most of the damage off the.
He full cleared the
that
Aqueous
emergency.
Stallion. And I'm interested as to why he cleared the Stallion instead of just pushing all damage to face. Like 4 damage to face here is pretty significant. Cell Assembler, he's gonna pay for the Cell Assembler to make a power cell, and then he's
Yeah, it
gonna
looked like he
he's gonna
would, right?
turbocharge it.
Oh god.
So what's 1 to face?
Yep. Oh,
Or 2 to face? Sorry, Cell
2?
Assembler I think is a 2/2. Or 2/1.
yeah, it's a 2-1. I just looked it up real quick.
Turbocharge is gonna go kind of crazy.
Oh, rituals.
Primordial Ritual on the Portsman. So now he has 2 floating. He's 3 floating now. He might mill his opponent on the... Okay, I guess he didn't. Oh, he has 4 floating now. So... It's probably... It's either level to 2 or just Mage Bane Lash. I think Mage Bane Lash is really good value right now, though. It protects you so much.
I think it took 2 cards, though. Yeah. So it's going to Nico too?
Yep. He has a lot of cards in hand.
I mean, he put down like 5 for the Xander ability and still had 3 left. So
yeah, something to keep in mind is that he's probably going to respect the fact that Kaduko may have Excalibur. Whereas Kaduko's like, I don't have it, so I'm just gonna try to send it as hard as I can.
right, that might be why he's been delaying putting out the Mage Bane Lash, but you should probably want to put down the Facade first, maybe. Just in case.
Yeah,
but
that's
all
reasonable.
this time Kaduko doesn't actually have it. That's kind of sick.
Yeah, it's like a weirdly high level potential misplay is like to really think your opponent has it. But like when you're playing against Luxem, like I'm pretty sure every Fire Luxem player except for maybe Kaduko plays Excalibur. Ooh, exploit vulnerability. Draw 1. Trigger. Pretty good. Reduce to Ash. And a Shieldmate. Shieldmate kind of good.
Okay, so it doesn't have to show him the Excalibur if you can just show him a sprint to Ash, I guess.
Or so it's a reduced Ash, so it only targets 0 cost.
Oh, I see.
I don't think he can really chip at this point. I think he has to like develop lash counters, right? Develop the lash counters and then swing with Mage Bane. Because I think what you can do is you can take the damage, it triggers the on-champion hit, and then in response to the on-champion hit, you can recover, I think. It's like really difficult to play around. Okay, so the Nullifying Lantern or Mirror did get brought in game 2 here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, this is a tough place to be in. So it's two from the inevitable healed 2 from the Sea Spray Diver. Sea Spray Diver for nothing, basically. Yeah, so he's gonna grab us. He's gonna grab his 3rd Lightweavers off of this, right? So he'll go to 10 cards. If he has 9 in hand right now, he can double Lightweavers with a 3rd Lightweavers in memory, and then actually just kill Gazinger outright. Assuming that he doesn't have like negates.
Mm-hmm.
Alternatively, you just go Insignia, you put down 3 cards, it's double Lightweavers and a Luxem Sight, and then you're chilling. Even if you take small amounts of chip here, like you're going to overheal it eventually, so it doesn't really matter that much. Mm-hmm. Shock. Oh, 3 down for reduce on the sword or on the Nullifying Mirror. Yeah.
Yep. There it goes.
That's double Lightweavers and a Luxem Sight.
Materialize.
Oh, Nullifying Lantern. So it turns off Aqueous Stallions. Gonna pay 2 for Exploit again or Juggle Knives. That is the Abyss. That is the Abyss. It's a Juggle Knives, I think. Because he said 1.
Thinking about our spawns. Nope. You're good.
Oh, it's an exploit. It is an exploit. It's 2 cost drug. Have you ever seen that chaotic versus like lawful good version of like Juggle Knives? That's what I think of every time I can't tell if it's a Juggle Knives or like an exploit. I'm like, they're all the same thing. They all just draw a card.
I haven't seen that actually, but I can imagine it.
All right, well, there it is. There's the reveal. So here comes the Luxera's map for another Lightweaver's Assault. Yeah, this game is looking very inevitable. Gazinger was not able to get enough damage on the board. Right? Like Aqueous Stallion was there just for the Nanue Portsman, so he didn't
contribute that
just
much,
do anything. Yeah, it just stood there and then died.
It's like, I'm a horse.
I'm a horse.
You are
Enjoy your equestrian. I'm here to give you an anthem. Enjoy your fake anthem.
Are you gonna attack? He's like, nope.
Oh,
I'm just chilling. Uh-oh.
okay.
There it
So
is.
he just said good game. Because once the mirror goes down, right, you reveal 4 or 5 Luxems. Gazinger puts his whole hand down and then just dies. Like there's nothing you can do in that situation. This is actually the downside of playing the allies focused version of Nico here. So while you do get the advantageous like early level 1, you don't find a way to gain like accrued value over turns, right? So like if you're playing like Fractal of Rain, or like Fractal of Rain and then another Fractal for some other reason, like just whatever you get your value out of there, and then you mill yourself floating and you convert the floating into like other cards that are positives. Like if you go, it's like the old, if you go Sylvie into Nico, you banish your Seasides, you draw a lot of cards, right? You're able to actually over influence and influence bully the Xander player, because the Xander player is gonna, you know, inevitably neg so that they can level up, or they have to like resolve multiple creative shocks or stuff like that. And then you just sit there with like 12 cards in hand, and every time they try to do something, you just say negate, negate, negate. And by the time they've built up enough to kill you, you're just like, cool, I have Ravishing Finale for 21. Mill your whole deck.
Go draw.
Yeah, it's just a really awkward situation to be in. I think the best thing about Gazinger's deck right now is that it really catches people off guard because they're not used to playing against Nico allies. But I'm pretty sure that Kaduko is like very well informed of how this deck plays after watching U Nationals.
I mean, they're also both Dutch, so it's slightly more aware, maybe.
Yeah. A tougher situation to be in. Plus, Kaduko's deck is not necessarily traditional Welcome Xander. You know, he's out here turbocharging a lot. And like, I mean, a lot.
Do you think a Singer should have just like, quote unquote, taken a risk and just not gone to Nico and then put out the Mage Pain Lash earlier or something, or just go for it?
Maybe.
I'm not sure.
Maybe. I still think he should have brought in the Serene Spirit. But I don't know if he can accrue enough value over the game if he goes Serene Spirit and has -1 card. It helps him dig though, right? Like you can get a better opener, so you can open more likely with your Fractal of Rain, right? But a lot of what you're gonna get from this is playing Fractal of Rain with your Frostborn Paladins, and then on his reveal or on the turn that he goes to like use a Thieving Cut or something that he wants to like push damage with to clear board, you play the Storm of Thorns, right?
So it's just a pass to pass here, except he's gonna convert some of his cards to use the backup charger. Maybe even Fracturize, who knows?
Oh my goodness.
Bada bing, bada boom.
he's so smart, guys. He knows exactly how water players play.
I've played water cards.
It's almost
That's
like he
me.
plays Fugue for 4.
Hey man, I won 4 games at the 4 matches at the regional, paying 4 for Fugue.
That's a crazy one.
Imagine if I paid 2. I would have been unstoppable.
Actually.
Oh, that's a good start.
My favorite is still
Fracture,
Neelix paying
plus
4
1.
for Burst Asunder, and then he comes up to me in round 6 and he goes, "I just learned that I could have been winning better." Burst Asunder for 4 while Diachan is while Kongming is so funny to me. Oh, he's doing the Art of War again. So
But this time there's a Frostsworn on the board.
the other thing that I think is really hard with playing Art of War, with the Frostborn on the field, is that he doesn't really have a way to deal with the Frostborn Paladin because he doesn't have Planet Explosives, he doesn't have Thieving Cut, so he doesn't have like any attack cards. So that Frostborn Paladin is just gonna sit on the board for free.
Yeah.
Oh, he just turbocharged it.
I'm just playing Pot of Greed. It's
Play
okay.
2 Exploit, pay 2 Manufacture Sell, Recollect, draw, pay 3 Turbocharge.
And pass. Uh-oh.
I guess, yeah, it works.
Well,
Oh, he
another Fracture.
fractures the Art of War. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Okay. That
That indicates some aggression coming in now then.
that's kind of hard because he can't convert the Art of War into like a memory cost payment either. But he does get the +1. The +1 that you get from having that reservable Clairol Fantasia is actually not that valuable in Luxem compared to a lot of other decks. Because you kind of want the cards in your memory, right?
Yeah, you kind of want to pay for your things. Like, please, let me pay. I want to put
pay.
things in
I'm
my
trying to
memory.
pay taxes, guys. Let me pay.
I love
and then
paying
you can't.
taxes.
and then you can't, and then you're sad. So
I feel like surely there's at least one more. Oh, this is another Frostborn. Just threw away a Lost in Thought there, right? Yeah. I've played water before.
yeah, yeah, he's playing against fire, so you can kind of like shortcut it. But technically, you're supposed to play the Frostborn Paladin first. Just out of habit, like, and it only really matters against water too, because if you play Frostborn Paladin first,
You let it resolve. Or
you let it
receive
resolve, and then you can play the Lost in Thought on the unenter. But if you play it the other way, where you play Lost in Thought and then the Frostborn Paladin, if they frozen dismissal you and you don't have enough cards, you're screwed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it did really look like there was at least one more ally coming out there when he, fracturized the Art of War. So it's like a duo of Frostborn Paladins now. And I'm not so sure how much Kaduko can do about them right now.
Oh, Sable Remnant, holy moly.
Things for 2, right? Looks like it's targeting a Paladin. Maybe?
You better hope he doesn't have a refracting missile.
Oh. Refracting for 2? Oh, no.
Cerulean
Wow,
Decree.
Cerulean. Just getting back his card and making sure his trying to make sure his Frostborn survives.
3 down for a cremation.
Pretty likely.
ritual.
Okay, I juked out of there.
That's actually pretty funny.
I didn't want to kill it anyway.
I love how I just feel like I'm watching a Merlin deck. Like this is like Fire
That's true.
Lorraine, but you're Xander.
Yeah. Well, these Frostborns are a problem. He's gonna go to 15 off of these 2 swinging again.
Oh, he's gonna go to 12. Oh, now he's gonna go to 15. Bulwark Sword means he's gonna go to 15. Yeah,
Isn't he on 9?
he's
Or
on
is that
6. He's on 6.
Oh, it's 6. I see. Yeah. Okay.
Oh no,
No, he's
you're
on
right. He is
9.
on 9. Oh my god.
Yeah, it was single Frostborn into double Frostborn into double Frostborn.
I see. Oh yeah, this is looking painful right now. He's about to
And then now there's the sword.
about to go to
There's, like,
18, bro.
whatever ally he has in his hand, maybe.
Okay, so the
Might
scary
just be-
the scary thing is he was supposed to lineage release in response to the
Bulwark
Bulwark
Sword?
Sword swing, because then you can not die
just
on
in
the
case
stack.
you get missiled or something.
Yeah, because if he goes to lineage release and gets missiled, it's Juver.
I don't know if he can pay. Okay,
Oh,
Well,
Sea
my
Sprite
God.
Diver.
give me your
Not like
floating
this, man.
memory. So it's lethal, and he took his floating away.
Not like this.
Lineage release. I don't think he has enough to pay for refracting missile. That's something, at least.
Oh, he's gonna
Ooh,
creative shock
creative
on the
shock?
stack.
Yeah,
He'll go
because you can't play it anymore.
and then yeah,
Okay, last creative shock you played this game, possibly this
go 14.
match,
He's going to
dropped-
14.
Dropped the juggle knives, so that's something you can get back, but it's not a floating.
Yup, this is.
So he has to pay
oh my
2,
god.
right?
Yeah, he has to pay 2.
You know, when I said I wanted to pay, I didn't mean like this. I didn't mean
True,
it like
true.
this.
You did say I want to pay, and he was not
Okay,
a.
my
Oh
bad.
my god, Dungeon
Oh.
Guy Lightweavers. Is that game? Surely you need that Lightweavers to clear, right? You Dungeon Guide and then Lightweavers.
Yeah, losing one of them hurts for
Turn
sure.
Juggle Knives to hand.
I don't think he can pay for the juggle knives either.
You
Yeah,
you don't. You
recollect-
just hold the Juggle Knives here so you can. I guess it doesn't matter. You would normally play it, yeah.
Yeah, because you're gonna recollect, but okay. So what do we do now?
Ooh, this might be cooked.
So he
He's
can
kind of getting smacked
DG.
around.
Gonna lose his 2, whatever he puts down. Now he needs to find a way to reveal, maybe.
Well, the Fractal does allow him to get the Dungeon Guide like controlled banishment, so he knows exactly what he's banishing, right?
Yeah.
Gonna be a manufacture cell and something else that's not that great.
Was it turbocharge?
Think so? Does he have enough for a Lightweavers?
I think he's just aware that he does not have time to set up this turbocharge right now.
Dude,
Ooh,
he's
pass-
He's going to take
Ooh.
1,000,000 damage. There's so much. There's 11 damage on board. There's
Yeah.
lethal on board.
Yeah.
So he has to play a Lightweavers and reveal a Luxem site, but ideally you would want to do that in Recollection before he draws off of the GCR, right?
And also no more release shenanigans. Already
He's
used
gonna
that last
resolute
game.
stand all cost. Okay. This is getting negated 100%.
Oh, he's gonna try.
If
but
he has
can
if
pay
he
for the
has
negate.
3 negates,
It's just
I
over.
think he still has enough to pay for the Bulwark Sword. Oh, actually, he just needs one Song of Frost. If he Song of Frost here, it's enough too. And then he
He
can
lets
push.
it
He can push
go.
damage elsewhere. Oh, he's letting it go. Double
There's a
ravishing.
ravishing. There's a ravishing.
Wait, he's literally just showing him, "I kill you next turn."
Yeah, it's just like, here, you can look at this.
Huh? That's huh. I don't like that.
You don't like that?
That's scary. Wait, why didn't he kill the dungeon guide?
Doesn't even care. He's too cool to care about the dungeon guide.
All right, backup charger.
He's paying with the
Huh?
fractal?
Oh, he's playing. He's playing Juggle Knives
Oh.
first.
And then he can backup charger.
Yup.
Oh, this is. I mean, depending on what he reveals, this might be.
I'm gonna be honest. The
fine-ish.
real punish there, I think, would have been to not let the Juggle Knives resolve, and just negate it.
Yeah.
And then he can't pay for the backup charger, and
yeah.
he
And
only
that's
has one card
brutal.
down. And then you're like,
And
oh,
that's brutal.
oh man.
Yeah. For sure. Whoa. No Xander reveals?
I guess
just
not.
recollect, right?
I guess a recollect draw, recollect skip draw.
Wow. I was thinking like he needs some like good Xander reveal to maybe get him back into it.
Well, he banished a Lightweavers and a Luxem Sight, and I think a Gleaming
Yeah,
card, right?
He might just not have it.
Oh,
never
that's
mind.
the
So one Lightweaver, one Luxem Sight, right?
one
an
turbo
in-cap?
charge in cap and a Sable. All right, so he goes to
Number 3, but
11.
Is that enough?
Well, because he can play the Lightweavers in response if at any point Gazinger puts his whole hand down.
Mm-hmm. But there's still spooky things. There's Storm of Thorns.
So Storm is on, so nothing will die.
What do you do now?
I think you should probably just hold your hand up. He's turbocharging.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Just try to dig for another
Hold
Resolute.
on. Yeah.
Dig to live. Doesn't have enough cards for Vanish from Sight. Doesn't have enough cards. You pretty much can only play Incapacitate or Resolute Stand. Oh,
We saw him
Safeguard
reveal-
Amulet.
We saw him reveal it in cap off of the Xander reveal. So
I have no idea what that mill is. It looks like a
Doesn't
title to
matter.
raid.
I'm also not sure.
I think it is a
Honestly.
title to raid because he put it next to the other floating memories. I think he has 2 floating. He might just Ravishing here.
Okay, show me your Resolute Stand if you have it. Okay, you don't have it. Cool.
19.
19.
Okay, this is where he goes Ravishing plus Bulwark Sword for 8.
That's just. I mean, I think he is, but
Aqueous
no,
Stallion?
it's the horse. It's the horse.
Horse for 3, 22. And then
Oh,
swing
God.
Bulwark Sword.
It's the horse.
He actually just swings Bulwark Sword per game. He doesn't even need a Ravishing.
Yeah, but he's doing. Wait, he paid 2. Yeah, so it's just Bulwark Sword for game. I don't think he has it.
I think
Yeah.
it's just game.
Yeah.
That was a really strange way to watch Luxem Xander die to Nico. He actually just died to allies. But
Yeah,
I mean,
he
it makes sense when you have double Frostborn Paladin. You have no removal for it. Frostborn Paladin
Yeah.
just slaps you around, dude.
I mean, Frostborn Paladin A hit him for like 9 or 12, maybe even, and the other one hit him for 3 less. So it's pretty big to hit for 3 every turn.
Yeah, I mean, because I thought he was at 6, and you're like, no, I think he's at 9, and then suddenly he was at 15, and I'm like, oh,
Yeah, because it was like Frostborn 3, double Frostborn 9, another
and double Frostborn, and then the Bulwark
15.
Sword for 18.
Yeah.
We're just sitting
It's
here
a
like,
lot of
wait a
damage.
minute, hold up.
He's just straight up bashing him to death. Doesn't even need Ravishing or anything.
But you actually just demolish him by just hitting into face like that. That's like the OG Wind Allies. I will just play Asins and smack you with them until you die.
Oh, I forgot about that. But yeah,
It was a
it's
crazy
kind of
one.
the same.
Man, that
Yeah,
was
this is Frostborn Army deck.
like I had a feeling that Nico is still gonna win the matchup because I feel like Nico has the advantage in that regard. But It didn't.
It didn't go.
I didn't think it was
like
gonna
you
go that
expected,
way.
right?
Yeah, I was not expecting that. That was a little bit interesting to me.
That makes sense.
Yeah, last round's coming up pretty soon here, so we got about 12-ish minutes until the last round. I think we have a couple people that have like guaranteed themselves in. So Asnat we had on stream earlier today. He was playing the Restand Robots, the Rally Advance combo. He currently is 401 after IDing with Perfy, who I believe is on Water Fractals.
That sounds right. Yeah. I can
Like,
check real quick.
Looking pretty good overall. Definitely, it's a lot tighter of a competition for the regionals than I think a lot of people were expecting. I know a lot of people were like, "Oh man, this is gonna like be a small regional." There's there's a lot of people playing because of other regionals going on, and the time of day, obviously. And so people were like, "Oh, it's gonna be really easy. It's gonna be pretty good." I'm like, I don't think this is gonna be easy at all. There's gonna be a lot of players here that really want an invite, especially a wild card.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, that's literally just what we've seen. We've seen a lot of pretty good players just like smacking it out.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of, I would call them high-profile players hanging around. There's like a bunch of true champion players, like
Yeah, we got Perfy
Yes.
and Girthos, and then Jimmy Lee's here as well.
There's Noel too, right?
Noel
Or
from
is he
Chess
not?
Club.
Oh yeah, he's from Chess Club.
Yep. Pickle Swords from Chess Club. We got a bunch of
Was
the
Limelight
DJB.
before?
Limelight is from Creative Shock.
Yeah, it's just like names I would definitely recognize if they were on my Ascent standings.
Mm-hmm.
And if we're looking at the top X.
That's a tough one. Definitely a tighter competition than I was expecting. But I'm interested to see like all the decks. The decks that we saw, like I'll pull up the stat screen again, but like the decks that we saw overall, definitely pretty cool spread here. Like I like that there's a good variety.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of interesting to see Lorraine at the top again. Like, because for so long, Lorraine fell off and was not the top, like, most played champion.
It had to be, though. You just give her this juicy new material deck card. You gotta try it,
True. That's kind of scary, though, right? Like, you're like, unless you're really confident in the deck, it's like, do I bring something that I'm not super prepared with to this regional?
I guess so, but it also might be some of these people are just testing, I guess, for
It's true.
Oceania or for NA, maybe even. You gotta try it somewhere, or you can always play it internally. But I think there's some value in bringing out your decks to actual, quote unquote, actual tournament.
I agree.
Just see how it goes.
I could have made the Xander +1, made it equal to Diao Chan.
Should have been you.
Should have been me.
I was trying to rescue our poor European players.
What the? European players are great. They're doing great.
You bullied them. You bullied them.
What do you mean?
Comes into my locals.
I only have one deck build. I'm missing too many cards to play other decks.
It's okay. How many Europeans do we still have in top 8?
Well, Gaz is 4-1.
Flying Apple is European. I'm pretty sure Horinti is European.
Did Horenti win?
I'm not sure. I didn't put in the last results yet.
Horenti
go.
played against KB Destro. No, KB Destro won that game.
Go do that. Okay, let's do some results. Speed running.
Oh, Flying Apple lost to Chrysome. So Chrysome is up on that. Yeah, Horenti lost to KB Destro. Table 4. Cypher beat Girthos.
Oh. Yeah, I see it. Rhizome 2-1. Reiko 2-0. Faceless Menace 2-0.
I think we're gonna look
Oh, wow.
for probably gonna look for
What a-
someone who's like a win and in for the end here. Faceless Menace and KB Destro are playing a fun deck that I think is pretty interesting. Faceless Menace is playing for a win and in, so maybe we'll put him on stream next. Because they're 3-2, and you can get in with 5-2, right? Or with 4-2. I think.
Ooh, maybe a close call. I
Yeah, I'm
think
not
that's
sure.
a close call. It might be like two.
Yeah, it might be
It might
a
be that you
bubble.
need 4-1-1, and that it's a bubble. It could be that like one of them makes it. I'm not sure. Like so many Americans. Everyone's just staying up late.
We
Or
are
waking up
we are a
very
little
early.
we are a little degenerate at times. All right, chat. How many of you guys are here up late?
Uh-oh.
I'm curious now. How many of you are up very late, like me? For some reason, awake at 8 a.m.
You were supposed to be playing. You were gonna be awake anyway.
I was gonna 4-0 and then double ID and go to bed early.
Sense, yeah. The Perfy strat. Although I think
Well,
Perfy said
Perfy went to
he
the
goes
gym. Yeah, he ID'd and then said, "I'm going to the gym, bro." I'm like, holy moly.
Yeah, I think his opponent was like, "Do you want to play for fun?" He's just like, "I want to go to the gym." I was like, "Okay."
And his opponent was like, "Yeah, that's based.
That's base.
That's
yeah.
based." Okay, yeah. To be fair, Perfy wakes up at like 3 a.m. to work out,
Oh.
so I guess it makes more sense.
He's a beast. I see. Seven. Missing 4 results. 10. Yeah, 10. 10, 15, 16, 17. And you have a double drop.
We're at the gym right meow. Holy moly.
Watching from the gym. What a Chad. He's gonna type ID question mark while doing his reps. That's crazy.
Well, some of these results are interesting to see.
Which ones interest you, sir?
Well, one of the Windlux players lost to a Fractals player, which is surprising to me.
That is kind of surprising. Yeah. All these diamond icons in the standing scare me. Don't usually see this many. Wait, Herman's back in the chat. I didn't even realize.
Herman has been watching at work. He's an
He
at
couldn't
work
get enough,
watcher.
huh?
Yeah, he can't get enough of it. He just loves the game too much. Overtime. Getting there. Road to
Missing a
freedom.
couple results. Wait, did Horenti win the giveaway multiple times?
Don't forget to ping for OT.
Yeah. That's. Oh.
Herman, if you could have played this regional, what would you have played? As much as I would have wanted to play Windlux, I think playing Fire Lorraine would have been pretty fun. Or Jin. I'll play Jin and then go 06.
Wanted to play Jin? You're crazy.
Play Jin, go 06.
You're crazy.
This is a world where Fire Jin's kind of fun. You go level 2, You rending? Wake up, rending again.
Kind of toxic. Noel won against Joel. He drops. Nope. With Diana level 1 allies. He's inspired by the stream match.
He's been playing this.
Yeah, he did. He did mention during that game he's been playing that.
Yeah, this deck list is pretty good. I don't know about Diablerie, but the rest of the list is pretty good. Machao is such a funny card.
What?
Machao? The Sparkle Sis spoiler. Card is just interesting because like it feels like an ally version of Cleansing Reunion.
Mm-hmm.
But like at the same time, I feel like the class bonus on it is really weird. I don't really like that. I feel like a lot of cards have like really weird class bonuses.
I don't even read class bonuses. Sadly. Pickle sword. 2 games left. Also, the tables have judges on them, so.
Was everyone supposed to put their country in their name? I just noticed everyone's doing that.
No. But I see a lot of USA. I feel like they've made up a united front to just flex on this.
I'm putting Canada in mine.
There's like a lot of USA. There's some NL. NL's definitely the minority. There's like some random other countries too. But definitely USA is the majority.
We're almost there, guys. Almost getting to the last round of the day. Thank you for sticking with us for all this long. Thank you for putting up with me being half awake.
I'm not even sure if it's half by now. I think it's like 27%, if I had to guess.
We're running on fumes. We're running on fumes.
Maybe it's time to crack the third Red Bull.
I already drank it.
Oh,
I have all 3 rain on my desk drank, completely empty.
I see.
540 milligrams of caffeine.
It's bad. I see.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm like Shinja level right now.
We're almost there.
All good. I'm just drinking water now. I'll survive.
When's Yeti making a Yeti special Yeti cup? Or what are they called? Tumblers?
Technically, this one is a Yeti one. It's just not the Yeti you're thinking of.
Oh yeah, that's what I meant.
Oh yeah.
Like the other Yeti. Our Yeti.
Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be cool. I really want to make Serene Balance Production jackets.
Jackets. Oh yeah, you should.
But I want to make them like
Runner.
really, really nice really nice jackets.
You mean like what kind of thing do you want? Like a windbreaker or like an actual jacket?
I think I'd want a windbreaker. Windbreakers I feel like are the most flexible to wear.
Mm-hmm. Green Balance Production merge win. Results, okay. I see typing, I like it. 17, 1. What about 16? No, I saw him typing. Finish typing. I need your result. Please.
Give results.
Did I do drops?
Holy guys, we're there. We're in the last round. Round 6.
I know.
We're gonna make it.
See if you make it, but I actually have a lot of trust that you will.
We're gonna make it.
Okay. Pairings. You can also see them if you refresh, probably.
I'm not gonna get ensnaring fumes. IRL.
Give you a generous amount of time. Maybe not that generous. 1628.
You have to figure out who's not IDing.
Yeah. Well, I feel like Murphy and Asnat are gonna try to ID. I feel like both Jimmy and KB Destro should accept, right? Is that true? The 10s can climb to 13.
I think I'm gonna put table 5 on stream.
What is table 5? One man into Blake. Yeah, they for sure have to play. You might not be safe on 4-1.
It's because we've literally put everyone else on stream in the top 10 tables, I think, or top 9 tables.
By fall paired into. By fall's gonna want to play, so Gassinger has to play. Means the winner of that and the winner of Convent Blink, probably.
Yeah, Byfall has to play. Con and Blink have to play. I
And
don't
kind
think Girthos and Flying Apple can make it because 12 points, right? You can get 12 at most. Actually, maybe they could. Top 8?
I think if you assume 1 to 6 is IDing, then they probably can't.
Yeah.
Well, it might, because one out of Gazinger Byfall is gonna have more than 12 points. It's gonna be 15 or 13. And assuming Conman and Blink play it out, one of them will go to 13 also. So I think it should be like
I think they have to play it out.
quote
Yeah.
unquote clean bubble out.
It should be. Assuming that none of them draw. Right?
Yeah. And some of them could like naturally draw.
Yeah.
You kind of have to play it out. Looks like table 2 already. But it's table 3.
We're just figuring out all the IDs before we bring you the match, guys. We don't want to like set up the match and then they ID and it's like pain. Just all pain.
We also have to be a little bit careful that they don't start playing or not too much.
Okay, table 2 and
Oh.
3 ID'd, right? So table 1's also gonna ID here.
Yeah, one also ID'd.
Yeah. So it's gonna be table 5. It's gonna be table 5.
Yeah, I think the highest tables that won't ID are 4. And we've already seen Gazinger and Byfall, I think. Both of them separately.
Yeah, so we'll do Conman and Blink then.
Blink. I could give them their roles. I'm on the thing.
Wait, are they IDing? There's no way they ID. They have to play it out.
I don't think they get to. They're gonna go to 11, right? They can't. Am I wrong? No, they can't ID. They're gonna go to 11, and the people at 9 are gonna play it out, so they can't ID.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. He misunderstood. He misunderstood the things. They're gonna play on stream. I think that's our table then.
Giving them. Should have given both of them feature match, so it would be okay.
Did you ping them with their feature?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Wait, did you? Where? Oh, there it is. I see it now.
I didn't in tournament chat, but I'll do it in announcements.
Whatever. Yeah, it works all fine.
Clear.
A quick question for you. I will DM you really quick. I think we have to swap to what is this table? It's Girthos and or Gazadir or Bifall. I think we have to do that one because they're playing.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll just start them later then.
Oh, I think they're. I think we got table 5.
Yeah, we'll have table 4 on stream. All right, so it's gonna be Gazner versus Bifall, so the return. This is an important one because Gaz is 4-1 and Bifall's 3-1-1, so Bifall has to win. If Bifall and Gaz draw, Gaz has a chance to make it. He has really bad tiebreakers, but he has a chance to make it. Whereas if Bifall wins, he should make it because his tiebreakers are good. But
No, I think
if
we draw, if Gazinger draws,
he gets in because he's
guaranteed
13.
to
Yeah, he's
make it.
guaranteed with 13 points.
Yeah, because the max that 11 and down can get is 12 points. We've already seen 1 to 6 ID and get to 13.
Yup.
So out of the 2 matches on table 4 and 5, the winners of each respectively will make it. And if the only one that could draw is Gazinger because he's on 12 and the rest of them is on 10. So like 13 is the magic number here. Unfortunately.
I think it looks like they've already started. Flashing Spear Guard go crazy. Along with the Fractal of Rain. Damn, he's really going all in for it.
Wait, are they playing? Oh, yeah, they're playing.
It looks like they did start when we interrupted them with the and Gaz DC'd back. Oh, his camera froze, I think is what it was. Okay, we'll start time now, and since they already opened hands, the stream judges basically just said they can start from where they are. All right, round 6, guys. This is the last round. It's gonna be winning in here. So the first 3 tables ID'd, and then these guys are it's a win and in for Bifall. Gazanier can take a draw to get a guarantee as well for top 8.
Mm-hmm.
Looking pretty good here. What are your predictions, sir? Nico or Luxem? This is a more traditional Luxem. So we looked at the deck list already. It has like the Gleaming Cuts, Excaliburs, and all those things. We saw Byfall playing a little greedy before with the like multiple draw turn, like off turns with drawing before leveling up.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm disconnected again. Probably just stick with the Nico side, right? I feel like that's the safer bet, but it can go either way.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough one to consider. The other interesting thing too is that if Gazinger wins this game, I think he gets first place.
Oh,
Because everyone else ID'd, right? So
I forgot about that.
He'll be 5-1 and he'll win the entire event.
That's the quote unquote downside or upside of having to play this match.
Yeah. So
He
if
shoots
he
immediately to
ties,
first.
he guarantees. If he loses, he misses, and if he wins the whole event.
Yeah.
So it's like actually not a bad place to be in, right?
Well, I'd be a little bit worried about having to play against Byfall, but
It's like a slightly favored. Well, I guess maybe it's a little less favored because you're more allies focused and less like traditional Nico focused.
one of them can't see the other one. Seems like they have some issues.
Okay, so what I'll do is I'll have them move the channel to table 30 and see if that works. They can just move to a totally different table and then get that going.
But
We'll
yeah,
see how
you're,
that works.
you're
Yeah,
super
so
right.
small technical
Chris-
issues.
He's playing for a bunch of Sapphire packs and the wildcard.
W. I love Sapphire packs. There's some good Sapphire packs right now too. Tengu.
I forgot what I put the number at, but I put it at a pretty high number. I think it's like
8.
12 Sapphire packs.
Yeah, let me see.
I think it's something high.
You made it pretty good.
I think it's 12. And if he top 8, he gets 3. So it's a big difference, actually, if you think about it. Whether he wins, draws, or loses. And then second place gets 6 Sapphire packs, but that's kind of bound to be probably Asnat. Because the OMW is just super high, and I think he ID'd the 14
Yeah,
points.
Asnat gets first or second, and then Perfy gets second or third.
Yeah.
Actually, no, he's not guaranteed to get second. Oh yeah, because he's 402. Yeah, so we'll go second or third.
Yeah, he just has a bunch of points, and his OMW is like miles higher than Perfy. I don't think he can catch up.
Yep.
But yeah, Gazinger could come in and steal everything. That's pretty funny.
Oh, there's like some technical issues. It's like dying.
Oh boy.
Fortunate. So the issue that's going on is that the players cannot see each other's cameras, like they're not working, but the stream judge can see both of them, and both of them are like, it works fine for both of them. So it's like unplayable in a sense. The stream judge is sitting here like, guys, help, fix.
It might be some super jank solution. You might have to make some super jank solution where you like restream one of their whoever you can't see. You like screen share that webcam, but it's kind of janky. But that might be where they have to end up if they can't get this resolved. I think some things I've tried in the past is like
I think this
make
event is
them
trying to
call each
hostage
other.
me. This
You're
event is
not-
trying to hostage me to stay here longer. That's what's happening right now.
Instead of IDing, they agreed to intentionally int you.
No, I'm being inted. Not like this. What have I done to deserve this?
Well, you terrorized my locals. I think I have said that
Man.
before.
Man, you put a huge bounty on me. And I just
I
played
put-
the game.
I actually put an increasing bounty on this guy's head. It's like, if you beat this guy in round 1, I'll give you 1 extra event pack on top of whatever you're getting. like, cool. And then it doesn't work. This guy 1-0s the guy. I'm like, okay, let's try again. Let's make it 2 event packs. Maybe increasing the event packs will increase the chance that it works, right? And it doesn't work, and it's like, uh-oh. Well, there's a third round.
I have a built-in
So
berserker plate, man.
put it on 3, the guy still wins. So next time you show up at my locals, I'll make it 4. Whoever beats you gets 4 event packs on top of what they're already getting. We'll see if that's enough or not. It might not be enough still.
It looks like they can play now, so I'm gonna restart the timer.
I think he's doing the disaster solution.
Yeah, so we had the stream judge streaming his Discord to both of them so they can both see what they're streaming to him, basically.
Because he can see both of them. So it works.
Yeah. So, Perfy, you'll either get second or third depending on the results of this match. Because if Gazinger wins, he gets first place. And I'm 99% sure that Asnat will get second place. Because his breakers are 20-something% over yours.
Yeah, it's like a gap big enough that you usually can't cover this.
Yeah, so you'll
I
either
think
get second
even
or
if-
third, one or the other.
Like, I think even if all his opponents lose and all your opponents win, you're not probably gonna cross the 20% gap.
All right,
Okay, we're
round
in the game
6
now, right?
Augers.
We can almost send you to bed.
Nanue Portsman coming in for 1, splashing Spear Guard for 1. So we
Just
got
every game he opens with this sportsman.
Nanue Portsman's funny, man. Splashing Spearman plus the Fractal of Rain is kind of nice though, because you get the mill too, and then you also have the mill for next turn.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, Byfall not a great start though. Byfall starting with the backup charger is not that great or that ideal. Especially knowing there are this many allies on board already, like starting to push.
Oh my god,
damage.
what is this?
The Capybara? Byfall loves capybaras. This thing.
It's a capybara power cell
Yeah.
token?
Yep.
That's crazy.
That's my goat right there.
Did he draw it?
I don't know.
The coolness points go up if he drew it himself, but it's pretty
True.
cool regardless.
He's
Oh, there it
turbocharging
goes.
it away. Oh my god. Okay, maybe this off turn was pretty good.
He murdered his capybaras.
Sometimes you gotta throw him in the toaster. I mean, or throw the toaster in the bathtub, one or the other.
I don't know if I would recommend doing that, but
He turbocharged.
yeah, turn a medium start into a turbocharge. So we're good.
Turbocharge start is pretty good.
Turns out that if you just turbocharge, everything's okay.
True.
Maybe, I mean, he probably only did the backup charger because he had the turbocharge, right? That's what makes sense. It looks like he might get smacked in the face a little bit more.
Yep.
It should be
Nanue Portsman for
flipped,
more.
right? Oh, well, I guess it's flipped for our perspective.
Oh, I can flip it back.
Need to like vertical flip bifalls, probably.
Yeah. Here you go.
Yeah, that makes sense. Ah, beauty.
But now the numbers are flipped.
It's
The
Well, you
damage
can
numbers
do,
are
like,
flipped.
you can do like a horizontal.
Holy
flip too.
waterlogged ranger.
Oh boy. I don't even know what this card does. Do you know?
Yeah, it's Deluge 3 on enter. You become distant, and it's a non-class bonus distance, so you'll swing for 4.
Oh, it's smacks are 4.
Yep. Kind of big. Actually, kind of a big. And she's really cute, too.
We're water ally aggro. Ah, I see. Is that how you do deck building?
Yeah, of course.
Makes sense.
Why do you
Makes
think I
sense to
played
me.
Xander? I guess. I don't know.
I don't know if this checks out, Chief.
Resolute stands banished here for those Xander level 1 on it.
I think you had some nice logic going, but I think it went out of the window there.
Yeah, I used to play Merlin, and now I just play Xander. Now I just play Windmill Engineer all day.
I mean, the Windmill Engineer CPR is a nice card. I'll give you that.
I actually don't play the CPR.
You're a bad player.
I like playing the invites. I like the black borders on the invites.
I see.
Windmill
Glimpsing.
Engineer.
One top, one bottom.
Look how beautiful
Like-
that card is with the black borders.
I really like the CPR. Where is it? I have it somewhere. Maybe I should figure out where that card is. Might be important.
Byfall, 8 damage to the face right now is kind of painful. Have to
Yeah,
figure
it's
out what
just
to do
like
here.
feels like every match Gassinger just has at least one opener where he's just like, I will smack you for a bunch of damage early game, and you figure out what you're gonna do.
Yep. Byfall deliberating on how he's going to stabilize as Luxem here.
With his 300 cards in hand.
300 cards in hand, but a lot of allies on board. Is he going to go for a Thieving Cut?
I think they're trying to recount the damage. Like 114.
Yeah. Trying to explain
Six.
why the Waterlogged Ranger came in for so much damage potentially here.
I was like, how am I on 8? Explain this to me.
Explain to me why I want it. Oh yeah, here it is. There's a Thieving Cut. So does he
Okay.
play the Song of Frost? Song of Frost would be big here.
Ooh.
All right, so no Song of Frost. Thieving Cut will connect with the Waterlogged Ranger, taking it off the field. Very good. It's going to be able to draw a card off that. Convert that prep counter into a card.
And just stem the bleeding a little bit. So if that hits you for 4 again, you might be in trouble. It's not distant anymore, but... Okay, Nico, double fractal rain mill. Oh, it's not a... Oh, it's sorry, it's the glimpse first.
I forgot.
And then
It's Glimpse, and then you may put them in... So you may put the...
Oh, fracturize? Oh, fractal ray. Well,
pretty
one
good.
floating memory.
One floating memory is pretty good.
We'll take it.
And Nico 1 is interesting. So I actually don't think a lot of people know how this works, but if you have a water card in your lineage, you can look at the top 2 cards of your deck and put one in the graveyard, one on the bottom.
She can make a floating, kind of, if you
Yeah.
have one.
Well, I guess it's not that you can. You have to put one in the graveyard and one on the bottom.
Yeah, just if you have one in the top 2, you can make one.
Oh,
Otherwise, you...
oh, Stallion's
Oh,
online.
there's the water horse.
Stallion
It's
is
hitting for 3,
online.
right?
It's hitting for 3.
You may have cleared my waterlogged ranger, but how about this stallion? Byfall just looking at it, he's like,
Ooh, Stallion coming in for
I
big
think I-
damage.
I
Port's been
think- I
coming in
think
for
I
2
just
here.
clicked it. Oh god.
Oh my god, this is a lot of damage.
This is water ally aggro.
This is Water Allies with no Scepter of Lumina, by the way.
It might not be done either.
Oh my god, he has another one.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, 8-17.
That's one more, actually. Should be 17.
Should be 17, right?
I think so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there we go.
Fixed it.
Oh, that is not looking hot right there. Creative
Ooh,
Shock
levels to 2.
reprogram.
Kind of has to level to 2. Like, he's like one sneeze away from dying.
Oh. The worst part is he brings back the Thieving Cut to clear an ally, and it's like, what do you clear? You can't even clear the Aqua Stallion. You basically have to level up with it, and then hope you have like a Light Weavers to stabilize. Dungeon Guide,
That's-
stabilize Light Weavers, reveal Luxem Sight. Might do it.
Yeah,
You'll
that's what's
reveal
kind of sick about the stallion.
5. I think he has exactly enough cards to do that too. I think he's 6 cards in his hand right now. Plays
Does he
DG.
have all the light weavers? Oh, it's the promo dungeon guide.
Here. But I'm still going to show you the A and B Dungeon Guide.
Can't believe this. He's rolling.
Keeping 1.
Keeping 1.
Banishing 2 and 3. So Thieving Cut and
Thieving
another
Cut.
reprogram?
So nice Sander 3.
Holy moly.
Well,
Dungeon
need to-
Guide has 1 damage on the board, potentially.
Need to do some revealing here. Probably. If not, he's probably in trouble.
I think at this point, while your opponent has like all their resources used, like fully expended, you need to just play a Light Weavers and reveal a Luxem Sight here. Or you need to like uncover the plot, reveal like Gleaming Cut, Luxem Sight or something. Because you are in a
Mhm.
very not healthy position. If you have a Slice and Dice, you could do like uncover the plot, Slice and Dice, because you'll go to 3 prep counters. You can clear 2 things off the board. You could slice an Aqua Stallion, kill the other one, and then kill the second one with your Dungeon Guide.
Yeah, you can just finish it off with the dungeon guide.
Oh, he actually has 6
Kinda
cards
neat.
in hand.
Kind of needs to get rid of at least one of them. I feel like maybe two straight up.
Oh, he's actually just gonna play
There's
the
the
Light
Light
Weavers.
Weavers.
Yeah. Does he have a Luxem
What
site
can
though?
you reveal?
He needs to
What can
reveal a
he
Luxem
reveal?
site.
What can he reveal? Well,
Oh, the game is over. The game is
That's beauty.
over.
That's beauty.
The game is just over. Double
you're
Luxem site,
Xander-
Lightweaver, Gleaming Cut.
If you're a Xander enjoyer, that's beauty.
So my question
you-
is, what is in his hand that he put down the Uncover the Plot? Because he's gonna draw. He's gonna draw 2 off this, and so I would
Might be
think
like-
that.
Might be like a fast card. That doesn't leave many options, like the Juggle Knives or something.
Well, because I feel like if you have the Uncover the Plot in your hand, you draw the 2, and then
can
you
just
just play
play it.
Uncover again, heal for 6,
Yeah.
and then you're literally never gonna die.
Yeah.
Your opponent at that point should actually just scoop against you because they can't kill you. Unless he's like gonna Ravishing kill you like right now, it just doesn't seem that viable.
What's going on here?
I think they're debating damage dealt. Because the Lightweavers hits for 5, and then the 2 from the reveal trigger goes on the stack. So you can choose 5 damage anywhere. So it's 4 to the Aqua Stallion, 1 to the Splashing Spear Guard, and then the second the trigger that was revealed is going to be 2 damage into the the Spear Guard as well. And then I think 1 damage to face with the Dungeon Guide.
Well, that Light Weavers just saw coming in so clutch there. Alongside the quad reveal, but
Yep, it's big. Temptations
He
Facade,
is-
draw off the Facade.
he is definitely on the brink of death there. But now he's in a pretty good position.
Build the Saga Frost. I think at this point in the game, I actually would just only use my Fractal of Rain to mill my opponent, especially on Luxem, unless you need to hit 1 floating. Because if you mill like any of their cards, like a Gleaming Cut or a Luxem site, it does help you a lot, especially Gleaming Cut and like Light Weavers, and maybe even Uncover the Plots. But it's gonna be really hard because he's gonna recover down 6, and then he's gonna Uncover the Plot, do it again, right?
Should be 16, not 15, I think.
This would be the turn of Ravishing if you have it. You really need to play Ravishing right now.
Does that thing hit for 2, right? Because he has a horse.
It does.
So it should be +5.
1,
He was
2,
on
3, 4,
11, so it should
5.
be 16. Should be 18. Maybe I'll ask the stream judge to check on it.
Yeah, we'll see.
Oh, you
I think
already
I think
did?
it is 18 though. You're right. Ooh, Waterlogged Ranger Deluge is gonna be for 4.
Like that 1 point of damage might matter. Should be 22, not 21.
Should be 22.
So 3 off. Yeah, I think they fixed it. Does that change anything? I don't think so because he has no more hand. Well, he's one hand, but he can't really do the 3 damage with the one hand, so it's probably just a pass.
Okay, Insignia here, and then put 3 down.
Ugh.
Oh, Chalice of Blood. Oh, that works too. Yep, Chalice of Blood's huge. Just draw off Chalice of Blood first. Ooh, that's gonna be big. He's gonna put more cards down with this. If he's anything fast that's relevant.
No, it just looks like Xander Trigger, I think. Or
Be down for
no.
Excalibur. Oh, for Planet
Plants
Explosives prepped.
Explosives.
Probably into the Stallion.
Yeah, the horse.
Oh, he's just going face. He's gonna try to kill him this turn.
Big reveal here.
Oh, he's got another Gleaming
Ooh.
Cut.
Oof.
Okay, so he's gonna heal 6. He's gonna go down to 16. He's gonna banish the Gleaming Cut to draw 2, and then 2 damage from the Light Weavers to face. Puts him at 6.
Mhm.
Yep. In recollection, any more actions? Another Planet Explosives. Juggle knives for 1. Okay. It goes to 7.
Anything else, sir?
Does he have double Lightweavers? Double Lightweavers 16 plus 1, 8. It's 1 short.
He just draw one?
He drew for turn.
No, I meant the Lightweaver.
Oh, maybe. If he drew a Lightweavers into memory and has 10 cards, it's going to be 20 damage. Plus the dungeon guide.
I think he drew a Luxem card for sure.
Oh, uncover the plot. Interesting. Gonna reveal his double Luxem site.
Yeah, I think he drew the Lightweavers off the top.
Okay, so he's gonna reveal to put him at 11, draw the card, and then he's gonna Lightweavers him for 6 plus 4 is 10. No, he's got to have something else with this, like thieving cut and then Lightweavers, or like another uncover the plot maybe. Oh, striking, striking illuminance. On the stack of striking illuminance, he's gonna play a Lightweaver's Assault.
That probably does it. That has to do it, right?
So this on attack trigger will reveal. He has 5 cards in hand, right? So he's gonna put 4 down and play another Lightweavers.
In response to the on attack.
Yup. So he's gonna reveal. What does he reveal here?
Oh my god, he just has.
He reveals 4 Luxem, so he's gonna hit him for. What is that? 8. He's gonna hit him for 8 with the Lightweaver's Assault first. He's gonna reveal 4, so it's gonna be 12. So he goes to 23, right? And then he's going to reveal again, hit him to 27, and then he hits him for 12. So it puts him to 39.
Slightly dead.
Yeah, it's pretty good. And he heals to 4.
Just escaped from the brink of death to a pretty convincing win, like 1-2 turns after. That's pretty crazy.
This is the downside of playing the allies focus setup, is that you are way more susceptible to losing to Luxem, because Luxem does have a really good board control if you stabilize the level 3. If Gazander holds a negate on that turn, he has to play around it differently, right? Because Byfall in that case would have to play Uncover the Plot and reveal 2 Luxem sites. Can't play the Lightweavers to clear anything on board.
Mm-hmm.
If he plays Lightweavers and you negate it, you just win the game instantly.
Yeah. But I don't think he was holding a negate for the whole time, or he just decided that he wants to push ally damage all the time. But I don't think he ever held up 4 cards to have, like, present a negate, represent a negate. But I'm not sure. Maybe he just thought he would get there. He was pretty damn close to getting there.
He was close. He was really close to getting there.
And just Luxem things.
Luxem go crazy, man. Let's see. Where's Byfall's deck? I gotta scroll up and find Byfall's deck list. All right, Byfall's deck list. Looking at the sideboard, probably gonna get the. I think Safeguard Amulet might come out for Null Lantern.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's it. I think he can leave everything else. I don't think he needs the Blinding Orb. He definitely could bring it in if he wanted to. But I think what he currently has is like really, really comfortable and safe. Crystallized Destinies are most likely coming in for the Ravishing Finale setup.
Mm-hmm.
And I find it really interesting that he's playing Illuminating Secrets. This is like a card I don't think I've ever seen anybody play. I have actually never seen anyone play this card.
Oh, Illuminings?
I'll put it on screen for you.
I have seen this card.
I think this card might be for like Wind Luxem. When they go to like 15 or 16 cards, you just play Illuminating Secrets and try to kill them with it. You play like Illuminating Secrets on the stack, play another Illuminating Secrets on the stack, play a third one.
I think I definitely agree that I have not seen anyone play this card. I've definitely seen this card, but
I think the card is like intended to bully people who like play like 13, 14 influence decks. Just difficult though. Yep. Bifall's looking pretty clean in this one. I don't know if Gazinder is going to be able to make it out. Like, as much as Aniko is generally favored, it's, again, the same thing, right? Like, allies into, like, control-focused Luxem is not that great. Going first could be quite nice here, though. Being able to hold, like, a negate. Well, he just passed.
pass it.
What the?
Whoa, that's could
Cool.
definitely be holding a negate.
In a perfect world, he's probably holding double negate, right?
Yeah, but it could be that Bifall just passes back. He might not necessarily do anything here.
He kept 5 cards in his hand, dude.
Ooh,
That is... Holy moly.
that's something.
He must have a good hand to keep 5 cards.
Why are you playing the Serene Spirit? Just play the normal one if you're gonna keep 5 out of 6.
He passes. Gaz is going to go for the backup charger. I'd love to-
Fracturized question mark?
I would love to play on the stack of the activation of backup charger, but I'm so afraid of getting Sea Sprite Divered in this
Oh
matchup.
my god, always has it.
Yep. It's going to Frostborn
Always
Paladin.
has it. Never didn't have it.
3 down, Frostborn Paladin.
Oh, you're right. That was the follow-up, huh?
Gonna
Last
banish
time?
the... He's going to banish the...
Oh, I see 3 going to memory.
He's going to draw into another Frostborn Paladin, then play 3 Frostborn Paladin, Lost in Thought on the stack.
Boy. Frostborn beatdown dot deck? Again?
Frostborn Beatdown's kind of good.
Oh, yeah. There we go. Any response, sir?
The backup dancers go crazy. Frostborn Paladin is such a good card.
This card's crazy.
3 damage to face.
I don't want the CPR.
He has 5 cards in it? Oh, he's passing.
Yeah, he's passing after
Creative
this,
Shock.
so...
Oh, +1.
discarded.
We love to +1.
Floating.
Creative Shock, discard the reprogram. It's pretty good. It's gonna be the classic
Immediately out of here.
classic start on enter for Xander 2 or Xander 1. Will be glimpsing 2.
He's not messing around against Sea Sprite Diver or something. He's like, nope. Just pay my floating now. Get it out of the way.
Yeah, Bifall's in a
Just
pretty good
passes
place.
back.
Passes back.
Just
He's gonna double
passes
Creative
back.
Shock. Get 2 more floating. Level up. Level up neutral twice.
You're crazy.
Would be a pretty good feeling. Holy, Gaz is going for it. He's just drawing a million cards.
Probably
Backup
gets
charger
negated
into
on
the Grand
the
Crusaders ring.
Recollect, draw.
And he has the
That's the
fractal
extra
available to him too.
resource. Yeah, exactly. How many allies is he plopping down?
He's gonna go fractal of rain this turn.
Over or under 2?
Fractal of rain.
Might still be 2. I'll swing you for 3. What do you got?
Oh,
planet
prepared
explosive.
planet explosives to face. Yeah, so this is what I'm talking about. This is what makes this way better.
Oh boy.
Diffusive
Put the
block
Primordial
or
Ritual
Storm
away,
of Thorns
too.
here.
Storm of Thorns would be pretty. Ooh.
Title trade. This card gives you +1 life and retort 2. And it's a floating. A good card.
And she saved the Frostform Paladin here, which is kind of huge.
Yep.
Represents at least 3, but probably more than 3 damage. because,
Scry
it was swinging in.
and Resolute Banish here for Xander 2.
I want my planted explosives back. That works. Now what do you do? He's like, I have 1 prep counter. Sure. I don't know if he can deal with this Frostborn right now, but he's also not in that big of a bind. He's on 6. He can take 3. Another 3. He'll be fine. Kinda sucks that his planet explosive got fake negated, but just passes back. I'll level to 1 finally.
Fracturize.
Getting rid
Gone.
of the Fracturize. Could untap his Fractal too. There you go. Anything else?
Mill
Fractal
one.
mill.
Diffuse a block. That's a floating.
That's a good mill. Come on. Bring out the second Frostform Paladin. We need to see them reunited. Swing for 3.
He's
Another
gonna
planted
play it
explosive?
again.
Yeah.
Surely he has an answer to this again, right?
Okay. Oh, he's paying. I think so.
Oh, Primordial Ritual.
Probably resolves.
Lost in Thought
Floating.
and a Song of Frost.
Song
That's
of
all right.
Frost.
Song of Frost is scary. You see a Song of Frost, suddenly you're striking a Luminance is a little scarier to play.
Mm-hmm. But he did mill 1, at least. Oh. Just for 1? Has? Kept up the Fractal Rain. Instead of paying with it. Oh, there they are, the capybaras. Will they be
Capybara.
brutally sacrificed again? I'm not so sure.
Probably.
Maybe.
Turbocharged away forever.
No. They've done nothing to you. Oh, he's passing. Just instantly passing back.
Passing might be a sign of a creative shock incoming.
I can't believe the capybaras are alive. Mills.
A Waterlogged Ranger. Was that
That's
Nico level
a
2?
different-
Holy moly.
Yeah, he leveled to 2. What is that supposed to mean?
What holy moly? Oh, Aqua Stallion, here we go.
Okay, the horse is back. He sure
Love to
has
see
the
Aqua
horses in the
Stallion.
back. Uh-oh. Oh, Resolute Stand paying the memory cost. So no damage from Stallion, no point swinging the other one. Another planted explosive in there, but pays it away for Xander 3. Any other responses? In response to the Xander trigger, maybe? No. Okay. Has us back again. So it's made it to 3, but I'm not so sure how many Luxem cards he's actually holding.
Temptation's Facade. I love drawing cards.
I also love drawing cards. Mills, Sea Sprite Diver. Capybara has survived 2 turns now. That's the longest I've seen them live. 3. Nico.
So
think
Nico
just
level 2
clarify.
effect will give a lash counter because a floating memory was banished from the graveyard. Miss Whiplash Allure.
Okay. What else is he doing? Hitting for 2. That's a lot of influence. And he has 2 fractals? Like a total of 11 or something, but
Ooh,
even without
here comes the
fractal-
Waterlogged Ranger.
Ooh,
So Waterlogged Ranger will come in. Deluge will apply.
for 4?
Yep.
A lot of damage. It's gonna go up to 16. Don't think he can kill him, so it just passes. Probably brings out the prep counter machine, right? Oh, not the prep counter machine.
Tengu wants to draw a card. It's going for lethal. Wants to high roll, draw another Gleaming Cut into memory.
No. Pawns to Xander with the Tengu. Blind card into memory. What will it be?
It was a
Not
Planet
blind card,
Explosives.
but
That's
the
pretty
rest
good though.
was.
Holy boy. So he can clear
Let's
board, but
see.
he can't actually heal with anything. So like, I'm curious if he's gonna go straight damage to face. So draw first, so you can figure out whether or not you can push the damage to face or not, or if you need to clear the board. 4 damage into an Aqua Stallion right now makes a lot of sense though.
Yeah, I can clear the Stallion.
I love Gleaming Cut. Gleaming Cut, my beloved.
Ooh, Storm of Thorns in response.
Ooh, Storm of Thorns in
So
response is
won't-
pretty good.
Won't be able to clear the Stallion at least.
Probably just damage to face. Actually, you can clear
You can also-
Waterlock. You can clear Waterlock
Yeah,
Ranger
you
with
can
it.
clear the Waterlogged Ranger if you want.
Ranger's a 2/2.
Depends if you're afraid of dying or not, but the horse and the what's the horse's friend called? again?
Nanuay Portsman.
Yeah, the Portsman and the horse are gonna combine for 5. But there's still a recollection step here in between. The draw card.
End of Recollection is going to move to his draw phase. And we're in main now. What are we going to do here? Do we play a Lightweaver's Assault? Does he have any way to stabilize? I assume it's going to be like an Uncover the Plot or something, but I don't know if he has the ability to
Cool.
stabilize and gain life. I'm curious why he would play that now.
Let's have a bigger reveal, right?
Well, it does 0 damage.
Oh yeah, but just for uncover the plot or something. Just wants to reveal 4 instead of 2. I don't know.
Well, no, it does 0. That's Storm of Thorns, right?
Oh, yeah, the Juggle Knives does 0.
Yeah, Juggle Knives is
just
0 because
wondering if
Storm of
you-
Thorns was just played. But like, why not just wait and play that fast on your own turn or like next turn?
Just wondering if he wants to make a big reveal now, but I'm not sure.
If he can kill Nico 0 to 25 through a Storm of
No.
Thorns on this turn, I will be so impressed.
No, I don't think he can do that.
It would have to be like Uncover the Plot, double banish, double
There's a light.
double Gleaming Cut. All right, so Lightweaver is coming out for 6. Oh
Clearing the
my
board.
god!
Wow.
Reveal triple Luxem. Yeah, this game's over.
And draw 2.
Draw 2, triple Luxem Sight is crazy.
That is pretty crazy.
And then so he's gonna deal 6. So he clears the Aqua Stallion.
And 1 to face, I guess.
Yeah, 1 to face off the trigger. Yeah, triple Luxem Sight, I think it's cooked. I think Bifall's about to make it top 8. Because I mean, how do you push damage over that, right? At this point, if you don't Ravishing him this turn to try to win the game, you're not gonna win the game. He's gonna stabilize way too hard repeatedly. The Mage Bane Lash comes out. It's gonna go to 3 counters. Like he's all in here. He has to all in here. Mage Bane. I'm a believer. I'm a believer in the Nico mill. Nanuay, Yowie hands Portsman for 1. Goes to 8. 3 lash counters means 3 extra damage on the Ravishing. Bifall also still has Serene release.
Right. Doesn't even super care about the damage that would quote unquote prevent, but
Well, it's the mill.
that
It's
prevents
the mill that you
a mill
prevent.
12.
Yeah.
Yeah, it prevents a mill 12, and that's
Yeah,
pretty
which
huge.
is really big. Three down for
Going
Ravishing.
for it anyway.
Banish 2 goes to 5 here. So 5 lash counters. This is Ravishing for 11. So he'll Serene release here. Ravishing for 11. Serene release goes to 2.
26.
He'll go to 13. He'll mill 31 cards.
Yep.
At
6 it.
13. So he'll mill 26 and then 5.
Please mill, sir.
Nico having the Mage Bane Lash out is really, really big here too. Because if Byfall had an Excalibur, he would have played it already into the Mage Bane Lash on the attack trigger.
Mm-hmm.
Just to stop the damage from coming, like the extra 5 damage and the extra mill.
Yep, looks like he's gonna mill 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Oh, not 19. 19,
21,
20,
22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29.
Oh, not a thick deck he has left there, but
He's double
checking
checking
what
the
he
amounts.
milled. There's a Light Weaver.
He lost 2 striking illuminate. He lost everything. Is that 31 cards? I guess it is 31. He counted way
Yeah, they
faster
did.
than I did.
They went past 26, so I think they went to 31. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 left. Ooh.
Yeah, if Byfall takes one more attack, he loses because it's gonna be Mage Bane Lash hit mill and then Fractal Overrain mill.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like he doesn't have a Terrafring. Oh, never mind. He does. It's right there.
It's right there. It's all good. He's like, what did you mill? Okay, never mind. Thought he was gonna check again, but
I don't think it really matters what was milled.
just thinking about what he's gonna materialize.
He's probably trying to figure out whether or not he has a way to get a striking Illuminus or something, but I think all of them were milled.
Mm-hmm. So gets a prep counter, puts the rest of his hand down, and he responds.
If I recall, oh, he does play 3 striking Illuminance.
So the triple Luxem should be still here. 2 Light Weavers, and that's it. To recover. Well, it does 4, but he's gonna recover it back, right?
Yep. You go back to 1. Takes 2. Recover goes on the stack. Recovers 2. Just keeps recovering. So it's going to be 1 to 4.
It should be recovering off the Mage Bane Lash. Yeah, I think that's what they're discussing there also. Okay, so what do you do now?
You have to striking Illuminance his ass and kill him. That's like the only way you could do it. You gotta do some crazy striking Illuminance line, but you have to draw into it. So if you don't have it, the game is over.
Paying 3. What are we paying for? Turbo charge? Just trying to draw into it. The Capybara's finally going
He's
down.
trying to draw into it. He might hit.
Oh.
I think it's cooked.
Oh.
He's also missing a prep counter for striking Illuminance, so it's kind of cooked.
Oh. Maybe a game 3 on our hands then. They really don't want you to go to bed, huh?
Dude, even with that crazy reveal, the fact that he came back because he just ravishing him is so funny. That's like the power. This is the power of Nico. Nico just ravishings you to death.
It's like, it's fine if you don't die. I just take most of your deck, see if you can win or not.
You're like, cool. So you're healing for 9 every turn, right? Okay, cool. Ravishing for 11. Like, this is one of the reasons, if you're going to play Luxem and you have a feeling that there might be any Nico players, you should play Tabula of Salvage in your sideboard. So that you can just put 5 cards at the bottom and play the game again.
Yeah. But he probably did not expect Nico, or not many Nikos. Put the nullifying mirror
He's
down?
gonna
Ooh,
light weavers
Weaver.
him on the stack. I don't think this is gonna kill him though.
I don't think it can. I think there's a max of 2 light weavers in there. It might be 1.
He has all
There's
4
a
Luxem
gleaming
sites.
card. Well, yeah, you can recover it to minus 500.
That's
for
so
all I care,
funny.
but-
He
Yeah,
actually
monster
got all.
draw and
He got all 4 Luxem sites without milling any of them.
then recovers back. Doesn't recover back the full amount, but
He takes 7 and then recovers 2.
they already did it. I see.
He's like Fractal of Rain, you mill. Mill 1.
Gleaming cut.
All right. Now you just go Nico swings Mage Bane Lash. Mill 5.
There it is. Like,
Yep.
do I still have the spirit? No. I think this is just
What is he gonna do? Oh, crystallize Destiny to stop the 5. Okay. But he just, if he has Frostbind or Title Lock or anything, it's just over, right?
mhm.
Every card is down. It's all or nothing. And it looks like he has a Cerulean Decree.
I think he,
Oh, Splashing Spear Guard, mill your opponent? Mill
that's
2?
pretty sick.
That's funny. How many cards left does he have?
1. I think it's the last one.
Can he not mill him out? He can't mill him out this turn.
Not this turn, no, I don't think so. No,
Hmm.
it gets another materialization, but does that help him?
The Mage Bane Lash should be at 2 durability, but it doesn't really matter because the game's about to end this turn.
Thank the mirror.
I mirror so it doesn't have to put any cards down. One Light Weavers.
This hand doesn't do it, right?
Nope, he can't win. There's no way he can win.
Did he just hit himself with light weavers?
I guess so. I think he's trying to see what the last card was to see if it was another Light Weavers.
If he can't win, he should.
Let's scoop and
Just
have time
go
for
to
game 3.
Yeah,
because
we just
you need the time to win the game because you can't take the draw. You have to win.
yeah. And actually, Gazinger is like actually in the better position in that regard. He can draw and probably make top 8. He's trying to count something out, but
I thought he Serene released already.
he did. He did. So he can't play that planted explosive. But you can just no way he dies to this, right?
Yeah, it still doesn't kill him. It still doesn't kill him regardless. Oh, it looks like it's a 1-1 here going into game 3. Maybe it's just one of those we've been up for too long. We're a little cooked. Surely I could kill the guy. Omnidex link is in the description below the stream. All the relevant links are always below the stream. So it's like the Omnidex link, the server for the online league, all of our Twitter accounts. And anything else relevant that we have, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Okay, 15 minutes left for the game, the third game.
It's just hard too, because like at 15 minutes left, like you can win on Luxem, but man, it's not easy. So if you're Gazinger here, and you know that Byfall plays a deck that can beat you and like can very aggressively push you out, do you play for the draw so that you're guaranteed top 8, or do you play for the win so you can go first place? It's like kind of hard too, because like the time left in the game, you might not be able to find the win.
I feel like I would play to get the draw, to be honest, but I'm not sure. I feel like if one of them has a chance to win fast, it's probably the Nico side.
Frostborn, 3 Frostborn Paladins on field. Go, 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 go.
I mean, we've kind of seen the same thing with 2. That was kind of effective. So
if he gets the third one, or if he gets the Aqua Stallion, the game goes crazy.
Mm-hmm. Only unfortunate thing is if you play the Frostborn, you banish the water card. So it's -1 card for your Stallion, but if you get to have the Stallion live and hit him with 2 Frostborns, that's pretty crazy. Four down. Or sorry, keeping 4.
Interesting.
Off of the glimpse. Ooh, actually playing shock.
Main phase shock. Here we go.
Shock while you can't counter me.
Oh, this card
Gets the floating. And probably pass.
Pass 3 cards in hand, being chilling. Maybe attempt to play a fast here. I wonder if Gaz will just like all cards down, all gas, all allies, all damage.
I mean, if he has decent allies, I feel like this is totally reasonable.
Yeah, so Byfall's basically looking for like a double, triple Gleaming Cut so he can resolve a Striking Illuminance with a Lightweavers. If he gets triple Lightweavers, it's also possible, but I think he needs 1 Gleaming Cut, otherwise he won't have enough cards to play it early enough into Gaz. Whereas Gaz really just wants to push damage with like Frostborn Paladins. Anything that's 4 life or outside of a Thieving Cut range is really important. So anyway, Portsman's going to join up here on the start of every single round. Anyway, Portsman. He's the man.
Sir. Just 1 damage. Levels up to Xander immediately.
I would be so scared of the Sea Spray Diver from Gaz's side. If Gaz played a Sea Spray Diver, Byfall would be like crippled right now. Yeah, like he would have to go backup charger no matter what.
Yeah.
And that would be so tragic.
I kind of thought that was what he was going for with that, but his levels to the level 1 Xander. Yeah, that's the downside of playing the Creative Shock main phase as a slow spell. You give Gazinger the opportunity to see Sprite Diver, you're only floating there. And there's not much you can do about it if he has it. Luckily for him, he didn't have it. But, ooh, just passes. Ooh. Oh, Ritual's the Portsman.
Ritualing the Portsman's okay because you do get the floating out of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you can use the Primordial Ritual to level up and then get the floating from the Nanue Portsman for the next turn. Like, instead of necessarily going backup charger, there's the Sea Spray Diver.
There's the Sea Spray Diver.
And a Storm of Thorns. So what you can do right now is you could actually just rush level 2 Nico if you wanted. You level up to Nico 2 or Nico 1 here. You're probably going to put another water card in your grave here. Or at least, a floating is ideal, but another. Okay, so it puts another Sea Spray Diver. The water and grave is looking pretty okay right now.
I play a horse here, right?
I think if you have it, you should.
Problem is, if you go to level 2 after this, your horse gets like debuffed. but you can get the 3 damage in now.
Ooh, Frostborn
Oh,
Paladin.
That's
Banish-
a permanent 3 damage,
Yeah.
baby.
That's a good one. Frostborn Paladin.
This card's so good. Yep, goes to 4. And just a pass.
He might go backup
Nice.
charger this turn. All right, Juggle Knives for 1. Level up with a Fast Cure and a Scry. Bring back the Juggle Knives. Play it again and wreck.
Mm-hmm.
Cards are looking kind of low here. We got 6 cards in hand, so I don't think we're gonna see a level up to 3. Probably play this wait backup charger, but might just turbo 3 anyways, and then play from there if he has Gleaming Cuts.
Can I drop to 7 after recollection? Oh, shock.
Negating the shock is actually really big.
Yeah, and he will. What's the Cruelty Decree too?
Yeah, so he'll draw into memory and then be able to negate the shock.
Yeah, gets the card back into memory and negates the shock. That's pretty huge, I think. And yeah, Bifalls is like, yep, nothing I can do about that.
Cerulean Decree slows down the tempo and forces Bifall to either play -1 card or like if he turbos up or if he just has to take an off turn here. Even cut.
GG.
The
Won't
face
kill.
for 3.
Won't kill the Frostsworn. Yeah.
Looks like it was face. I don't think it was marked on Bifalls. Oh, there we go.
No, but I think Gaz marked it on his. I think he's
Yeah.
also holding a life on next to his Goja material deck.
This is Temptations Facade. Is Temptations. So he wants a +1 at this point. He's trying to draw cards. Trying to influence bully him. So basically comparing influences. Bifall has 6. Gaz has like
6.
9, I think. And the
Mhm.
Frostborn Paladin on the field too. So he's just gonna keep pushing damage.
Mm-hmm.
He just needs to continue like the pressure. If at any point he could push enough damage to force the release this early, it would actually be really, really good against Bifall. Because I think what Bifall is trying to hold right now is for a creative shock. It is still a little ballsy. I think ideally you would want a 3 down here for backup charger, and then hopefully DG up to 3.
Does he have 4 cards in his hand? Oh yeah, he drew up because the creative
Waterlog
shock was
Ranger again.
Max for 4? Question mark.
Yup. Big damage. 3 from the Frostborn, 4 from the Waterlog Ranger. It's representing 5 on board every turn. It's just a pass like that with 5 cards in hand. It'd be
That's a
big.
little bit spooky.
A backup charger here is good. Makes sense. Goes from 6 to 7. It's gonna draw 8 for turn. Dungeon Guide is still viable. We'll have 8 cards or 4 cards in hand. He can play and uncover the plot, but he can also just wait and then Tengu on his level 3 turn.
Mm-hmm.
He has options. Gaz is realizing those options are coming up soon. It's harder for him to interact with it too, right? Because he can't force Bifall to like pay awkward amounts. Turbocharge. Maybe not the DG. Getting close to time here though. Just under 7 minutes left in regulation time with a 5-minute overtime.
It's a vanish from sight, right?
I think it is a vanish from sight. Vanish from sight's
Might
pretty good. It's
play
gonna
it.
help reduce damage.
Heals you 5 or more. Oh, we'll get an opportunity to play that too.
Oh,
if
this
he
backup
puts down 3
charger.
for the backup charger.
Yeah, the backup charger means he's gonna be able to get the vanish from sight in. Is he gonna play it though?
no,
Yeah, he's gonna play it
no.
right now.
I think you have to, right?
It seems like
Or
he
not?
didn't care to play it. Maybe he's not worried about the damage coming through. 5 damage
Maybe
on
he's supposed to
board.
influence.
5 goes to 16. I guess he has. He could also just resolute, right?
I guess so, yeah.
He's just taking it
No.
all. Holy moly! No fear. 16.
That's a little bit crazy to me. He's probably ready to go to level 3 Xander in the next turn. Probably hoping
That
to recover
turbocharge is
at least-
really big. So he can level up off the turbocharge, still have 6 cards in hand, and then he can play something pre-recollection. like on the stack of his trigger, like a creative shock. Can play exploit, juggle knives. He has a lot of options here. Waterlogged Ranger again. This will come in for another 4.
That's damage.
He still has
He's
his
gonna
release
hard
available
level.
to him too. Chalice
not
of
hard
Blood.
level.
Holy greed. This is crazy. Alright, so Chalice of Blood, he'll draw 2. He'll go up to what is 12? 8 in hand. Pick up 3. Draw for turn. Yeah, he's at 12. Yeah, this is going to be big. Hopefully he has a Dungeon Guide, because if he doesn't have a Dungeon Guide, it's cooked.
Surely he does. Wait, what's going on here? Passes?
Resolute Stand.
No DG. That's the most important.
I think he's
part.
going to pay 3 for Resolute Stand here. Or he's going to
Yeah.
vanish. He's going to vanish this turn.
Yeah, probably to vanish. That makes sense.
We get 1 lash counter. No second lash counter because of...
Is he vanishing? Oh, yeah, it looks like he's vanishing.
Yep, there's vanish.
Is it a counter? There's 4 left in hand for... Well, you probably can't
There's not really a
counter
point.
him.
Like, you could Cerulean it, I guess, just to force him to put more cards down, but it doesn't make that much of an impact overall.
Mm-hmm. So this vanish saving his life, pretty much.
He's playing at the, like, tightest, greediest. I'm using all my health as every last resource. And it might pay off. It might pay off huge here. Gaz unsure what to do. The vanish from sight really stifling his plans here.
Yeah, probably no way he finishes the game here. So, and he's so close. He's just 2 damage away. But no, it just has to pass back. Byfall pays the 3 to go to Xander 3. No, he'll probably play something at fast speed to enable the reveal. Enable the reveal. No. Okay.
No reveal is interesting to me. He's probably just going to uncover.
Try disguise.
Try looking for Excalibur, Uncover, Gleaming Cut, Lightweavers. Luxem Sight's probably... I guess Luxem Sight is kind of relevant right now.
Left 2 on top.
But you really
There's
need
gleaming
to,
in
you need
its
to find
memory.
You need to find the damage. There's the Uncover. Cover the plot coming out, targeting self. Reveal the memory, banish 2 Gleaming Cuts most likely. Yep, 2 Gleaming Cuts, a
2
Sight, and a
gleamings.
Lightweavers. Draw off the Uncover.
Oh.
Yep, he's gonna draw a million cards here.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Looks like a response. Also, you have to keep in mind there's not that much time left. We only have around 1.5 minutes
diffusive
left.
block on the Waterlogged Ranger. You might see another diffusive block here. Oh, title to raid? Okay.
Protecting the board. Even though there's only 1 Lightweaver's Assault trigger here, respecting it. But does Byfall have any response to this? Nope. Just let me draw 4 cards, he says.
It's gonna heal down to 17.
Recover, that probably targets face. Well, does it?
Oh,
Or
Mage Bane
recover
Lash.
back with Mage Bane.
Oh.
Not sure if it really matters.
Okay,
what he
well,
targets.
2 to face and then recover back down to 2. Same thing.
Yeah.
The question is, can he kill him through that Magebane Lash? He does have the prep counters for Striking Illuminance, so he could Striking here and then Lightweavers on the stack, but he needs to have drawn into another Lightweavers. It would probably be Striking for 12, and then Lightweavers for 6. I don't think it's enough still. It's like close, but not quite there. If you play something else that's 2 cost, then Striking, then do it. I think he is short 1 card for that, though. Looks like he has 9. Overtime starting very shortly here. I don't know if I was exactly on the dot, but whatever the stream judges time is what we're going to be going off of. Looks like Byfall just passed. Safeguard Amulet. Safeguard Amulet's pretty good. Will protect Nico from a lot. A lot. On the stack here, we're going to see an Excalibur targeting the Magebane Lash, I think.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to use Temptation's Facade to redirect. Going to see an... Oh, and then a Vanish from Sight in Recollection. Chain Vanish is pretty good, especially considering he only runs 2. Having both your Vanish from Sights is pretty useful in a game where the guy wants to use Ravishing Finale to mill you out.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely a tough one here, so unless Gaz can like squeeze out the end of this game here, it looks like the whole regional is going to be going to Asnat. Byfall needs to squeeze out the win if he wants a chance at top 8, though, because a loss or a draw is not enough for him. Gaz needs a draw or a win. Either would be fine. Another Frostborn Paladin comes out. So the interesting thing with the Frostborn Paladins is you can actually just leave them all up because they all intercept. So
Yeah.
Striking Illuminance like doesn't quite work.
Mm-hmm.
So the way Striking Illuminance works is it reveals when you reveal, it has to be in intent already. So it has to resolve the
So you
attack
already
card.
have the target.
Yeah, so you have to reach the point where you're targeting. So it's a little unfortunate for that. Oh my god, triple
my god.
Lightweavers. No Striking Illuminance though. Triple Lightweavers. Triple Lightweavers is only going to deal damage to board though because he has a Magebane Lash still. So 1 Frostborn Paladin's gone and a Waterlogged Ranger's gone. Or he did 2 more to the other Frostborn Paladin.
Looks like he did 2 more to the other Frostborn, right?
Yep.
There's no
So-
response coming out from Gas.
Recovery down to 11. This is turn, I believe this is turn 3 or turn 2. That's the first Lightweavers. That's a Juggle Knives. That's not enough damage. Because revealing individual Lightweavers doesn't do anything because of the Magebane Lash.
Yeah, 'cause of
Also,
Magebane.
there's a Safeguard Amulet on the field, so I don't think Byfall has any way he can win unless it's through striking, like a huge, crazy damage Striking Illuminance. Nullifying Lantern, so Lightweavers. So he's playing the Lightweavers right now for the draw, so he doesn't lose, I guess. Or he's gonna double Lightweavers. Huh.
Not pop the safeguard? Kind of surprised he didn't pop a safeguard here. This is the last turn, right?
He takes 2 because it hit for 6. Or because it hit for 4 minus the 2 recovery from. So take 4 and then recover 2. Interesting. I guess he just wanted to be able to recover early on so he didn't die because he might die to Ravishing this turn, right? So 2, 2, 10, 12, 15. With the Frostborn Paladin. Does he have 2 floating? I think he does, right? Because he played the... Or he used the title to raid for the Magebane Lash, so he might be short 1 floating.
I think 1 floating, yeah.
This is like the absolute last moment Gas has a chance to win this. needs to have a floating and ravishing. Actually, I don't think it matters because you actually have to kill him. Byfall doesn't get another turn if this is turn 3.
Mm-hmm.
Flashing Spear Guard, so he's trying to mill a float. He did mill a float. I mean, you can put him to 17. 1, 2, 3. Ravishing Finale. It's still not enough to kill him, though. And he has Crystallized Destiny. So it doesn't matter.
Usually don't go for the damage kill anyway, but...
Yeah, it looks like it's over. I mean, Crystallized Destiny will protect from the Ravishing Finale because it's the next instance of damage, and then he also has a Resolute Stand, so he can do that to stop the draw. But he would die either way, so it looks like it's a draw here.
Mm-hmm.
So Gaz will probably make it into top 8 then.
So it's a 1-1 draw. It's unfortunate we don't get to see the ending of this game. I don't think it ends that soon after this turn, even if they had more time. Because there's still a Safeguard Amulet up.
Safeguard Amulet. He literally has to striking him to kill him. But on the other side, Gaz will kill him eventually. Like just through multiple Ravishing Finales. Or like just chipping him with the allies. Because Byfall has to keep expending his cards to like put them down. I guess he has Insignia to put down triple Luxem Sight or like double Luxem Sight plus something. But yeah, overall it's a very tough one. So yeah, I was really hoping to see like a big finish there, but we weren't quite able to get that.
Okay, let me just put in all the final results. Could be everything. I think this was the last one we were waiting for.
Yeah, sure. We'll grab standings and then we can talk about that really quick before we end the stream.
Anheim, Kurotos, Top Grim.
I think everything's in already.
So yeah, I'm just double checking that I did it correctly or not.
Nice. Yeah, Tithe Proclamation would have been huge there. Would have been huge.
I go 2-1. West 1-0. How 2-0 null. Byfall 1-1. Yep. Okay. So that should conclude it. Yeah, it's like we predicted. It's a clean 13-point cut for top 8.
No bubble, right? It's like clean.
No bubble.
Nice.
Gas is 8th with the draw.
Yep. So Asnat was first place on the Spirit of Wind Lorraine. This was actually kind of an interesting build because it wasn't Hua Ji, it wasn't Balance Allies. This was just like restand robots. Perfy made second place on Water Diaochan Fractals. Jimmy Lee on the Spirit of Fire Ithni Crux Knight, actually. So he's not playing in Soul, he's playing Ascension with Infusion with the new Clarent, which is kind of cool. KB Destro made it on Spirit of Fire Lorraine. Now this is an interesting Lorraine because it's using the Clarent, but it's also using Sword Saint's Vow, which is the gains power based on its durability. And then when you use a Swordcraft on it, it also gains more durability. So it synergizes really well with Honed by Fire and stuff like that. Big
sword.
Yeah, pretty much. Chryso made it with Spirit of Fire as well. Lorraine went to Blade Master here, not Crux Knight, and was also playing the new Clarent. Cypher made it on the Water Fractals. Blink made it with Water Fractals as well. And then Gazinger was our last one with the Spirit of Water Nico. So 1 Wind Allies, 3 Fire Allies.
Bunch of Lorraine's making it. I think it's 4, right?
No Luxem made it?
No Luxem made it. It's 4 Lorraine.
1 Lorraine, 2 Lorraine, 3 Lorraine, 4,
right?
5 Lorraines.
5 Lorraines?
No, 4. Asnat, Jimmy Lee, KB Destro, and Chrysome all made it on.
Yeah, 3 Fractal, 1 Nico, 4 Lorraine.
Yeah, spicy. Xander, 5 Luxem Gods. No,
Xander. I took you out of the tournament. The Xanders can't win.
I Luxem brothers, Sag. Yeah, it was a good showing. It was a good tournament. I'm glad that we got to see a lot of different players. Like normally we see a lot of the same players doing top table stuff. It was nice to see a lot of different players, right? We saw different players from EU, we saw different players from other regions like Australia, New Zealand, and North America and stuff too. So it's kind of cool knowing that like people are so passionate about the game that they will stay up all night to play in a tournament.
Literally.
Yeah. But yeah.
Or
Do you have
in one person's case, stay up all night, not even to play the tournament.
True. Yeah, Bailey.
Bayleaf,
Yep.
base head judge.
Yeah, big shout out to all of our judges. So I believe for our judges we had Blueberry, Zet, Divex, San Myaku, Rob Flop, Slifer, Bayleaf, our head judge, and Spag Eddie. So big shout out to you guys. Thank you guys so much for making the event wonderful and very easy and smooth. Thank you guys for joining us here on the stream as well. It's very fun. It's a lot more fun when you guys are here interacting with us. Makes it a little bit easier, especially after the really long rounds. But yeah, anything else you want to say, Jimmy, before we sign off?
No, I just want to thank you for staying up till what time is it now?
It is 10 in the morning.
10 in the morning? That's crazy. Thank you so much for staying up till 10 in the morning, even though I asked you literally last night. It wasn't even last night for you. Last afternoon for you.
It was less than 12 hours ago.
Yeah.
Or no, more than 12 hours. It was like 16 hours ago.
A little bit more, but yeah. I'm glad we got to run the stream. I think it's important for showcasing a little bit of European players to the rest of the world. So I'm happy we got to do that. I'm happy the tournament went well. I don't think there were many big issues, honestly. I don't really think there were any issues.
Except the connectivity at the end in the last round that hostage me.
Yeah, they wanted you to stay up a little bit longer, but it is what it is. You're almost free to go.
Yeah, it was a good one though. A good one. So
yeah, aside from that, I just want to thank everyone who participated. I should get all the prizing in next week. I was told CS would ship them on Monday. They're based in Germany, so it should only take a couple days. So hopefully I'll be able to get everything out to those who want it shipped at the end of the week or the week after. And then everyone who wants to pick it up from Henky to go at Nats or Worlds, that should be fine too.
Yep, awesome. And so we will be doing, like SPP will probably do more of the regionals. We'll help you guys out with the online regionals. So if you guys enjoyed this, make sure to subscribe, make sure to join Cake Online League, as well as check out all of our social media platforms and such. Next week is the online Yeti regional. We will actually not be streaming that for a couple of reasons. One, OSNATs. Two, I'm not even here. I'm actually going to be helping. I'm going to be helping out my like semi-locals. There's 3 hours local, or not locals. It's 3 hours north of me. I'm helping them with their store champs. So trying to build my scene. But yeah, hopefully best of luck to everyone who does play in the Yeti Online Regional. Those of you guys who go to OSNATs, good luck. The meta is going to be a little different with Clarent Reimagined, but surely you guys have done some good testing. My name's OnceInLuv. This is Mr. Cake here joined with me, and I think we're going to head off now, guys. So thank you so much for everything, and we will see you guys on the next one.
Thank you for watching. See you guys.